All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to episode 11 of our Tassi Farms Dairy Empire series. We are still just giving away, I can't believe it's episode 11 already. That's crazy. But if we're just doing a quick little recap from last episode, we got our grass fields cultivated, planted, and one of them rolled out. We have to go roll. Let's just hop over to this tractor real quick. We've got to roll this field out. Maybe I'll open these up. Well, yeah, we got to roll this field out. And then what we're also going to do today is we're going to probably spend some money, to be honest. We've got to buy a big truck, a trailer that can haul a bunch of pallets. We got to buy a forklift, which I was kind of looking at the forklifts, and I think the one that we're going to get, because it's cheaper. Excuse me, just one sec. Nah, just had to clear my throat. I didn't want to freaking in your guys' ear. But I think the forklift that we're going to end up getting is actually electric. The one I was looking at, just because it's smaller. I don't know. I just didn't want to spend the extra like 30 or 40 grand on a big one just for it being diesel. And we can get a little electric charge station. But yeah, I want to get a forklift, truck and trailer for the pallets that we're going to have, because we're going to end up with a bunch of pallets. We gotta roll that field, which we're gonna do basically right off the rip here. And then I want to clean some of the farm up. Like, I want to get rid of some of this garbage that's hanging around. And I think what I'm gonna do is go through with the gravel, and I'm gonna level out some of the ground and maybe start putting in some asphalt or just something to drive around a little bit easier for that forklift, because it is gonna be like cruising around here. Moving pallets, and I think it's actually going to be super handy. Super handy. So let's hop over to this guy. Let's get rolling. Let's roll some stuff out here. Okay, I'm gonna set my GPS because I can't drive straight. Let's get this going. Gotta be careful with these rollers because they get a little squirrely. They Tokyo drift around everything. So we'll do just like a quick little recap here while I start rolling this field. Like I said, we got the fields planted. We've got grass in here. We had to replant the fields because they'll only go through, I think, 3 growth cycles if I counted right. I'm pretty sure we baled this. Well, we baled it twice for sure. I think it was 3 times. I think it was 3. Anyways, I think it'll only go through those cycles, so you got to kind of replant and get her all flushed out, which is fine. We are up to 100 head of cattle, which we're going to stick with for the rest of this year, as it's just going to be a little bit easier to manage. Plus, I got to kind of really see how much milk and everything we're going to produce, and it's just kind of a lot going on there. Got our production facility down. It's good to go. I think what I'm probably going to do too is remove that one. There's like a silo system there. It's a fermenting station that'll create silage. Like if we were to put grass and hay in, that just came with the farm. We never ended up putting it down. So I think I'm going to just get rid of that. But if I sell it, yeah, I don't know. I think I might just sell it and get rid of it because I'm not going to create silage in that thing ever. It's kind of just in the way. I think you'll get I get like 15 grand or something for it if I sell it, which isn't, I mean, it's still 15 grand, which is sweet. We can go buy some fertilizer or something like that, or maybe what we could buy is the spreader bar. It's not really a spreader bar, but it's like a spreading system that we can hook to that one tank, our slurry tank unit, so that we can spread slurry on these fields. And I think I found a mod, or it's a production facility rather, for the slurry that we're gonna have. I think I found one. It also will produce, like, if I put down that mod, it's gonna do something with the slurry because we're gonna have so much excess of it. Like, we're not really gonna be needing as much as it's gonna produce, even to fertilize these fields. Oh. Was that crazy, or was that line green? I thought it was just gonna hang on to that. Maybe I'm losing it. Anyways, yeah, the slurry, we're gonna have too much slurry, like more than we know what to do with, so I'm thinking some sort of a production facility would be good. Also, the production facility will create electricity, which I figured we could use. Why not, just to charge that little forklift? I mean, the forklift's not really gonna be burning that much electricity. I don't think. But also, like, I was just kind of like thinking about it, like it'll be super handy because it has a hitch on it too. It can pull some stuff around. Like, I mean, we're not going to be windrowing the fields with it, obviously, but if we had to move some stuff around the yard, I think you can use that forklift a little bit. But just for loading trucks, like just for loading the truck is gonna be, it's gonna be awesome. It'll be so much better than using the forks off of the tractor. Way better. It'll be worth the 50 grand or whatever the forklifts are brand new. I've been looking at the store. We haven't really checked the store in a few days, or I don't know if we did it together. I looked. There's nothing good in there. I just want to make sure this GPS stays the course around this bend. It says it's going to. That's not where we want to look. Sales. Silage compactor, this trailer, not really what we're gonna need. We don't need a planter. We definitely don't need that. I mean, in a different gameplay series, that would be a pretty decent thing. But we already have a bale trailer that works fine. I don't think we need that bale trailer to pull anything off these fields. The biggest thing that I would like to get is another forage wagon. If we have enough money after we spend everything on like the truck and all that stuff, I definitely want to get a new forage wagon, but they are very expensive. I guess I could always finance one. I don't really want to do that. Oh, this thing's gonna drift. Yeah. We'll have to catch a few spots that I missed, but no big deal. But a new forage wagon would be pretty clutch, just because maybe that's what we should do. If we sell the production facility, or that just that one fermenting station. What route am I on here? I don't even know anymore. Okay, maybe if we sell that one fermenting silo that we're not going to use, like I said, it just came with this farm, and I sell the old forage wagon. I think the old forage wagon we checked will get 18 grand for. I think that usually you get half what those what those production facilities are worth, and I'm pretty sure that thing is 30 grand brand new at production facility, the fermenting station, so you probably get like 15 grand for it. So that's like 30-ish, 35 if we're on a good day, 33. And then we could, I think a new trailer is like 100. So we'd have to fork out about another 70K. It'd be nice if I didn't lose that 70K messing around with that other production facility, but live and you learn. I kind of missed a few spots there, but I'll go through and I'll catch all these weird little spots. But that's what we're doing right now. So what I think we'll do, we haven't really done a good little time lapse in a while, it feels like. I think I'm just going to go through, I'll finish rolling out this field, and then we're basically going to go spend some money. We'll go get set up with a truck and a trailer, get a forklift. I'll think more about that biogas production facility. I mean, I've been just trying, like, I'd rather get a forage wagon than do something with the slurry right now. So that would kind of be my priority over it. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I can't really decide on anything, so I just kind of play it as it goes, and we'll see how everything plays out. But yeah, we'll do a little bit of a time lapse. I'll get the rest of this field rolled out, and then we'll go spend some money. Okay, team, we're back here. I'm just gonna hook onto, where is it? It's in there somewhere. I'm gonna hook onto this forge wagon. We're gonna head down to the store. I don't know if this is all gonna work out, but I'm gonna take this down there just in case we can sell it. And it's all just really gonna come down to how much cash we got left over after, after we do get the truck, get the trailer, the forklift, and all that stuff. So I want to take this down there just in case we can sell it. But what I want to do quick before we head down to the store, let's just pull this around. And we're going to sell this unit. What do we get for? We get 13 grand for it. Okay, that's fine. We're going to sell this unit. We'll sell this piece of garbage. We had a little bit of a garage sale. Let's clean up some other garbage while we're in this mode. Like this garbage, we should definitely get cleaned up. Clean up this garbage. Right. I don't know, we'll leave this stuff here for now. This pile of garbage, we could probably get cleaned out of here. Right? We gotta be working on some cleanup around this place. I don't know, we'll leave that outhouse for another day. I don't know if I want to deal with that outhouse, but we'll clean up. Oh, what do I got going on here? Clean up this pile of garbage. All right, we'll save this for now. You know, there might be some good pieces of scrap lumber in there. We might need some of that. You never know, right? But this piece of garbage is kind of stinking up by the house, so I think we should get rid of that. Okay, so we got 326,000. So it really all depends what we can get for a trailer. I think the trailer costs 30 or like 29.5, basically 30 grand. But we'll go down, we'll wheel and deal, and we'll see what we can do here. I'll take this trailer down. Hopefully we can sell this off and get a decent price for it. Would be nice. Because this trailer is just a little bit too small. It'd be too small. It'd be nice to get one that could hold at least like 30 cubes or 30,000 liters, so we could fill that cow barn in like one shot. You know what I'm saying? That'd be ideal. Couple cattle just snoozing in the field out there. Eventually I would like to get this land beside us and log it, but that would be a massive undertaking. Not super fast at logging, so... But man, there'd be some cash sitting in there. There would be some serious cash sitting in there. We could always get this plot of land too and log it. This one to our left, number 31, if we wanted. But I don't really want to do that. I just want to stick with the production facility, getting the milk and stuff going. I mean, we'll probably end up renting that wood chipper again next winter to clear out some more trees around the farm, like kind of up where the production facility is, because I still want to clean more of the trees out in there just to make room. I'd also like to, the next time we've got a bunch of cash just hanging around, if we got some spare change, if we're doing contracts or something, I'd like to put in some different sheds just to organize the equipment and stuff a little bit better. But that's really just kind of for fun, to be honest, just to make the farm look a little sweeter. Like, you see this field beside us? That field needs to be cultivated. Let's check the contracts real quick here. Weeding, still just these hoeing contracts. That field needs to be cultivated if I've ever seen one. So, although that field is annoying to do because of the power lines that go through it, but alright, let's go in here and let's just park, spin this around, and we'll just kind of park out of the way. Drop that down right there. Okay. So, we need to get a truck. Now, I had downloaded some mods and stuff like that, but I think I'll just stick with base game stuff. Just, I don't know, we use mods for a bunch of other stuff. Like, I did download this one, and it's only 45,000, and you can kind of, make it out. But I think we'll just stick with this. The Transtar 2 Eagle. I mean, look how gangster this thing looks. You got a bald eagle on the side of it. Soaring transit. Like, this has to be our truck. Look at this thing. We probably don't need the sleeper on it. We're only making day trips with this bad boy, is what I'm thinking. Wheel setup, tandem long. Yeah, we just need this. We'll keep her nice and tight. See, so it's 47,000 into. Oh, what kind of exhaust are we thinking here? Oh, I'm thinking that for sure. Sun shield. We definitely need the sun shield. Horn, absolutely. Additional lights, design 3. Let's go take a look at this. I don't know what's going on here. Let's stick with design 3. Design color, beige. Yeah, I'm liking the beige. Rims. I mean, honestly, this thing is pretty primed as is. 400 horse. 48,000. That sun shield costs us $1,000 and same with the horns. I don't even care. I think we do it. I think we absolutely do it. Um, yeah, I could check. I could check tandem short. I mean, that just looks sweeter, but it's an extra 5 grand. I think we just go with the tandem short and we'll just, we'll call it a day there. I think that's going to be the best thing. Okay, 48,000. Let's buy this bad boy. Boom. Okay. Now we need to go. Let's just look. Oh, beige. It doesn't really tell us. Oh. Yeah, beige is the answer. So we just got to kind of remember that color because let's go back. Oh, yeah, look at that thing. Oh, yeah. Does this thing go to Jake break? Oh, it doesn't. Let's check the horn. Sweet. Maybe it's got a Jake. I'll chase this deer for a second. Nice. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that thing's deadly. Okay. We need to go back. We need to get ourselves a trailer. I think I already went past it. So I'm thinking what we do is we just get this one, 29.5. I think we just go with the standard and we can keep the chassis color black. Design color, that's brown. Cover color. What's this chassis color? Can we do it like that? Yeah, that's pretty dope. Rims. I mean, we could probably just keep the rims what they are. Maybe make them black. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, that thing will be pretty. That thing will look pretty good. Because I don't know if I don't want to go like. Well, we could do that. A little more contrast. Maybe if we do that, we'll put the chassis black. Or what's this? Gray. No, I don't want that. Yeah, we'll just leave it like that. That'll be fine. It doesn't really matter. It's just as fun. Okay, so 29,500. So we'll buy that unit. And what we're going to have to do is get a forklift. And so I think I'm going to get this one, this 55,001. I mean, I guess what I want to do as well is let's just go look at forage wagons, even though I already know they're going to be. Okay, so this one will hold 26,000. This one's 100,000, but it'll hold 35,000. I mean, this is kind of the one I think would be the best because we could fill the animal pen basically in one shot with this guy. This one's 40, it's 5,000 more cubes, but you know, this one's 16. It's like double what this is. And I mean, we could sell that other one because there's nothing on sale. Okay, I'm just gonna wait. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna wait until we have to go pick up grass because um the reason I'm gonna wait is maybe we'll get lucky and something will pop through the store because we're gonna have to wait till next month before we can cut anyways, or maybe even the month after that. So I'm just gonna wait and yeah, I'm just gonna wait. Oh yeah, look at this rig. This is a bottled milk hauling rig if I've ever seen one. Oh yeah, let's take her for a spin. Nice. Yeah, we'll be able to haul some pallets with this bad boy, that's for sure. Oh, and it just flies too. And we grabbed another gear. Oh yeah, that's some milk transport right there. Whoa, better watch where I'm going. Oh, we might even be able to pass this guy. Might have to pass him on the inside. Days of Thunder style, you know? Cold trickle. If you know, you know. Yeah, we're gonna pass this guy. You seen this in real life. This trucker would be such a dick. Okay, not too bad. We've got a new wagon. I don't know where I'm gonna park this thing. Oh, if only it had a Jake brake. If only. That would be too much. That would be too much fun if it had a Jake brake. I honestly should have checked though. Like, I hope this the side curtain on this should be able to open. But this is be where we come rocking in. Oh yeah. Because then I'm hoping I'll be able to just like come in through here. We're gonna have a bunch of pallets that'll be spawning out. Look, there's pallets spawning out right there anyways. And I'll be able to just sit like right here. Uh, I don't know if I want to open the back door though. How do I? Curtain left. Oh, never mind. Okay, my bad. I'm pushing the wrong button here. Curtain left. Oh yeah, there we go. Shut her down. Soaring transport. Yeah, look at this thing. Might have to straighten her out though, because we're hanging out a little bit here. That could kind of jam out loading these pallets, but this is gonna work pretty good. I'm pretty stoked on that truck and that tractor or that truck and trailer. Okay, so what we got to do then is since you know what, I'm gonna leave this here because I'm probably gonna end up selling it, so I'll leave it there. You know what I'll do? This is what we'll do. I will sell it right now. Vehicles. It's a pot. Okay, we'll sell this bad boy. We dropped it off there, and we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see if we're gonna get one. Maybe we'll get lucky and one will come through the stores. We might as well wait, right? I might as well wait till one potentially pops through the stores because why not? But okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drive this tractor back, and then I'm gonna grab a forklift and I'll drive that back. And just to save you from watching me just beat that track or the forklift up and down the road, or maybe we'll just store delivery it. Either way, I'm gonna get the forklift and I'll bring it back to the farm, and then I'll straighten that trailer out and we'll start loading it up. We'll start loading it up with some of our milk and stuff. All right, team, we're pulling back in here. We got our new rig. It's electric. It's awesome. Just dialed in here. We're gonna try and load some pallets. Okay, now first off, what we gotta do is I gotta straighten this truck out just a little bit. Or at least do that. There we go. Jump out of the soaring transit there. Now, think this is the trick. I gotta kind of like come around here. Let's jump in the cab here. Oh, the ground's a little uneven. And you gotta... Oh, I already screwed this up, I think. Maybe not. Yeah, that did not work at all like I thought. I thought I would just like, you know, push them together in a nice little row and it would be no... I could get it out and they'd be nice and flush together, but no. No. Not the move at all. This is still... I'm still so glad we got this forklift. Now I think... to tighten up those... Just gotta get these forks set. Because I want to stack these, right? I think is gonna be best. Uh-oh. My plan was to stack these and then we'd have this like perfect little... I'm still gonna go for it. We're going for it. Just gonna back this up like this. Our top pallet's a little messed up here, I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. But we can kind of fix that. If I can get this... If I get this bottom one on somewhat good... Here we go. Easy. Like I seen a guy online do this and his stack looked way better than mine. His was like perfect. Okay. It's all about... I just gotta give her a little push here. Just a little... Come on. Couple taps. Yeah, I don't know. I think out of 10, this is like maybe a 3. Oh God. Oh God. Oh, it's gonna fall. No. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, we've had a bit of an issue here at the loading dock. I don't know how I'm gonna fix this now. That's about as far forward as it'll let us go. Yeah, we might have to not bad. Not bad. Okay. Well, pallet loading has proved to be more difficult than I thought. I might just have to be a one at a time kind of guy for a little bit, you know what I mean? Now the real question, I don't know. Okay, so let's level this bad boy out here. I get her level. I gotta get used to these tires. Like, I can't really see the tires sometimes, like when I'm up like this. I don't really know which way they're pointing. And that's about as far as we can go there. So what we have to do. Yeah, that's not that bad. Okay. Yeah, I think we might just have to be a one at a time kind of forklift operator for a little bit. Because unless I can master the whole stacking situation. Also, the reason I got this is I thought I'd be able to see in the cab a little bit better. Well, I can when it's just one pallet. But by the you know, give me a little bit here. I just won't try and stack them, I don't think. I'll just do like this. Like we'll stack them, but like once we're in the unit here. So I just got to get a good system going of like how zoomed out I want to be. Because I can do that. And then we'll just back up a little bit. Yeah, like that's not too bad. It was tough getting there, but it wasn't really that bad. And I think my leveler system on the side is pretty correct. Sorta. Trying to just see if I can like slide her on the ground and level it out a little bit more. Maybe not. That's all good though. Let's lift this bad boy right up. Okay. There. We we kind of loaded it. Almost wish the forks were a little bit longer, but also I kind of pushed that one all the way through, which I didn't have to do. So that'll just be the trick, I think. But I also know that, or what I think I know, if I go, let's hop down into the cab here real quick. If I drop this basically all the way down, tilt her forward a little bit. I think if I go, I can grab two pallets at once. If I was to push all the way through, yeah, like I can get two pallets at once. I'm just gonna tighten that back up a little bit here. So that should help. That should just be what I'll strive to do. Instead of stacking and doing like two at a time or something like that, I'll just do two at a time like this. And then I'll be able to just go boom. And then that way, right where the forks hit the trailer, that's as far in as I'll go. And then I should just be able to do another stack right on top of that. And that's just kind of how I'll do it. Because, you know, my stacking skills, not super good. Not super good at all. Okay, I'm just going to leave this here for right now. What I'm going to do is, let's do it together, actually. I'm going to rip over to the house. And let's sleep through into April. Because we'll have a whole bunch more pallets that we can load up by then. We will see if we get lucky and something pops through on the store. How do I get in there? Forgot that I actually can go through the door and there's not like a trigger outside. Okay, let's sleep through. Let's get into April, and let's see if we get lucky and some sort of a forage wagon comes through the stores. If not, oh well, we'll just spend the money on a bit bigger one. Okay, what do we got here? I don't think we got it. No. That's a slurry spreader. We got headers, tractor, 50% off. That's a pretty good tractor. It's just got the stock engine in it though. Yeah. Oh well. We didn't get the trailer that we wanted. So what I'm gonna do is I'll hop in the tractor. Which one do we want to hop into? Oh, there's our forklift. Yeah, like look at all the pallets we got over here. So this is what I'm thinking I'll do. Spin around. Let's drop this down. I just gotta lean the forward just a little bit. Might be easier if we're down like this. And I'm gonna widen out these forks just a little bit. Because I should be able to go like that. Or not? There we go. Yeah, like I think this will be our strategy. And I just got to get used to the wheels a little bit. Straighten her out there. Right where we hit the trailer. And boom. Boom. We're a forklift operator. Certified. I'm going to put it on my Facebook real quick here. And I think that's how we're going to have to do it. Yep. That's going to have to be our plan here. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to hop in one of the tractors real quick, and I'm going to run down to the store. Let's go like this. I'm going to run down to the store and get, let's look at the forage wagons. Where are they? I think I'm going to get this one. It's 80 grand. It'll hold 34,000. I just won't mess with anything. Wheel setup. None of this really matters. Yeah, like I said, none of this really matters. 80 thou. I'll run down, grab that, and I'll come back up to the farm. Let's just buy that. So we still got 130,000. Like we're good to go. And then real quick here, I'm just gonna run out to this field. Let's go check our field, make sure everything's growing good. There's like weeds and stuff growing around the farm pretty good. So yeah, that field looks like it's growing good. I'm just gonna assume the other field's growing good. We can check on it a little bit later. But we're gonna have to feed the animals, and I'm gonna have to pull some milk around and get it into the production facility. So I'll just put a little cut in here. I'll go grab that trailer. I'll come on back up to the farm, and we can start doing some more chores. Okay, team, we are back. I had to get a different trailer. I don't know what was going on. I got back here with that other trailer, and I pulled in I pulled in just like I'm pulling in right now, and for some reason, I don't know if because it was like a mod trailer or something like that, but it wouldn't trigger this. I couldn't load the trailer. It was like something was glitched out. So I returned it. That trailer was 80 grand, so I just returned it, and I refunded myself the full 80, and then I bought this one for 100. So we're down a little extra cash, but whatever. Whatever. Doesn't matter. At this point, it doesn't really matter. I don't care. I'm just gonna pull through here. This. One thing I didn't check is if it would fit. It should fit in here. Let's hope. Whew. Sheesh. Okay, let's pull right up here. Let's get these guys fed. Now this trailer should honestly be too big to fill this pen. I think there should be like 1,000 or so liters left in this trailer because I think only 32 or 33,000 fit in this this cow pen. Yes. Okay. So about 1,500, rough and dirty, and then we can go dump this back in. But this is gonna be awesome. Like, even though this thing was 100 grand, it'll be pretty worth it, I think. Oh, actually, can't go in this one. I almost forgot for a second. Gotta go drop it off on the other side. Okay, bear with me. One sec. Yeah, I think this will be worth it. Because even when we're pulling hay off the fields, it's going to be so much better to use this trailer. It'll be so many less trips. So many less trips. And just the ability to just fill that in kind of one shot each month. Long term, I think this is going to be a pretty good unit, especially if we get more and more cattle, which obviously I want to do. Now, another thing that I want to do is we got to go grab the milk trailer, because it should be, actually, let's just jump out here real quick and let's look at our pen and just see. Yeah, we got 33,750 food, 6,800 liters of milk in there, and they're producing slurry like crazy. 25 months. So these are just over 2 years old now. We got a bunch over 2 years. And we'll be selling these around the 36-month range. Our slurry is 100% full. Yeah, I'm still really thinking we should try and do something with the slurry. I got 115,000 left right now. Let's grab this. Let's fill this with milk. Too much. And our production facility, I'm hoping, will be empty. Let's just pull over past the Eagle rig. Oh yeah, that rig is deadly. We've got a forklift. We've got a dairy operation now. Like, this is no joke. Okay, let's put the milk in there, and I'm just gonna check. I'll go into this menu right here, multi-dairy. So we're putting this milk in right now, getting filled up. This is great. How much bottled milk does it tell us? 842 liters. Now this is in the unit itself, right? This is in the unit, but we got like however many thousand, 8,000 liters sitting outside here, ready to go, ready to get loaded up. Now that I'm a milk loading son of a gun. It says these are only 100 kgs. Technically, I could move them with without using super strength, but that's actually not true, because I think I have a mod on that's called liftable pallets, which yeah, it kind of allows me to do that. See what our skills are like. See how our skills are. Insanely skillful. Insanely skillful. Well, not quite, actually. But this is a good system. We kind of set up everything in a pretty good manner, I think. We've got a good little, like a good little turnaround for this truck. Boom. Spin this around here. Give her a little lean forward. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. See, I'm already getting better. We just gotta not try and stack them out here. That's the only thing we gotta do. Because, like, if we try and stack them out here, it's just not gonna work. I don't know. I'm just not that kind of good of a forklift operator. However, oh, let's lean this forward a little bit. Oh. Straighten out there. That's one thing. I just gotta remember to always keep, like, straightening out my my tires. But back in the day, in real life, like, I worked at this oil field supply store. It was called Barron Oilfield Supply Services, and it was just like it's a supply store. It would, you could get pipe and valves and fittings and 90s and all that stuff. I mean, we obviously had a forklift there to move lots of pallets around and stuff. And back then, I was like 16. Yeah, I had my license, so I was like 16 when I worked at Barron Oilfield. And I could pick up a quarter off the ground with a forklift without, like, pushing it against the wall. And it was like a trick that I learned how to do. And I would bet, like, all the oil patch guys would come in there, and like I didn't have money, but they would always kind of like chirp, like if I was, you know, a certified forklift operator, and I was like, oh, I'm good, like I'm so good I can pick change up off the ground. And they would bet me, you know. Obviously you see a 16-year-old kid, like I wore a backwards hat, like I was just a little punk, and they'd be like, yeah, right, you can't do it. But the trick is, I don't know if I'll be able to do it. I'll show you. So what you do is, like, you get the quarter on the ground and you put the fork on it, like just on the edge of the quarter, and you just ever so slightly put some down pressure on it, and you back up, and the quarter will naturally like do a backflip up and onto the forks. And it was a good little trick. I used to bet these guys like 20. I'm like, I bet you $20 I can do that. And yeah, I mean, when you're 16 and you just need a little bit of money for buying beer on the weekend to go drinking with your friends, you know, probably shouldn't have been drinking at 16. That's why I'm just a forklift operator now. But, you know, it is what it is. Got to do stuff when you're young. But yeah, pick up a quarter. That was my trick. So, safe to say I should be better at this than I am. However, we're getting better. We're getting better. Don't want to cry over spilled milk. Huh? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. We'll keep those jokes down to a minimum, because like I'm already screwing this up right now. Slipped up a little bit. Come on now. There we go. Whoa, what's going on there? That was not me. That's the game glitching out right there. Wonder if I can... No, you know what? I'm just gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna spin around, spinorama. Let's grab these. Give her a little tilt forward, a little more tilt. Not gonna lie, like I wish almost I had like one of those sweet like joystick controllers for my computer. That would probably make running this a lot easier rather than doing it with a mouse. Okay, here's my trick. This is what I'm gonna try and do with this. I'll try and see if I can just kind of give her the old little scooch with this thing. Oh. Try and come in a little bit better of an angle. Something like that. Yeah, it'll be fine. So we're I'm gonna back up a little bit here. Yeah. Now, one thing we're gonna have to get is a charging station for this forklift, because it is electric, which is gonna cost us about $5,000. Which kind of sucks, but it is what it is. Now, I know I got another pallet of bottled milk out here. This is where it's going to get tricky. I don't know if I can see better. Can't really see what I'm doing here. That's good enough. Yeah, I'll have to get some sort of a charging station and put that down somewhere, but that's a pretty easy thing. I could have got the diesel one, or the gas. I think it was diesel. But yeah, I don't know. It was like an extra 30 grand almost, and I don't know. Kind of is what it is. I think this little guy will just be fine for us. We're not really going to do anything with this other than load this truck. Oh. Now, I got those other pallets out there too, but I want to kind of really fill this thing with milk first. And then I'll put those ones in last. I guess it doesn't really matter, but I think they're different sizes. I have milk and butter ones, so. Okay. Let's park this. Just park this bad boy right here. The ground's a little uneven here. I might have to do some landscaping. Okay. Hop out of there. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. We've got our milk loaded. Let's hop back in this tractor. We got our milk dropped off. We've got the animals fed. Geez, we almost did all of our chores. Not too bad. Not too bad. Now, one thing that I kind of still want to do is maybe let's just drop this off right there. Animals are fed. I'm not missing anything, am I? Let's just cruise over and just take a look at our other field just to make sure there's nothing weird going on, which there shouldn't be, but you never know with this farm. Yeah, this field's looking pretty not too bad. Pretty not too bad. What we can do real quick, let's see if there's any contracts up that maybe we could go do. We got a fertilizing contract right in front of us here. Perfect. See, another hoeing contract for 13 grand. Ah, oh, God. Weeding. How much are a decent set of weeders? I think they're up more. 40. I mean, those are 12 meters wide. Like, that is a pretty decent. Can you seed with this? Oh, man. So one thing that we could think about, that's good to know. We should keep that in mind for the future because we could seed our grass fields with this thing. Threadoletically speaking, is that not true? Right? Okay, so that's a good thing to keep in mind. Well, I say we do this fertilizing contract. We're just going to accept the contract. Yep. Let's spin around here and let's go grab our fertilizing unit. We should have enough fertilizer to... I think that thing I left, when I left it, it was almost full, if not full. We're dangerously close. Yeah, that thing looks pretty full, so we should have enough fertilizer. Ooh, 86%. I think this will get us through that contract. If not, I mean, we can obviously go get some more fertilizer. That's not the end of the world. Might be a good reason. Oh, but there's no forklift at that unit. We could take our truck down there. Now that we got a big truck, we could go get a whole bunch of fertilizer. So I'm going to get this fertilizer guy going. I'll set someone to do this. And then I want to look in, because I got to double check and see when the best time to go sell the milk is. I think it's October. I think it's October, but we got to double check and just make sure. So let's get a worker going on this. Yeah, we got someone going on that. And let's go in and let's just check. Yeah, these weeding contracts could be pretty not too bad. Pretty not too bad. Wood transport, we can't do that one. Rock removal, we don't do that one. Deadwood removal, we don't do that one. Well, that's right by our farm. Cool. Okay, so let's go into this. I'll do that. Cheese, October. The butter, October. And the bottled milk is going to be October. Okay, not too bad. We got 20 grand worth of it just chilling in there. We're running out of hay. We're going to need more hay because we only got enough hay for about 3 more months of feeding those animals. But that's all good. The nice thing, though, I say this now, but like the nice thing is we really don't need anything else. We got ourselves a new forage wagon. We got a truck and a trailer to haul everything around, like all of our stuff. I got all the tractors that I need. I have all the implements that I need. The only thing we're really going to have to pay for in the future is consumables and maybe renting the wood chipper and stuff next winter to do some cleanup around the farm. But that's like not even really that big of a deal. A couple trees that I would like to take out is this one right over here that's in the way by the hay loft. I'd like to take this out, and then like probably, to be honest, some of the trees on the other side over here would be good to get out of here. I might be able to leave that really big one just because it's kind of a nice tree, but some of these other little shrubs we could wood chip and get out of the way. These are all fine right here. All that's really fine. None of that really matters. And then maybe this tree that's like right here, get rid of this one. Because eventually it'd be nice to put in like another kind of, some sort of a shed here. And I could even get rid of this shed. Because I don't really put anything in here. But that doesn't really, that's not nothing I got to worry about too much just right now. Okay, I'm gonna let that guy go and get that contract done. And what I might do here to kill some time, might have to go pick up a couple pallets of fertilizer just to have here with us. So I might cruise on down to the store and get a pallet or two of fertilizer. I would take the forklift, but it's just, I don't know if he's road trip ready, you know? We got him down here and it was a rough go. I don't think he's really road trip ready. I guess a small little utility trailer could be handy for stuff like this, but I mean, we really go get pallets of stuff only once in a while. I could use store deliveries. I know that's kind of like allowed in my rules, but you know, sometimes I like to just keep it like this and we'll run to the store and get what we need to get. I also guess I could take the pickup truck. Yeah, I could always throw stuff in the box of the pickup truck. Maybe let's do that. What I'll do is I'll just, you know, I'll use super strength when I'm at the store to load it in the truck. Because technically speaking, if I was to go to a supply store, you know, like when I worked at Barron Oilfield, they would always load you up, right? Like that's what I did. I loaded up people's trucks with the forklift. So there technically should be a forklift at that store that would help a guy out and load it up. And then once it's back here, we'll be able to use our forklift to offload. Actually, or yeah, I'll back up here. I'll leave these off. This is kind of just like our little implement area. There we go, drop that off there. Okay, I have the truck parked, so I'm gonna have to run over to it. But I wonder if I'll be able to fit 2 pallets in this truck. We'll sure try. Because this will be way faster. This truck will just fly down there. We'll be able to grab some gears and really pass people. Bombing down the back road. Yeah, we'll get a couple pallets of fertilizer. I guess I should even get a pallet of seed while I'm down there. Oh yeah. We never use this truck. I guess we just don't really need to. But there, we won't get a utility trailer. What am I even talking about? We don't need a utility trailer. Look how fast this thing goes. It's freaking farming in the furious right now. I ain't got friends. I got farms. Yeah, we'll try and get 2 pallets of fertilizer. And maybe a pallet of seed. We've got wrap, we've got net wrapping and all that stuff. Okay, so I got the tailgate down. We're gonna get, I guess I could get bags of, I could get bags because then we would definitely be able to fit it in there, right? So maybe I'll get 3 bags. Yeah, we'll get 3 bags. And a pallet of seeds. Alright, let's see if we can get all this in the box of the truck. We should be able to. So like I said, I'll just use super strength right now just to do this because so technically they would have a forklift here. Oh, I don't know if we are going to get all these in there. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. Unless I go like this. Oh. Something tells me this is, oh man, this truck wants to tip for sure. we're gonna have to roll with it. We might have to make 2 trips. We'll come get that other bag another time. Oh man, I can't let this truck tip. Geez, these bags of fertilizer are a little bit bigger than I kind of thought. I'm gonna let this guy pass in case I roll her on the highway. We can go fast on the straight stretches. We just can't make any crazy turns right now, I don't think. That's it's going to be a little bit too dangerous. Still pass people, though. Farming in the Furious. Okay, well, what I'll do is I'll get back to the farm, and I'll offload this stuff, and then we'll check in on our fertilizer contract and see how it's going. So I'll probably run down. Yeah, what I'll do is I'll run down and I'll grab that other bag too, real quick, just to get it done with, and then once I'm back at the farm, I'll bring you guys back and we'll kind of make a little bit of a game plan. All right, team, I'm just back. I actually ended up taking that other bag and putting it in the fertilizer spreader because he ran out, which is fine. So I'm just heading back to the farm right now. I'm going to park this truck away. I'm going to let him finish. He's 77% done, so like almost finished. But I'll go park this truck, and then I'll grab our forklift and start, moving some pallets around, moving the bag around, just to get the farm kind of squared away a little bit there. But I think I'm probably going to end the episode there. This has been a long enough episode as is. We got a lot done. So next episode, let's go park this out front. Next episode, we are going to be cutting some hay. We're going to have to cut a bunch of hay and grass. Well, first thing that'll be the most important is hay. I want to get super kind of stockpiled away with hay for the winter, even though I know it's only April. Let me just park this truck here. I just want to be like super... Oh, I didn't even shut the door. Crazy. I want to be super prepped because we're going to be going through about 30,000 liters per month with these animals. I'm going to keep loading up the trailer, getting that thing all squared away with more milk. We'll be doing, our normal feed the animals, pull the milk into the production facility, and then we're going to set some people to go to work, and we're going to cut these fields, get them tedded, and I'm probably going to bale. I'll fill the hayloft. I'll fill the cow pen, or the cow barn, with food, and then I don't know exactly, but I might bale the rest all in hay. Like, we'll just do this first cut is going to be all hay, and I'll use the forage wagon, and I'll fill up and get the forage wagon. Not only will I fill the hayloft and I'll fill the barn, I'll even fill that forage wagon, and I'll just park it right in the barn here full, and then we can just jump into it and go. And then whatever's left on the fields for windrows, we'll just bale, because I can do 180 centimeter bales. I'll throw it in the bale storage there, and then that way, if we want to do silage, we can do that on the next cut. Just as long as I got enough bales and stuff stored away, because even if I got hay bales, I can just use the hay spike and stuff, or the bale spike that we got here, to feed the animals. So won't be too bad if that's what we got to do. I'm just going to go around and make sure all these tractors are full of fuel. I'll look into what I'm going to do. I got to put a charger down for that little forklift, even though it's probably not going to burn too much, electric charge. It'll probably be pretty good on fuel, quote unquote. But just something I'll have to do in the future. And yeah, that's basically what we'll be doing next episode. We'll be getting into May, cutting, baling hay, feeding the animals, and getting just prepped through the summer. We'll then probably get something. I'll probably end up buying that one Slurry kind of spreading unit and hooking it to our tank, and then that way we can spread Slurry on the fields once there, our contract's finished. Let's jump over to this tractor. And that way I can spread Slurry on the fields. Is this guy done? Yeah, he's done. Spread Slurry on the fields, even though I know we picked up some fertilizer there. What's going on here? Is this guy done? Let's go collect our contract. There we go. Yeah, we'll spread Slurry on the fields, and then hopefully kind of get away from using, chemical fertilizer, and just using Slurry on our farm for our fields and produce really good hay. So again, that's going to do it for this episode. Thanks so much for watching. If you haven't done so already, always hit that like, hit that sub button, would be greatly appreciated, but don't ever feel like you have to. if you got any other tips and stuff with what I should be doing with the slurry, that would be great to hear from you guys. I think kind of the only thing I can do is put down some sort of production facility and maybe sell off the digestate, or maybe I'll just keep using it to fertilize the fields. Not 100% sure what we should do, but yeah, that's kind of the next plan with the farm. Just keep going with milk and see how much milk we can produce in 1 year, and then we'll go from there and see if maybe we should switch to butter or to cheese or something like that. But thanks again for watching. This is Ultra Farmer. I am out. I'll catch you guys on the next episode. Thanks again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to episode 12 of our Tassi Farms Dairy Empire gameplay series. I'm standing here now, and we are in May, and we are getting ready to, we're going to cut some fields today. We're going to cut, potentially bale some hay. We're definitely going to fill the hay loft with a bunch of just loose hay. We're going to use our brand new forage wagon. We've got to get milk into our production facility. We got to get these animals fed. We got to move some pallets around with our new forklift. And I kind of want to do some more landscaping, kind of clean up around the farm. I want to get some more gravel down and kind of clean the farm up a little bit. So yeah, we got a lot of work to do today. I think what we'll start by doing is I got our trailer hooked up now, and I actually filled it, and it's running. I filled it, and I think we'll just pull over, and let's get this milk into the production facility. We still got pallets of butter and cheese to deal with, and a whole bunch of pallets of bottled milk, but I'm gonna just get this milk dumped into the production facility. This production facility is working pretty good for the animals that we have. I think this is going to be something we can just roll with for the next little bit. I even think in the future what we'll do is probably just put down another production facility just like this right beside it, and then I'll leave enough room in between that like I say here, I'm doing this. I'll leave enough room in between that we can get the forklift in and just keep scooping pallets. But I think that's the way I'll future-proof it, because those production facilities are like 55,000, I think. So we could always run 2 or 3 of them, like if need be. Basically, that one supports for 100 head of cattle. So, and we've got all the room kind of over there that we need to put them down. Okay, I'm just gonna drop this off somewhere like right there. And maybe what I'll do is, oh yeah, let's get this guy grounded. Oh, this thing is so deadly. Okay, actually, I'm gonna just wait real quick here. Let's get this tractor going, and let's feed the animals. Cruise on through. Give them some honks, wake up. Let's grab this new trailer. This new trailer works perfect. I'm actually excited to use it today to get some hay off the field. Because once we feed the animals here, let's add in 90,000. That's what we got left. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good considering, the winter we went through. So I think it'll be pretty good, especially if we stockpile some hay bales away. So I think today will just be all hay. We're not going to do any grass or silage or anything like that. We're just going to do, how do I want to do this? I think I want to always try and back this thing into the outhouse. No, I'm just kidding. I want to always try and pull into this end of the cow barn. Yeah. There we go. Get these cowboys all filled up. Ooh, this tractor's pretty dirty. Might have to clean her up. One thing too I kind of want to do next year when we're got the wood chipper and stuff is maybe come out here and take some of these trees down. Yeah, definitely kind of clean this area up so it's a little bit easier to MacGyver my way through here. Like this tree, this small one right there, definitely can be gone. Okay, so I'm actually just gonna leave this right there. Yeah, it's got a little bit of hay in it. Who cares? We'll just leave that there for now. But what I want to do is I want to take this tractor, fuel it up, and then I'm gonna hook him to the mower right now, and get get them cutting that one small field, and then that way we can just kind of go mess around with some pallets potentially, or maybe do some landscaping. Either way, it doesn't really matter. But we'll that's kind of the nice thing too. Like we don't have uh we don't have another tractor, which I still don't really think we need another tractor. I'm just keep telling myself that I don't need another one. Because I know me and that I'll want to buy one. But we got the forklift to kind of do some chores around the farm now as well, which is nice. Okay, let's get this field cut. Yeah, let's get this field cut. And let's hop into this tractor. Yeah, we'll hop into this tractor. Actually, I think what I'm gonna do is back this tractor up just right here for right now. Let's go into build mode. And let's start laying down some more gravel and start cleaning up some of this stuff. There's our gravel button. Because I like how like tidy this looks in here. Like I want to tidy all this up. So I'm thinking, let's make this a little bit bigger. Let's get some gravel in all through this area for sure. And definitely, what other stuff do we have here? Maybe not gravel, but at least some good dirt. Let's make this a little bit bigger. Do like a solid. Get this all kind of cleaned up a little bit. Because we're always turning around in here. It would make sense that this like higher traffic area, there's not really that much grass growing in on it. Let's get all that cleaned up. Maybe kind of clean up around here a little better. Let's clean up some of this garbage. Back into build mode would be good. A little more gravel through there. And then what I was thinking is I'd kind of do gravel through here. Kind of just out to these roads. Then we'll grab our dirt. So I'm thinking. Do that a little bit like that. Kind of make this more, just not so much grass and stuff popping through. clean that up. Kind of clean that up right now. Get that shrub out of there. Yeah, some a little bit more like that. Around the fuel tank as well. And we got to find a spot for the electric charge unit. Kind of blend that a little bit there. Oh. Come down to gravel here. There we go. I wonder too, I just want to see how it'll look. If I was to go really small with the dirt. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what we should do. Actually. Make this all. Oh, maybe we'll tone this down just a little bit. Where I did with dirt, I'll do with gravel. And then we'll kind of like texture it through. So I can even kind of leave that the way it looks. And then same with here, I'll just kind of make this. We're like Picasso, you know what I mean? We're just like painting a canvas here at Tassi Farms. Because we spread gravel, but we just didn't do that good of a job, you know? Our gravel spreading skills were about as good as our initial forklift driving skills. So sus to say the least. There we go. We got all the shrubs and stuff cleared out of there. Gotta do make this a little bit bigger. Maybe throw. Okay. There we go. I think that's looking pretty not too bad. I think what we should do now is we gotta go hook this onto the tethers. And let's get that ready. Yeah, this is already a bit better for cruising around in here. Just seems a little more cleaned up. Actually, there's one other thing I want to do real quick here. We'll get hooked onto these tethers and then I'll do it real quick here. Is I want to build some sort of like a roadway through here to this farm area. So same thing, we gotta texture this up, make it look like a old kind of, a bit of an old dirt road. And maybe some little spots of gravel that got trekked through here. Okay, let's make this just a little bit bigger. Oh, I kind of screwed that up. That's okay. And then I want to try and make it look like, if I can do this. I don't know, does that kind of look like it's worn out with where tire tracks would go? You know? Like we put down gravel and it just kind of got worn out where the tire tracks would be. It's kind of my thought, you know? Again, real Picasso all up in here. Yeah, it looks kind of right. I don't know. That's about as good as it's gonna get. Oh, look at this. This is perfect. Okay, let's get this guy unwound. So that guy's getting wound. This is gonna be good. This is almost done, and then we're gonna be able to windrow, or we'll head this up, then we'll windrow it. It'll be pretty awesome. Oh yeah, you know you can almost smell it. Fresh cut hay, fresh cut grass. You can almost smell it. Gonna be good. Going to be real good. Okay, so what I think I'll do then. Yeah, this guy's almost done. Let's just hop over to this unit. See how our pallet loading skills are. Okay. I gotta make sure my forks are, there we go, they're zeroed out. I gotta be careful when I turn like that out that I don't hit that pallet, because then it'll screw up our whole. Maybe we'll try and stack these. There we go. Oh. I'm just gonna move over just a little bit. I think we can just do her just a little bit. Maybe a little bit more. Not great. Not great. First truck's going to be a little bit rough here. But, okay, what I think I'm going to do... We'll just slowly pick away at this throughout the day, but what I really want to do is go... I want to go ted some hay. That's what I kind of want to do. Okay, let's just get one more scoop set up here. Yeah, I gotta back right up and then spin. Yeah, this first truck is gonna be a little bit sus. Okay, let's head over here. Let's grab this tractor. I'm gonna take this over to the big field, and I think we should ted this field. I don't want to just set a worker to it. I feel like, you know, we haven't got to do some good farming on our own fields in a little while here, so I want to ted this field and start getting some of our hay ready to go. I'll fold these up while I'm cruising through. Farm's starting to get dialed in though, which is pretty nice. Pretty freaking nice. I think in there in the future is where I would end up putting um, some sort of like slurry production facility. Okay, let's get a worker going on that. Let's take a look. I just wanted to look and see. Okay, there's a couple fertilizing contracts we could do. Weeding. We don't have a set of weeders. But like, man, this is like 30 grand. Like, it might almost be worth buying a set just to do it. Baling. We could round bale this field. We could round bale. What is it? Is it straw bales? Let's just go check real quick here. Is that field 19? Barley. This doesn't look like it's ready to be baled to me, does it? Maybe the game's just tweaking a little bit. 11 grand. We could go up there and we could bale that field. You know what? I think I'm gonna accept that contract. And preparing contract. Looks like the boys just went and harvested. Look at that, hey? Amazing. Okay, what else am I gonna do? Uh, Fertilizing. I think I'm gonna take that contract. And you know what? This will be right down at the shop. I might as well just take this one as well. And we'll work on those. I'll just have them in the back pocket. I'll work on them after. It's not really just something to have so we can do some extra cash. Maybe I'll do that stuff off camera. It doesn't really matter, but I still want to be stacking up our money. Okay. All right, let's get... Oh, wrong button. Okay, let's do it. Oh, I'm excited. Okay, let's get this field worked. And, yeah, I think we'll time-lapse it. I'll time-lapse me working this field. And I'll bring you guys back once we're done. And then maybe we'll go struggle loading pallets. Okay, team. I am just back here. I'm gonna hop out. I think I'm gonna pressure wash this mower and this tractor, since this tractor's a bit of a freaking mess right now, to be honest. But yeah, okay. I windrowed that one field and then figured, I might as well just jump right on over and go windrow that second field, because I knew the mower or the AI mower worker would be far enough ahead that I could just start doing the headlands and keep going. And it worked out pretty good, basically. This mower goes fast, so there was no way that I could catch it. But I want to park this mower away. That's probably good enough right now. I'm gonna spin around here, put this mower away. I went through and what I did real quick after is I just kind of pulled over. Well, I'll tell you what happened. I'll show you what happened. I'm just gonna park this. I went and loaded up a bunch more pallets. Just kind of, I pulled over and as before I was gonna wash this unit, there's like the pallets that are sitting out. I'll show you in 1 second. It's gonna make a lot more sense. Let's drop this off there. There's like this bag of pallets, or this bags of fertilizer in that pallet there, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna grab the forklift and move that before I pressure wash. And then I just kind of got sidetracked. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna start loading a couple pallets. So I loaded up a bunch, but it was a gong show. I'm gonna load this one. I kind of got the forks and stuff ready. I'll show you what happened. Like, it was a gong show, complete gong show. I'm just gonna put this one in. Actually, I'm gonna try and put this above these ones over here. Do I got enough height? Just ooh, that's as high as this will go. Okay, is that high enough? Uh-oh. What if I tilt it back? Oh no. Oh, this isn't tall enough? No way. Oh no, we might have to get a new forklift. We might have to get a new forklift. Oh no, that sucks. Oh well, that's okay. Even if we have to, it's not really the end of the world. That other one's a little bit more expensive, but what I could do is I'll just I don't know, I'll figure it out. But we got like contracts and stuff that we're gonna go do. Oh, I'll just sell this one. This one was 55,000. So what I'll do, just push this in a little bit more. Dang. Okay, well that doesn't go high enough. That really sucks. Because I like this little guy. We're just bombing around here. That was so much better. Okay, well, we'll probably have to get that other one. But I'm going to show you what happened real quick here. So I was over. And I jumped out. And I was just kind of like standing by the pallets. And I hit this button. I don't know what this does. Pallet blocker. Had no idea. And it just like pushed all the pallets and just made a complete mess here. So then I was like, oh god, and I was like trying to clean it up, and I was just going so slow with the forklift that I was like, I didn't want to record it and just have you guys watch me struggle through. But pallets were just scattered all in this area, because when these things came out, they just like pushed everything around, and then a bunch of new pallets spawned, and I'm like, what the frick? I don't even really know what the point of this is. Like, obviously it makes it so pallets won't spawn here, but like, I don't get why. I don't know. I gotta be careful of that button. I didn't even know that button existed. Didn't even know. I just like clicked with my mouse by chance when I was like here. Just like, well, just kind of like bobbing around. I'm like, what's going on here? How come these pallets are all boom? All of a sudden nightmare. So. Okay, well, we're gonna have to get a new forklift. That kind of sucks. Okay. Oh well. I'll deal with that after. Let's go. What I want to do right now is I want to hook on to our windrowers. Well, I might have to make a little bit of a path through here that connects everything as well. Put that on my to-do list. I'm going to hook onto the windrowers, and I'm going to set a worker to go get these fields windrowed. I mean, I guess I don't really need... Well, I could always use the forks. The forks on the pallet forks on the tractor is just super annoying to use. It really is when loading like trailers like that. The forklift is nice because it just stays in a nice vertical plane. Like I don't really have to worry about anything else. Okay, let's just set this to, we'll set a worker doing that. Bring these tedders back over and get them parked away. And then maybe we'll go deal with getting a new forklift. Dang, that sucks. That forklift was just kind of a nice, perfect size for everything. Oh well. Now, I'm going to put these tedders... Actually, I'll just put them right where they were. And so what I think I'm going to do, that forklift is 55,000. I'm just going to sell it, and I'll just make it so that I get like 50,000 back, because we used it about 5,000 bucks worth, I think. How many hours are on it? 0.5, yeah. This thing I'm going to say is brand new. Okay. Well, what I'm going to do real quick then is I'm just going to do the swap. I'll go down to the store. I'll swap this forklift out. I'll get ourselves the other one. And then I'll just plop back up here and we'll kind of go from there. I'll just go do that swap because it'll take a second to drive it back. They only go like 11 miles an hour. So I'll do that swap and then yeah, I'll bring you guys back once I got that other forklift up here. And we'll test it out. We'll move these pallets around over there. And maybe at that point... enough will be windrowed that we can start baling. So yeah, I'll be back in just one sec. Alright team, we are back here. We got our new forklift. It, yeah, kind of cost us a little bit extra money that I didn't really want to spend, but I think long term, I mean, one thing to keep in mind is like if I would have had to pay an extra 5 grand, like this was like an extra 19,000, I think, that I had to pay on top. But like really speaking, or realistically speaking, I would have had to pay probably, well, I definitely would have had to pay an extra 5 grand just to put in the charging station for that other unit. So, I mean, it still kind of sucks having to spend that money, but, oh, what's going on here? Jeez. Oh. What the heck? I'm just gonna leave that other pallet sitting there. Okay, one thing that I want to do real quick. We've got this tractor's windrow in this big field. He's almost done. And our other field is windrowed. 100% good to go. So what I want to do is I'm gonna hook up this tractor to our fertilizer spreader, and I'm gonna get this tank full. And then maybe what I might do as well, I've got to fertilize field number 9. Let's just go check. Field number 9 was quite big. I can't remember if I'll be able to do it all like in one shot. Oh, I can't really remember if a full tank of this will do a field as big as field 9. I think maybe what I'll do... Geez, that took that whole thing. Maybe what I'll do, like, just in case, because it won't really matter, is I'm going to take that other... I'm going to take that other bag with me, and then that way, if I do run out, at least I got it over there. And even if I don't run out... Whoa. If I don't run out, I can just, like... I'll probably be able to like fill this with this fertilizer spreader afterwards anyways, like I might not have to haul this bag back. So I think that's what... Oh, I thought this bag was sitting the other way. So I'm gonna hook onto this. Yeah, AI worker just completed their task, so that's perfect. That means that once I get this guy going, or I get a worker going, let's go with that. Over on field 9. I will just I'll take our Doots fire tractor and we'll hook onto the forage wagon and we'll start going around pulling some of this hay off. And then first thing that I want to do is fill the hay loft, obviously. And then once the hay loft's full, I'm still just gonna fill that forage wagon as full as I can, and I'll park it in the cow barn. And then that way it's just we've got as much off the field, and then whatever's left after that, hopefully this fertilizing contract will be done. I also have to do field 2. Where's field number 2? Field 2's down there. So yeah, we're gonna do field 2 last. That says, wait a second, yeah, field 9's, do I take this road? Yeah, you can take that road. I read that quick. I read field 9. Okay, wait, what am I doing here? Yeah. I read 9 quick, but 19 is actually the baling contract. Good thing I didn't drive all the way over there. So we gotta go to field 9 here. And then we'll go down to field 2, and then even if I gotta pick up more fertilizer, at least I got the forks on this tractor, and we can just do that. I'll go check the... Yeah, once we're back, we'll pull off a bunch of that hay. And one thing that I never checked into, not that it really matters, because it just is what it is, but I want to look and see what, how much of the bottled milk we've got so far, and roughly speaking, oh no, did I go the wrong way? I think I can still sneak down through this way. I want to see how much cash we have sitting with our bottled milk. Sneak on through. I think we can just sneak through this farm. Cut through just a little bit there. Honestly, I'm just going to keep this bag right with this unit. Oh, blocked by an object. Yeah. That makes sense. I think that happened to us before. Good to go? We good to go? Okay, there. Yeah, this forklift's pretty good. I'm gonna just head over to her. I'll park it over by where our production facility is. I might just leave it parked under this tree for now. Do we got any more milk? We do have a couple more pallets of milk, but I'm just gonna let them sit, to be honest. We've got quite a bit sitting here. Yeah, this will be better now that we can go 3 tiers high. Let's just check and see real quick here. I'll hide what we can't sell. Diesel. Bottled milk. Okay, so we got about 40K sitting there, max value. That's not too bad. Make more money cutting down trees though, that's for sure. Cheese. I think cheese is basically what we should try and do next, because like, you know what? Like we already got 9 grand in that. Let's go into this production facility. Let's go through cheese. I'm gonna go. What am I gonna do here? I think maybe, yeah, we'll just go through and we'll do some cheese. Let's go, let's activate that. I'm gonna deactivate this one for right now, and let's make some cheese. Now where is this is the tractor that I want to go hook onto. We need to go park these windrowers and hook onto our new forage wagon. I'm pretty excited with this new forage wagon, just to really see, like, 'cause the other one, man, we had to make so many trips. I guess like we should literally make half the amount of trips that we have to with that other one, even less, because this one's got 35,000 liters. I think it'll hold. I'm glad we cleaned up the farm a little bit too. I'm liking it a lot more that we got like some of the grass that was poking through cleaned up. Oh. Can we do it? Can we do it? Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Okay. A little rough, but no big deal. I just washed this tractor too, and it is a mess, but that's alright. We're working. Now, I gotta... Well, no, I'll be fine for right now. Down to 83 grand, though. We did spend a lot of money, so I'm hoping that maybe the cheese will make us some more money, because, like, we have quite a few pallets there, but we're not really getting... I was hoping we'd have more money sitting there, to be honest. And I think I'm going to... I'll go pull this small field first, and then I'll worry about that larger field after. We're 14% done that fertilizing contract. I mean, after we get these contracts done, we'll have an extra, like, 40k or something like that, I think. 30 or 40k. Okay, let's turn this thing on. Oh, yeah. There we go. There we go. This will be way better, I think, having this bigger forage wagon. I'm so excited about it. That other one was just too small. Like I said, just too many trips back and forth from that hayloft. Oh, I'll just straighten myself out here. Oh, it's like, what's going on? But I turned off the cruise control for a second there. But not too bad. Not too bad at all. I'm excited to keep going with the milk and the cheese and stuff like that. And I got to keep watching, like, next winter, we're going to have to start selling off some of the animals. I just got to remember to keep checking that. Right when they get around that 36-month period, I believe is the best time to sell them. So we'll make a little bit of money from that. Obviously this coming winter, we're gonna grab that wood chipper again, and we'll pull down some more trees kind of on the back side of our production facility, and just kind of opening up this whole side of our farm that kind of connects this field, because that's just, we really don't need any of those trees in there at all. They're in the way, really, because we're gonna have to put more production facilities, probably more shop space and all that stuff in the future. But I was also kind of thinking, like, from a dairy standpoint, is maybe we should get goats as well as cattle, and try and do something with goat milk. That's just kind of like a sidebar thought I've been having, but it could be the move a little bit. 99%, not bad. We'll call that a good enough load. But yeah, I want to clear out, like, all these trees in here. We'll get the wood chipper and we'll clear out all those trees. I mean, maybe we could leave some on this side for now. We'll leave this little row. But yeah, I'm going to clear out a whole bunch more of those trees for sure. Stuff this in. The only thing too, though, this hayloft is, as much as it's awesome, it's almost kind of small, that it'll only hold 250,000 liters. But that doesn't really matter, because we can just store bales of hay. We can just store the bales of hay, and that doesn't matter at all. Let's just tab over and just check on. We've got 60% left in this thing. Okay, that should get us pretty close. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Now we shall, so after this, after we get all this stuff off here, the only other thing that I want to buy is some sort of slurry spreading device, so that we can spread a bunch of the slurry on these fields to fertilize them again. And then that means we should be getting another cut off in July-ish, right? I think so. July, yeah, should be about July. And then we'll fertilize again, and then that means September, October, November-ish we'll be getting our final cut again. Now, if we want, maybe what we should do is our next cut, we do all in silage, maybe. Because once we finish pulling off all this, like if we do this, we did basically this full cut in hay, and I'll bale whatever we can to just put in loose. So
we're gonna have quite a bit of hay, like quite a bit. We'll be able to feed the animals through the summer, like very, very easily, and then we could do the whole next cut in silage bales, so that then we have like some extra kind of cash coming in January, and then the third cut of the year I could do in hay, basically just straight hay, and then that'll feed the animals right through the winter into the springtime, where we'll cultivate and stuff again, and and then we'll just start the system right over. So that might be the move, just to get a little bit of extra cash throughout the winter. Because I really want to buy more cattle, but we will need more production facilities if we have more cattle. And I know that pen says it'll hold 400 head of cattle, but it doesn't really hold enough food to feed 400. Like 100, they go through almost 30,000 liters a month, and or they do go through 30,000 liters a month. But that cow barn, I think you can only put what was it, 33,000 in there, something like that. So I'm not really sure how we do 400 head. Like, won't they run out of food, or do they just eat meadow? Is that what does it? Where maybe that's what does it. They can eat meadow when the food runs out? I'm not too sure. We'll have to test that. Because I imagine if the food runs out, then their like efficiency rating is going to go down to 0. It won't be at 100% anymore, and then they won't be producing milk, is what I assume is going to happen. So, yeah, I'm not too sure. Okay, what I think I'm going to do though is I'm just going to finish getting this field cleared off, getting the hayloft filled up, and then I'll bring you guys back. The first fertilizing contract will probably be finished, so I'll get the second one going, I'm thinking. And like I said, I'll bring you back once this field's cleared off, or I've got everything kind of full, and then we'll start baling, because we're definitely going to have to bale. We'll probably basically be finishing off this episode doing some baling. So I'll bring you guys back in just 1 second. Okay, team, we're back. Back. We're trying to bale, but I didn't lower the pickup, so now we got to spin around here. We got the other field completely pulled off. I got the hayloft filled right up, and I got the trailer, the forage wagon, completely full, and it's sitting in the cow barn. And now I'm just going to go through, and I am going to bale up a storm here. I ran out of fertilizer on the other field, so I pulled over and actually, let's just go see how Buddy's doing over here. 40%, yeah, should be enough in there. I filled the other bag into this spreader, so it should be enough. And we're gonna have to turn on automatic drop. Wait, what's going on here? Did I drop the weight? No. I don't know what's going on there. Turn that on. Now these are 180 centimeter bales, I think. 6,500 liters. I think that's what that'll work. So 6,500 liters. Let's do one more bale here. I want to make sure, because there was some grass left in this baler. Just from like the last time that we were baling, the chamber was like half full. And I just want to make sure that another thing that we should do. Where is it? Alt-X. Or Alt-X. Reset the bale counter. We'll see. We'll have to remember that we have to add in one more. But I just want to see how big these, because I got this set on 180 centimeter bales. Now usually when we do the silage, we have to set them to 150. So that almost seems bigger to me. Yeah, 9,000 liters. So that bale that we first dropped off back there, that actually is 150 centimeter bale. So the 180s are 9,000 liters. That's crazy. So that means like basically 3 bales will feed the animals for like a month. Less, it's actually be more. We'd have to put like 4 bales in there, but that's good to know. 9,000 liters per bale. That's actually pretty crazy. That's a lot of hay in one bale. Good lord. I wish we could make the silage bales that big and wrap them, but the biggest we can do are the 150s. And it's about 50 bales, or it was 55 bales that comes across this, or comes off of this field. Okay, let's drop that out. But yeah, fertilizing contract's almost done, and then I'll head on down to the store. I'll pick up a couple more bags of the fertilizer so I can fill that spreader. And yeah, I'm just gonna keep going, baling this field, get this field all baled up, and that's probably that's probably what I'll finish doing at the beginning of next episode. I think because this fertilizing contract's almost done. I'm just going to bale till that's done, and then I'm going to head over and kind of do the old swapperoo and just kind of park this baler for now. And then at the beginning of next episode, what we'll do is we will finish baling this field, and then once this field's baled, we'll head over and do that baling contract on field 19, just to get that done and out of the way. We'll collect our cash, and you know, then we're going to have to pick up some sort of a spreading unit for that slurry tank. I don't know exactly what size and which ones will fit on our tank and all that jazz, but we'll figure all that out. And we'll have to fertilize these fields, feed the animals, do all our normal stuff. Probably load up some pallets. Oh, God. I always miss the button of dropping the pickup. There we go. Okay, I'm just going to tab over and see what's going on here. Is it going to show me? Yeah, this thing seems a little confused. I'm going to have to pull over and do this by hand. It's because it ran out of seed halfway through, and then I think it just like jammed out when I was trying to start again. So, but yeah, that's going to do it. That is going to do it for this episode. It's going to be episode, was it episode 11, 12 in the bag? Okay, where are we at? Here somewhere. Can I see? Oh yeah, you can kind of see. Yes, that's going to do it for us on this episode. I'm going to finish this this contract off, and then, like I said, once at the beginning of next episode, we'll start baling and finish off the rest of these contracts and keep going. We got to keep building up this this dairy empire and get through the summer, get these fields fertilized, get them good to go, and then we're going to be back into the winter, wood chipping, clearing more land, and maybe even putting down another production facility. Who knows? So thanks so much for watching. Like always, I appreciate it a whole bunch. I appreciate everyone who sticks by and likes, comments, hits the sub button. All that stuff is greatly appreciated. So thanks so much for everyone who stuck with me this far in this series. And yeah, we got to keep going. We still got a lot more work to do. We spent a bunch of money, so we got to make a whole bunch of money back and keep building up this series. So thanks again, guys. Hope you all have a great day, morning, afternoon, evening, what time of day, whatever it is for you, and I'll catch you on the next one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to episode 13 of our Tassi Farms Dairy Empire series. I am the Ultra Farmer, and we are back here, and I'm just actually heading over. I was kind of getting everything set up to go spread slurry on this field, and like the whole time that this tank, like we haven't been doing anything with this tank, and the whole time it's been sitting there, I kept thinking, oh, I've got to get some sort of attachment to spread slurry from it. Like usually in the, oh look, I'm right on the slurry tankers. Like usually when I get these, like this just says 18, 18 cubes or 18, it's like 1,000 liters it'll hold. This one has a spreader on it. Like this one doesn't, and when I looked at this one quick, I'm like, oh, that doesn't have a spreader on it, but it actually does. It has one that I can spread. So I was out just kind of testing it on this field, and I got some of this field. It's kind of hard to tell. You can see how I did like the headland a bit there, blah blah blah. Yeah, I got about I'd say over half of this field done. I'm just gonna kind of stay zoomed out like this so you can see the difference in and everything there, but let's connect to this line. Yeah, I was just spreading slurry out, getting this field fertilized, and yeah, I couldn't believe this thing already had a spreader on it, which is like pretty awesome actually. Yeah, I thought I was gonna have to get one. I did not know this tank could spread all on its own, so that's good. Missed a little spot right there. that we'll run over. And it does 15 meters. I mean, some of the other ones do a little bit more. But, I mean, I think it's going to work just fine for us. All right, caught that little spot. And the slurry seems to go quite far. I knew I wouldn't be able to get this, or I didn't expect I'd be able to get this field done kind of in one shot. So, but it got pretty far. It doesn't like, usually, I don't know if it's different in this game mode, but like in other modes, or in other games, when I would spread slurry, like I would go through the slurry quick, like really quick. Like it would barely do any of the field, and that's kind of what I expected a little bit. But this seems to be going a bit further, which is nice. And we still have a bunch of baling to do. So if you're with me from last episode, basically what we did is we got all our fields cut, tedded, windrowed, and I pulled a bunch of hay off with the forage wagon. I filled the hay loft up. I filled the animal pen, or the cow barn rather. I filled the trailer right full, and then I parked it in there. And then what's left is our big field. We still have to, there's still like, 90% of that big field that's got windrowed hay on it. And so I've got to bale it. And I started baling, and we still have to go finish that. But I just, as I hopped on, I was like, you know what, I'm going to go through it. I'm just going to test and see what kind of spreader that I need for this thing. And to be honest, I bought a couple. And, oh, there we go. Good to do this right there. Yeah, I bought a couple, and I was like trying to connect them, and I'm like, what's going on? And then I was like looking at this tank more, and I'm like, does this already have one on it? And blah blah blah. That's my good story. It already did. So that's kind of awesome. That's actually pretty awesome. Let me just check on this field. Looks like I missed a little spot down in that corner. I'm gonna go get it. Might as well. Can I see it? Am I gonna be able to see it? Is that it right there? I'm just gonna turn this on and just go like that, and hopefully I caught it. I couldn't really see it. I don't know if you guys can see. Well, it seems like I got it. So, okay. Well, I'm gonna pull this over and fill it up again. So we used basically 1.5 tanks there to get that field done, which tells me that other field will probably need like 3 full tanks to do that, which this thing will hold 8,000 liters. 80, what it holds? Let's double check here. 8,200? 8,200, there we go. Yeah, so 324,600. That'd probably be what we need to do this other field. But our hayloft is completely full. And then for contracts, we're still in the month of May. I want to get the bales pulled off this field, and then we're obviously going to spread some slurry on it. I loaded up a few more pallets in our trailer. I might just park this guy. Will it fit inside here? No. That's okay. I'll leave that right there for now. But yeah, the baler is over here, and we're good to go. Let's just check real quick on the baling contract, or the contracts rather. So there's a couple hoeing contracts, rock removal, weeding ones. Yeah. Nothing really else that we can do on this other than the baling contract that we have. But I got to get this field cleared off first. And then I don't know exactly when I'll go do that other baling contract. I guess probably right after this. There's not really going to be anything else that I can do that I can think of in between then, because the animals are fed and everything and all that stuff. We'll get the bales. We'll get this field baled. It won't really take that long to get the bales pulled off this field with our trailer. And yeah, then I'll head over and I'll get that baling contract done, is what I think. And we'll go from there. But I think what I'll probably do is I'll just time-lapse the rest of me baling this field. And then I'll bring you guys back once that's done. And we'll hook onto our trailer and we'll start pulling some of the bales off this bad boy. Okay, we are back. We got that field baled. I'm just hooking onto our trailer here. I pressure washed this tractor and the baler right before I put it away there. But that's basically all I did. I just parked it, and now I'm gonna go grab all these bales. However, I think that like that one bale that we started with is a different size. So I got to do a couple things here. I don't know if I have to set that. Okay, I don't have to do anything there. I thought maybe I might have to set this thing to a different size, but there's that. Oh yeah, picking up these bales is awesome. You know, I was thinking about it when I was baling and doing all the like, or just just doing it. That I don't even know if I want to do silage bales anymore. Like, I guess we could, but it's just so much nicer when we can just bail and just pick them up like this, and then we don't have to go through and wrap. It's just so much better, I think. So maybe we'll just do bales. We'll see. We'll see. If I get really bored in the future, maybe we'll wrap them again. But it was pretty nice not having to wrap these bales. Or if we get lucky and there's only one baler, I think in there that I would like to get, other than the one that we have. Like, and this is like super not a priority. Like, I don't even really want to get another baler. Like, that's not really anything. But if I was to get any other baler, it would be the Vicon Fast Bale, because that thing will bale and wrap at the same time, and you just continuously, it doesn't stop at all. You can just continuously go along with it, which is pretty awesome. So maybe, I don't know, maybe in the future. Okay, let's get those all stored away. Nice. So we got bales stored away. Those bales, 9,000 a pop. You know what? I didn't even check. Oh, we'll have to check the next time. Well, what was... I didn't even see... I wasn't even paying attention how many bales we had in here. Was it 14? Nah, doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. We got a bunch of different bales. Okay, so I want to get these bales off, and then I'm probably going to set, or maybe we'll do it. We got to put some slurry on this field, but it's going to be a little bit of messing around because we got to go back and forth. See, I don't think I'm going to be able to pick up this bale. Yeah. One size at a time. That makes sense. That's fine. But yeah, I still got to go do that other baling contract, which I almost kind of just forgot about. 'Cause I already parked that baler away, but that's not that big a deal. We can just go pull it out at any second. I think maybe we'll get the slurry and stuff done on that field, and then we'll go bale. So I'm gonna drop these off. Spin around our tree here. I'll just leave this trailer on for now. I'll just use this trailer to go get this last bale. And then we'll get some slurry spread across this, and off we go. Whoa. It's weird that it didn't pick it up, though. There we go. There we go. Okay, let's go drop this bale off. We'll park this trailer. And maybe what I'll do real quick here. Yeah, I'll get that guy set up there. I think I'll probably just end up doing the slurry on this field, and then we can go bale a little bit later. So let's go drop this bale off, and then I'll park this trailer. I'll park this trailer, and we will go start spreading some slurry. Should be able to just spin around here. Okay. Okay, perfect. Let's hop back over. We'll run back over to that other tractor, and let's start spreading some slurry. Okay, I'm just getting kind of all straightened up here. Let's get spreading on this field. So yeah, this tanker will hold 8,200 liters. I'm thinking it'll probably take about 3 tanks. I think about 3 full tanks, and we should be able to get the slurry spread across this whole field. And one thing I gotta do is fix that weird little dead spot that we have there. Every time I think about it, every time when I cut this grass, and then I'll have to fix it. I'll have to fix it when we cultivate our next, yeah, once the growth cycles. I'm pretty sure we get 3 growth cycles off a grass field before we gotta replant it, before it just won't grow anymore. So I gotta remember to fix that little spot, that weird little spot. But yeah, I think about three tanks is what we're gonna need to do this. Okay, let's see if I can. You know what I wish? I was thinking about this. I wish the game had like a notebook or a journal setting. Like when we go into our, where you can go in and see everything. You can see your finances. You can see all that stuff. I wish there was like a little bit of a notebook or something that you could put notes in with like your farm, so we could remember like how many bales do we get off this field, and how much does it take to feed 100 head of cattle, or just stuff like that. I wish there was like some sort of notes that you could take, or when you finished doing a task, you could like, the game would, you could like click a button that would be like save task or something like that. Like, for example, I don't know. Yeah, maybe when you finish baling, it would be like, oh, you had 50 bales after done baling field 13 or whatever it was. It'd kind of be nice if they had some sort of a setting like that, so we could keep track and not always have to remember how many pallets of milk did we get in one full year, that would be a good thing. Too bad there's not like a mod or anything like that. Some sort of like farm journal or farm spreadsheet, if you will. Okay, there we go. So maybe we might need more than 3. One full headland, but that's actually like the headlands are a large percentage of the field. It doesn't seem like it, but it really is. Okay, so we finished that. I think while we're here, no, you know what? I'm gonna do it. I was gonna go fill, but I want to actually know exactly. We'll just fill every time it's empty. That way, even if we gotta come and, because I should be able to, if I zoom right out, yeah, I should be able to see like where we leave off. But yeah, the headlands are a large percentage of your field. Even like a bale. I remember watching a video of a guy that was baling, and like the most standard bales I think in real life. Now I'm talking out of school a little bit here, but I think most standard bales are 4x5. And this guy had a baler that would do 5x5. And it was something, right, okay, there. Right in between those posts. Let's go fill up. It was something like, since his bale was like a foot bigger in diameter, it held like 80% more than a 4x5 bale. Like, I probably have those numbers wrong a little bit. Like, don't hold me exactly to that, but it was it was like a number where I was like, it's really that much more? Like, I couldn't really believe it. But then when you think about the circumference of something, and if it is a foot bigger in diameter, how much more travel, like, there would be a lot more built into that. So the headland, I always think about that when I'm doing headlands on a field, where I know the field's not like a round bale, but if you think like the outside diameter of your field, that outside ring is a lot of surface area of the field. Okay. Okay, I know we're hooked onto this one. Oh, somewhere like in between here. Or is it in between these ones?
Oh yeah, you should see. I should see where my tracks turn off. Yeah, looks like right about there. Okay, not bad. Not bad at all. I'm super I'm super happy this thing already had a spreader on it. I had no idea. I thought it was just a tank to. Okay, I gotta go. I'm gonna go like this, like that, and then I'll spin around. I thought this was just like a transport tank, but it actually spreads it. It's unreal. Okay, so two. This is our second tank. Yeah, I'm thinking about three. As long as I can. I gotta do that. I'm gonna have to back up here. This is kind of a weird. Oh, maybe we'll just go like this. Because I think I missed a little spot there. There we go. Okay. And we're off. Off like a herd of turtles. Yeah, because the first tank did that first headland and portion of the second. So we should be able to do this headland pretty easily. Get at least probably like one of the vertical passes down, and then I'm thinking finish everything else on the third tank, which isn't too bad. But what I'm kind of glad I waited on was a getting a production facility for the slurry, because I feel like we have 45,000 liters of slurry left in that cow barn. I know, but then I guess we probably sat at max capacity for a while. Hmm. Maybe what I should do first before we put down some sort of a production facility is I just get something that would like store the slurry. Like some sort of a slurry like tank or pit or something like that. Is there I know there's manure like heaps or manure pits. Pretty sure this is the one I have to follow. I know we already did a chunk over there, but I'm pretty sure this is the headland I have to follow. Yeah, maybe I should do that. I should check and see what there is for some sort of like a manure store, or no, not manure, a slurry storage. Maybe that's what we'll do after this. We'll go take a look and just see what everything's gonna cost. Because I don't know, something like that's probably like 60 grand or something, and we don't really have the change to kind of just waste on that. But that might be the better kind of option, is to just store the slurry and see exactly how much we get a year. Again, it'd be nice if we had a notebook and we could really figure it out. Okay, so that we got 18% left in here, so hopefully we can finish at least another pass and a little bit. Yeah, 3 tanks I'm thinking is going to be the number here. Yeah, I might have to get something just to store the slurry, because we'll basically be at a point where we're not going to have to do a double application. Like all these fields, even once they're harvested, this still sits. Is it 50% fertilized? Let me just check something real quick here. Yeah, this field, this unfertilized, is 50%. Okay. Oh, we're out. Okay. Between those, yeah, okay. I was just kind of looking to see which posts I was in between, but I should be able to see my tire tracks. Alright, let's fill up here. This is good though. Free fertilizer. That's awesome. I really don't. I really want to get. I just really wanted the farm to be as like regenerative as possible. You know, we grow our own hay. We cut the hay. We feed the animals the hay. The animals give us fertilizer to spread on the fields. That's what I really wanted. Less chemicals. Okay. So this is our. Should be right in here somewhere, no? Right there. Okay. Right there, perfectly. Yep. She's going pretty not too bad here. Pretty not too bad. Okay, what I think I'm going to do is I'll just finish off this field real quick. And I'll bring you guys back in a sec. I'll obviously keep track if we use any more than 3 tanks, but I'm thinking it's going to be pretty close. Because we only used 12% on that pass, so I think three tanks will be just fine. But I'll just finish off this field real quick. We'll park this thing away, and then we'll take a look at some sort of storage units for some of the slurry. And then what we'll probably end up doing is go bale that field to get that contract finished. And then hopefully we can just, I think all our chores are done around the farm at that point where we can get into June. And, you know, then we'll check contracts. We'll start all our chores all over again. And, yeah, we'll go to town. So I'll bring you guys back in just one sec once this field is complete. And we'll go do some baling. All right. So we finished and we are 3 full tanks. We've got 3% left in this tank. It was basically 3 full tanks perfectly. Which is awesome. So I'm gonna just pull around here and I'm gonna fill this tank up. I'm gonna fill you up. McGruber, you guys know what, if you, oh my god, McGruber. I'm gonna fill you up, Dad. Oh, I think McGruber, either you watch that movie and you're like, it's the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life, or you're, I guess, immature like me and it just makes you cry laugh. Like, oh my god, that movie. The first time I seen that movie, I just like, I think I almost had a heart attack. I was laughing so hard. That guy is so funny. Okay, real quick while we're sitting here, let's go into, actually, I want to do 2 things. I'm gonna fill this thing up with fuel and we gotta go repair it because this thing was shutting down on me. I kind of like that there's that mod where the tractor starts to run a little, just a little rough when you haven't done some sort of maintenance or something on it. So I'm just gonna head over to the workshop here. I think eventually I'm gonna take out this kind of barn unit to our side there since I don't really use it, and maybe kind of put in something a little more. I'm just gonna hop over here. Oh, just like a little more easy to use. There's nothing really. Could put wheel weights in this thing. Yeah. I kind of like open sheds where I can like we have this one section here that you can pull through. I could have an implement pulled through here, but the rest of it to this other side is kind of like wasted space. So I kind of think in the future I'm going to swap that out. I have an idea of which one I want to put down, but that might be kind of more of our winter slash fall kind of maintenance episode stuff. But what I want to check is I'm going to shut this one down. Shut this tractors down. Okay, let's go into silos. I think it would be silos. What's this? Yeah, 65 grand. That'll hold 500,000. Like, we really don't need that. This is all for silos. So here's this hayloft. Now this one, it's a mod, but it'll hold 500,000 liters. I think eventually what we'll probably end up doing is using this. I think. I don't know. I'll wait till we're really past the point where we need it, but yeah, I think that's kind of. What are these? A hay shed. Nice. Look at these old hay sheds. It's funny. Is there anything else down here for 65, 65? Those are all 60 grand. 60. 32,000. You know, honestly, at that point though, like, even though, where are these production facilities? Like, I can put this down for 55 and it's like a little intense, but I could put this over here. This was kind of my idea for this like spot over here, like something, you know, like that. Or I don't know, you know, something like that. Maybe clear out some trees so that we can actually put it down. Let's say I could put it like right there, because that's 55,000, and I bet you this thing will hold like 100,000 liters of the slurry, right? I bet you. Okay, let's. You know what? I'm just gonna park this guy. I'll park this John Deere. Let's go run that Doots Far tractor. Let's go put some miles on that thing. This thing's just sitting here running. Shut him down. Yeah, let's go bale with this guy. Yeah, I think I want to put some sort of a different shed unit here. I haven't really decided what I'm going to do with those other implements that are parked kind of over in the grass there, but... okay, let's back in here. Okay, and we are going to field 19, which I'm pretty sure I know where that is. I'm pretty sure I know where that is. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll drive up to that field and I'll meet you guys up there in one sec. Just pulling in here. Let's fire this baler up and let's get going. Now this should bale relatively quickly because I think I got this set on 180 centimeter bales still, which I think I can do. Let's just check real quick though before I get baling. Well, it's already telling me 1%'s done, but I just want to look real quick and make sure there's nothing. Press round bales on specific field. Yeah, it's not telling me they have to be any specific size. So I think I'll just leave it on 180, which should make this go faster. It really should. Because it'll be less time stopping, I think. I mean, but yeah, so let's go ahead, let's get this field baled out, and yeah, we'll collect some cash. Actually, before we do, okay, so look, straw bales, interestingly, straw bales put more into it, because the hay bales was getting 9,000 liters, but we're now touching that 11,000 liter mark for straw bales. Huh, interesting. I kind of thought it'd be all the same, but I guess it also makes sense that it'd be different. Hoeing contracts, stone picking, weeding. Yeah, there's no real other contracts that we can work on. Oh, let's turn on the automatic drop. It's weird that that doesn't stay on. I don't know why it doesn't stay on. It's very, very weird to me. But, okay. Well, let's keep going here. I'm gonna set the cruise control, and we're just gonna rock out, and we'll get this field baled, and yeah, collect the money for this contract.
Right, we got that contract done. I'm just getting everything kind of cleaned up here. It's pretty much good to go. But I'm gonna park this bad boy away. I refilled the baling net, which we gotta get more net eventually. I got no more sitting in storage or anything here, so something I'll have to remember in the future. See if I can snake this in there. Not too bad. Okay. Bring that out. But, okay, I collected the cash for that, so we're another 11, almost 12 grand richer. I'm just gonna pull over and see if we had any other... Oh, we do have a pallet out here. Okay, let's go check. 1,000 now. I just want to check into our... Hide what we can't sell. Cheese, yeah. I think we're gonna keep going with the cheese. That seems to be what it's making more money. I don't know for sure, but yeah, I think we'll keep going with the cheese for now. We got 454,000 liters of hay. That's between bales and what we have in the hayloft, which is pretty good. And so, like I said, I think our next cut we'll just do completely. Oh, I didn't even wash that weight. That weight's a little dirty. I think our next cut we'll just go straight silage. Yeah, I think we'll go straight silage, and because we should have more than enough hay to feed these animals for a year. If it's about 30,000 liters per month, 300, that's 360,000. We should be good for the next year and a bit for sure. We'll see though. I'll just kind of keep playing it by ear a bit. I think next episode, what we'll do is maybe do some work around the farm, a little bit more organizing and getting stuff planned out. I'm kind of thinking about maybe moving this shed or getting something new here, or maybe just potentially reorganizing everything and put some stuff in there that we don't use all the time. So I don't know. We'll kind of see how all that goes, but I'll figure it out next episode. I think we'll just end this one here. It's going to be kind of a good time, and then that way next episode we can get into June, and we'll start our chores all over again, do some work around the farm, maybe do some contracts, and yeah, keep going. It's May. We're going to be pulling stuff up in October to sell, so we'll have a good chunk of coin coming in then, and yeah, we'll just keep plugging away. So thanks again for watching this episode. If you haven't done so already, always that sub button is super important. If you could hit that for me, that would be great. Yeah, thanks again for watching. I'll catch you guys on the next episode. Bye-bye. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to episode 14 of our Tassi Farms Dairy Empire series. I know what you're thinking. Well, if it's a dairy empire, why are we baling straw in some sort of a grain field? Well, good question. Good question. We'll get to that in just a sec. First of all, this is a huge field, massive field that I'm just getting to the end right now, and it's a contract. So at the end of last episode, we kind of finished off, and now we're into June. So we've got a growth cycle on our grass fields at our farm. And when I opened up the contracts, there was a baling contract for this field, and it was 36,000 buccarinos. And I thought, you know what, we could use an extra 36,000, but I also thought, in the last episode I put you through 2 baling time lapses, and I thought, you know what I'll do is I'll just go get this field done. I'll kind of do it, off camera. I'll bring you guys in so you can experience the last 2%, the glory, and then we'll collect the money and all that stuff. And I also did a plowing contract, which we'll check once this bale gets right full. Let's tab over now. Yeah, our other tractor, I sent the worker back on a mission to go back to our farm, so that's perfect. That tractor's sitting there. So yeah, that's basically all I did kind of like off camera, so to speak, or before this episode started, I hopped on and I was like, I think I'm just going to chill out, listen to a podcast and bale this field. And yeah, we're just coming to the end of it right now. And like I said, we'll be 36,000 bucks, a little bit richer. I think it was 36. Well, contract's finished. Let's go check right now. completed. Yeah, 36, almost basically 37,000, and this one was 15,000. For some reason in the back of my mind I thought it was 11, but there, 15 grand for that one. And while we're in here, there's not really any other contract. Well, there is no other contracts that we can do. We don't own any of this equipment. Sprayers are too expensive to do a contract like that every now and then. If a hoe comes through the stores, I'll definitely get one because it'll be pretty cheap. But let's lift that up. Okay, so yeah, we got this field baled. Good lord! I wonder if there'll be some sort of a cultivating contract on this field now. Maybe. Who knows? Who knows? But we got a bunch of stuff that we're gonna do today. Like I said, I wanted to finish off these contracts just so I didn't have to put you through another baling time lapse, so soon. But we got to feed the animals. We've got to go get the milk out of the cow barn and put it into our production facility. There were some cheese pallets that came out. I loaded them into the truck. The truck's getting pretty full. The truck is getting pretty full. I don't know. One thing that I was kind of thinking about in between episodes is, yeah, like the truck's getting to the point. I'm just not super good at loading it either, so it probably could be more full if I was a little bit better with loading, but it is what it is. I mean, even if I was a bit better, I could probably fit like 5 more pallets in there. Like, it's not really going to make or break it, but I'm going to have to probably figure out something, some sort of pallet storage facility potentially. I don't know. There's probably quite a bit of pallets that'll be able to sit in that production facility, so I don't know if I'll have to worry about it just yet, but it is something kind of in the back of my mind. Blah blah blah. Now the second reason I kind of wanted to do these contracts is yeah, it's like 37. I thought that other one was 11, so I thought we were going to be at 48, like almost 50 grand, which were a little bit more than that. Excuse me, sorry. But now we have like some extra cash if I do want to put down that slurry production facility that I've been talking about for 3 episodes. I mean, we could do that potentially, but again, I want to make sure we're overflowing with slurry. Oh, I just cut that car off. I want to make sure we're really overflowing with slurry before I do that, so that it's definitely worth our while. You know what I mean? But yeah, we're going to get back to the farm here. I'm going to pressure wash this unit off and kind of get it cleaned up and parked away. And then we'll start doing some chores. We'll start doing some chores around the farm. I'll get this other tractor parked and all that jazz. So let's get in here. Oh, another thing I got to do is I got to do maintenance on this tractor. There we go. So let's fill this thing up with fuel, but yeah, I gotta do, our maintenance bar is getting low over there, so I'm gonna have to go spend some money and do some maintenance on this tractor. The only thing is, like, I've been having to do maintenance on this thing quite a bit lately, it seems like. I don't know, like, there's only 55 hours on this tractor, which, like, I guess for the game is probably quite a bit. Like, in real life, like, I mean, that's a brand new tractor. There'd be like 5,500 hours on it before you would really even want to sell it, probably. And even then, like, there's a lot of tractors that are still going from the 70s. So more what I'm getting at is I hope it doesn't get to the point where it's like breaking down all the time and I have to get a new tractor. I don't think I've ever done that in this game where I actually like wore out any piece of equipment. I just sold stuff because it was fun to buy new things. Okay. Backing in. Not a really good back in there, I'm not gonna lie, but we did it. Okay, let's pull around here and let's hook onto our fluid tanker here. And let's get it filled with milk. I think there was already some milk in this thing. So I might have to make 2 trips here, which is a good problem. We want to have, got to get more and more milk. I'm still super happy that we bought this truck and trailer. Yeah, like, see, like, my load job is like, it's, I don't know. I don't know. Definitely would probably get fired from the warehouse job, which I wouldn't even feel bad if they fired me. Okay, let's load this in there. But yeah, our fields are growing good. I would kind of want to wait as well too, and wait for. But then we might not get 3 cuts off before November. Yeah, I think I'll just cut it as soon as the harvest is ready. I was kind of thinking maybe we would wait an extra month to let it get to one more stage of like growth cycle before we harvested it to see what our yields would be, but it kind of doesn't really matter. I mean, we got so much food stocked away, and plus these animals, they didn't eat 30,000 liters worth of food last month. They ate about 20, maybe 22. And I think it's because they have meadow out there to eat. I don't really understand how the meadow works. Like, I assume they're not eating meadow in the middle of winter. The game's probably made that way so that, like, at winter time, the grass isn't growing, but in the summer it is. So, but yeah, I still don't really understand that. Or, I mean, that's probably really all there is to understand with it. But I don't know how much of it they eat, or like when they decide they're gonna eat it. Does that make sense? I don't know. But I want to hook onto this trailer, and we will fill this cow barn up. Okay, dump some in there. Don't really know how much. Okay, there we go. 33,000 in there. So I'll drop that down. And okay, so maybe like I didn't do maintenance on this tractor, but I bet you let's hop out here. I bet it was the baler. Because yeah. I'll have to try and remember the next time we pull the baler out to do some maintenance on it. Because I don't want that thing to break down or something crazy on us. But okay, let's go park this tractor for now. I'll just back him in. Now let's go hook onto this guy so we can put our plow away. Maybe we'll give this guy a quick little pressure wash while we're right here. Another thing that I want to do today is kind of, I think I'm going to get this shed over here kind of like revamped. This one that's right beside me here to my right, this guy. I think I might tear that one down and put in a different one. I kind of was looking. Oh, let's not hook onto that thing. I was kind of looking, and there is some better options, but we're going to have to move those pallets away. So we got to get our forklift. Let's just back this in here real quick, and then okay, where's the forklift? Let's fire this guy up. Another thing that I gotta get is more twine for the baler, because we are out. I don't have any more, and the baler's running a little bit low, so I'll have to do that as well. Might get to take the old pickup truck down, go flying down the highway again with that thing, and run to the store and pick up some twine. Now this rain wrap is gonna last us forever. Now, I think for now, it doesn't really matter. I'll just set it over here for now. Okay, let's go grab this pallet of seed. I'm getting better with this thing, but like not super, well, you guys seen the truck, I mean. The effort's there. The effort's definitely there. I'm glad we got this bigger one though, like just for going 3 pallets tall. Now, technically speaking, I probably should have been able to just like, if I would have been better with that little electric one, I could have stacked them 3 tall on the ground, and then I would have had enough height to like, you know, just grab the bottom pallet. But I wasn't skillful enough, you know what I mean? So now another thing we're gonna have to do is actually connect onto this. Push, push, push. All right. Okay. So let's go into the build mode here. Now, what I was thinking is we'll sell this guy. What do we get for this? 22,000 we get when we sell that? That's crazy. I didn't really think it was like worth that much, to be honest. But the one that I saw in here, give me one sec. Did I go too far? No, I don't think I did. Maybe I did. It was this guy. It was this guy. Now, maybe I should cheat it over a little bit. That was the one that I wanted to get. Let's go back in here to this mode. And make sure it's all level. Give her some smoothing out around here. And then let's go over to paint. And I'm going to just do a little bit of a more tighter kind of circumference around there. And maybe let's put some dirt. Same thing over here. Put some dirt. Okay. I think that looks not too bad. Keep up with our style here. Sort of. Okay. Not too bad. Not too bad. And then I was kind of thinking I might be able to, if I had enough room, I could kind of like stack the pallets and stuff here. And I would still have enough room to drive by if I need, I think. That's kind of the plan. And then I like having sheds like that where I can just like pull through with the implements, you know. But the only thing is I don't really know if it's tall enough to fit these cultivators or anything in there. Which cultivators don't really need to be in there, but you know. Do we got enough room? Oof. Like a glove team. Nice. Nice. Now, we don't really need to have the cultivators in there. That's not really the main thing. I don't know, we might have to set the farm up a little different. I don't really know how we could set all of it up. I haven't really thought about it too much, to be honest. I just wanted to get that shed out of there so it's easier to pull stuff through. We definitely could put the windrowers over there, maybe. Or the windrowers could always just sit right here. And then I could grab the planter. If I run into it pretty good there. I got no fertilizer in this. I got a little bit of seed though. Maybe I should pull over and this one pallet. Let's just back this guy up. I got this small little pallet. I probably can just put some of this seed in it. Yeah, right on. Right on, because that makes sense. Okay, well. Spin right around with this. Nope, not going to make it. Here at Rodeo Farms. As if it pulled from that other pallet and not that small one. Get real, game. There, now I got a spot for this guy. I wonder if we got enough room if I put another one of those sheds. Where was it? It was like basically at the bottom. Right there. Oh, why is this game jamming out? Maybe something in there? No. Doesn't really fit that well. Okay, no worries. No worries at all. Now, we're gonna have to jump back over to this guy. Yeah, as if this pallet thing didn't work out the way I wanted it to. I wonder if we just set it on top of this other one. Is that going to be the move? Alright, let's try. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking if I could stack some of these pallets kind of along here, then we'd be able to just do flybys in here and just load up with whatever we needed. You know? And then I'll have to wheel that pressure washer back over. Do I got room for it? Yeah, maybe I'll move these pallets over just a little bit. Let's just scooch these guys over just a wee one. Something like right there. We'll grab this wrap, which technically could go over in the other kind of shed unit that we got over there. Let's pull over there because that's where the wrapper actually is. Now I'll have to hook onto that wrapper with probably this tractor, and then we'll slide that pallet in ahead of it. Or actually, what's kind of better, to be honest, is when it is outside, because then you can, whenever we need to fill from it, you can just like fly by pretty easily. So maybe let's stick this right over here. Okay. We definitely got to get more fertilizer. We're out of fertilizer. Now, technically, though, that fertilizer would just be for contracts. So I'm just going to wait till we actually are doing a fertilizing contract before we get any more. Because I want to just use slurry for our farm. But there, not too bad. We got a little, got a new little shed over there, which is a little bit better because now I can pull stuff through, which will be kind of a bit easier to deal with. What we're gonna need is a little shed over here for this forklift. I wish it would just fit in the production facility a little bit better. Yeah, that's what we get. Okay, so yeah, no, the other thing, I kind of want to reorganize this, but I can't really store. The only thing I could really store in there is the rollers, because the mower unit has to stay open. You can't detach it from the tractor when it's folded up, unfortunately. So I'm not really going to worry about that too much. I would like somewhere to park these tractors, but I kind of just back them up against this right now, and it works just fine. They don't really need to be inside. We use them so much that they don't really stay parked for very long, to be honest. Okay, well, we got most of our chores and stuff done. I think what I'm going to do now is we'll probably sleep through into July, and then, you know, then we'll have some silage bales and stuff to do. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to kind of, I'll go sleep through into July, and then, you know, we'll have a bunch more chores and kind of stuff to do. So I'll bring you guys back in just one sec. Team, we're back. It is July, and we're just getting kind of set up to do some chores here. I was going to feed the animals. I actually pulled that trailer out, and I just parked it in the hayloft, because what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to get our forks here, grab our bale spike, and I think I'm going to grab some bales out of the storage to use those up. I was going to just use the loose hay, and I'm like, oh, we got to burn up these bales. So I'm going to drop those guys off right there. Also, what I did is I went in right when I got through the sleep there, I checked the contracts, and there was a cultivating contract on field 3. So I'm just going to pull this tractor over here, kind of get this set up, and then I'm going to grab our other tractor, hook onto our cultivators, and I'm just going to run down to field 3 with these guys. Let's hook this on. Our fancy new shop area that I can't back up into, no big deal. We'll head down, and what I'm going to probably do, oh, it hits a little bit there. I wonder though, I think, just let me choose something real quickly here. I just want to try something. So, one sec. No. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes you can like adjust the hitch height. Like on some of the implements I can kind of mess around, and I can adjust like the back bar here. And I could like raise or lower it. But it doesn't seem like it allows me to do it on this implement, unless it has to be unfolded. You know. Whatever. We'll try her a little bit later. Let's just run down to this field real quick. I'm going to get a worker started on this field, and then we'll head back and we'll feed the animals real quick. We'll do kind of our
our routine of getting the milk put in the production facility. I loaded up. Yeah, that's the other last thing that I did. Right when I spawned in, I went to see how much cheese we had, which we're actually getting a good chunk of cheese. As soon as I get out on the highway here, or on the main road, I'll pull up our little time savings report and I'll show you how much cheese we got sitting in there. So let me just set the cruise. Make sure we're not running into a tree. So we've got 60 grand worth of cheese sitting there, 19,000 liters. So I think I'm just going to keep that production facility set on cheese because we're only in July right now. If we keep pumping milk into it, um, by October when we go to sell everything, we will have a good, kind of like a good chunk of change sitting there in cheese, you know? Which is awesome. Which is awesome. I don't really know what we're gonna do with the money. Is the thing. I mean, we could buy more cattle. I guess that's what we're gonna have to do. Is just like buy more cattle and see. I'm just thinking we're gonna bottle. The one thing I'm worried about the most with the cattle is the food, because I can only put 30,000 liters of like hay in that barn. And I just don't know, like, when we have, like, say, 200 or 300 head of cattle, I just don't know how that's going to work. I really don't. Another thing that I was checking real quick here, I'll hop out. We've got 20 more head of cattle, if you can see down in there. The health's at 93% because they're never 100% when the calves are born. But almost 10,000 liters worth of milk in that month. So the other ones, like because we had 100 head of cattle, but not all 100 of them were in like well, they weren't in the reproduction zone, but they actually will start producing milk before they're able to reproduce, which I think is weird. But anyways, I think it's just a weird coding in the game, but it doesn't really matter. Regardless, what I'm getting at is not all 100 of the cattle we had before were producing milk, and I think more like now they've gotten to the point where is this trigger not gonna... Oh, I didn't fill this thing with milk. Good lord, I thought I filled this thing before. Genius. Yeah, but more of the cattle are producing milk now, so like 10,000 liters a month. Can we back this up? Okay, there we go. So maybe then, maybe what I should do is the next set of cattle that we get, maybe I should get some buffalo and see if I can put some buffalo. But I don't know if this thing will do. Like, we can go into the production facilities. There we are. Like, I could put buffalo. We could get some buffalo mozzarella going. Because there's still 3,000 liters of milk that was technically left in here. Chocolate goat milk. Chocolate buffalo milk. What? Sugar. Chocolate. How much does chocolate sell for? If we go into our... Sheesh. Oh my god. The question then... Oof. I don't know. I don't know if I want to get into doing that. I was just thinking maybe we could... because... Got to figure out kind of the next steps of the farm. I had a brief thought. Maybe we could do sugar cane and then like maybe mix like some chocolate or something in there. I don't really know if that's the move. Sugar cane is annoying to do. I don't know if I want to get into that. One thing though, I'll go show you. This is something I was thinking about. Because right when I sleep through, I always do a few things. Like as soon as like the game loads up, and I check the contracts, I check the sales. and I check the stores just to see what's on sale. And there's a set of headers in there on sale. Now, we're not really grain farmers, but just trying to like plan for the future of like, well, what could we get into in the future? And you know, I could start planning for that now. And by that, like, because those headers, I'll show you. Wrong button. 16 grand for this set of headers. Now, it's not a huge set of headers, right? But it doesn't really matter. 16 grand is super cheap. You know, is it worth buying these and just throwing them in the back 40 and like having them for when the time comes, just because like these are 50% off right now? Like, should I do something like that, or am I just bored, you know? Round bale, hay. Okay, so let's pull this small one out of there for sure. And yeah, we'll pull 2 of those guys out of there. Do you think I'll be able to? I think I'll be able to just grab with like one of these guys. Oh. And then sneak in here and go like, nah, I don't think that'll work. Okay, let's go throw this in the barn. Okay, that took it. All right, good. Sometimes when it pauses like that for a second, I'm like, what now? Now, can I? Are we this good? Oh yeah. Yeah, we're this good for sure. Maybe. Now, it might not take both of these. Will it take both these? 18. I put that 6 in there. I think there was 9. Could be close. But see, the only thing is though is that kind of, I don't know if I can like, yeah, do that. Give that a bit of a, oh, it took both of them. Okay. Now, this is what I was thinking about was if, like, I wonder, let's just hop out, because if I put too much food there, it just sits there and chills out. So let's just grab 2 more. Let's say, because if I put too much in there, it'll just sit in there. And I wonder if I just have a bunch of bales like sitting in there through the winter and stuff, if you know, because I'm worried that if there's too many animals, I'm gonna run through the food that's like actually in the barn. But if I have a bunch more just sitting here, hopefully the game will just, as it goes down, it'll start pulling from what I have just like sitting right in here. Right. So let's say I set a bale there. I'm just going to pull this one off the top. So it doesn't get like kind of like lost in the air there. Drop that one down there. Like, I wonder if I just stockpile a bunch of bales in there. And then throughout the winter, I just don't even have to like really worry about going and like feeding the animals. There'll just be a whole bunch of bales just chilling there. I think that might be the move. Because we're right full with 33,000. Those are 9,000 liter bales. So like 3 of those will be 27,000 liters. So if I have like 4, that's 36. If I have 8, that's 72,000 liters just sitting there. So that would like technically should be good for an extra. If I had 72,000 liters in bales sitting there, and then plus a full thing full of like loose hay, that should be good for like 3 months. That would be December, January, February. We're not going to be cutting in March. We would have to plant. Yeah. So I'm kind of thinking then for this, let's just pull over while I got this on. But I'm kind of thinking for this cut then. Yeah, I think this cut I'm still just going to do in straight silage. I think. Because this should be ready to go. Yeah, it's ready to harvest. But man, if it had one more growth cycle, it would be even better. But I think we'll just do this one in silage. And then our next cut we'll do in hay. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. We didn't get a ton of money for the silage. Like, it wasn't like a ton of cash compared to like the milk and stuff that we're doing. So, you know, yeah, I don't know. I'll kind of think about it a little bit more. What I think I'm going to do real quick is I think I'm gonna hop over to the other tractor and probably just take over cultivating that field and get that all finished off. So let's jump over and let's just see where we're at here. They're obviously doing the up downs. I'm really surprised the AI worker didn't get jammed out around that treat area. Very surprised, actually. Okay. So what I think I'm gonna do, let's take this over real quick. I'm going to turn on steering assist because it should be right there. And let's start cultivating this. Yeah. I usually never do the up downs first when I cultivate or when I run the. I always just do the headlands first and then do the up downs. I wonder what's best. Like, does anyone actually know what's best? There's probably something with like less compaction, or would that be a factor in like why someone does the headlands first, or is it just easier? It's probably just better. You finish off the field on the edge of the field and then you can just pull straight off. Maybe it's something like that. I'm not too sure. I always wondered why like the game is coded to do the up and downs first and then the headlands second, or last rather. Never really understood that. Probably a good reason. Probably definitely a good reason for it, but I just never, didn't really know. This is kind of a weird field. If we owned this field, for sure I would take out these trees and just like not have this weird peninsula of annoyingness. And like, look at this. Would be the first thing we'd be doing, because we're wood chipping masters now. Okay, I think what I'm going to do is, I'm going to finish off cultivating this field, and maybe we'll just time lapse the last little bit of this. We'll get this done, and then we'll head back up over to the field, and we'll start cutting some grass, and we'll start getting some windrows, grass windrows all done. We'll bale it. We'll just do this cut and silage. We'll wrap everything, store it all away. Then it'll be good and fermented by the winter time if we want to go sell it, or if we do want to go sell it. And we'll do silage. Then we'll probably be able to give a double growth cycle into our next hay cut, and we'll just roll with that for this year and see how it goes. It's not going to be the end of the world if we have to change our mind on anything. Now, hopefully this time lapse is good. I've never really. This is going to be a weird field to like take over, but we'll get her figured. We'll be back in a sec after this time lapse, and we'll cut some hay.
Alright team, I am back here. I just got back to the farm. I'm just pulling in here. I'm going to pressure wash off these cultivators real quick here. I already accepted the cash from our contract. So we're good to go. We're a little bit richer. Not too much richer, that's for sure, but we're slowly getting there. I'm looking forward to cutting these fields now. Because I really want to do, yeah, I think we'll do all this stuff in silage. And hopefully we'll get a good chunk of coin from that. Yeah, I'm thinking that's going to be the move. I'm just going to pull these around real quick here. Pull these around here and get these parked away. Should probably put some fuel in this tractor too, just while I'm noticing it. Oh yeah, that's right. I think. Nope. Huh. Okay. Alright, well, those aren't going to park in there then. I'm going to have to find somewhere else for this. Jeez, I definitely thought this shed would be better. Oh well, live and learn, I suppose. Live and learn, we can park something else in there. Maybe these cultivators will just live where they've always lived, which is right by these old broken cars. And they can sit right there. Okay, I'm gonna hook onto these mowers, but I don't want to forget to get fuel. Not that I really need it, but just I don't want to get going here and get doing a bunch of stuff and end up running out of fuel or something weird. Let's fold these up to make this a little bit easier for ourselves. Run into the fuel tank a little bit. Yeah, we'll get some fuel, and we got to start cutting these fields. So I'm thinking what I'll do is I'll probably go over and cut this small field first. I'm thinking it's going to kind of be the plan, but I kind of want to do two things here. Two things. We're going to get a worker going on this field. Let me go like that. Let's get these down. Okay. We're always cutting this grass like a little bit ahead of time. Man, you know, like I'm honestly thinking I almost want to just wait till next month and let's just set this there right now, because there's one thing I want to do. I was able to find how do I want to do this? I'm going to drop these forks off. I was able to find a different bale wrapper that will wrap the 180 centimeter bales. Oh, let's just go like this. So what I want to do is I want to run up to the store. I'm going to take ours up. I'm going to run up to the store, sell ours, and get a new one. It's basically the same thing, and they're the same price, but it'll wrap 180 centimeter bales, which is going to be, you know, super helpful. Okay. Let's grab this thing. We're going to head up to the store. I'll show you. Okay, let's just double check. Yeah, I took that money for that contract. We got anything else? There's nothing really else we can do in there. We've already checked the store. There's nothing too good in there. But yeah, I want to get a different set of wrappers. Once I get up to the store, or I guess I'll just show you right now. Maybe what I'll do is I'll show you. Let's go like this. Where are they? Bale wrappers. It's going to be this unit right here. Not this big unit, but this unit right here, which is basically the same thing as this, except it'll just wrap the larger bales. Maybe we'll get the support wheel on that. I don't really know what that does. Rain wrap, 3-point, and front loader. Yeah, that's what I want. So I'm actually going to buy that right now. And I'm going to head up to the shop, grab it, and I'll come back down to the farm real quick. Maybe I'll just go do that real quick, and then I'll bring you guys back in once I'm back down here with that wrapper. All right, team, we are back with our fresh wrapper. This thing looks pretty sweet, actually. Kind of the green and black looks pretty cool on the John Deere tractor. Look good on the Dutz Far tractor as well. But yeah, not too bad. So now we got a wrapper that'll do 180 centimeter bales, which is going to be awesome because doing the bales, like the bales are fine, but doing bales that are like, just the bigger the bales that we can do, the better, because there's just so many that need to be done. I mean, eventually what would be awesome is if we could get a good square baler. Nice big square baler. And then we could just continuously bale. And we wouldn't have to like stop, you know. It would just pop them out one after another. But that's kind of be the little things that we move on to. But I think we'd have to do a couple rounds of silage bales maybe before we can, you know, afford something like that. Because let's go look at the square balers real quick. You know, ideally this one does 240. This one is a mod. It's like a really old style looking one. So we could always get that, but then we would have to get some sort of a different wrapping unit, I believe, because these only do round. These would do square. We would have to upgrade to something like this. We need, you know, an extra kind of 100 grand-ish, because even if we... Is our truck? Ours is a Crone, right? Yeah, 18 grand for that, 18,500. So I think we'll just keep doing round bales for now at least. But in the future, it'd be nice to get the square baler because it would make baling even that much quicker. You know, 240 centimeter square bales, that would be pretty skookum. But I think, you know, as I was driving up to the store and back, I was thinking I'm gonna wait to cut this field. I'm gonna wait one more month. I'm probably just gonna end this episode here. I'm gonna wait one more month for us to just get one more growth cycle on this grass field, because I never do that. I always cut it on the first growth cycle, and we really don't have to, because next month it'll be August, September, October, November, I think, is when we can get our last cut of grass, is November. So we should be able to, if we cut, then leave it for a few months to grow, and we can get one more cut in November. I think is going to work out, and depending, maybe we'll do half and half in November. We might do half in grass / silage and the other half in hay. I don't really know. We'll see how much food and stuff the animals go through. Also in October, we got to go sell off all our cheese and stuff, our cheese and our butter and our bottles of milk. So we'll be able to get a good flush of cash and stuff then. And then in January, no, we probably won't do any silage in November, because I'm going to go sell everything probably in January-ish. January, February, we'll go sell off all the silage, which will give it enough time to ferment through September, October, November, and December. It should be 100% fermented. So we'll sell off that silage then. So October and January, we should get some flushes of cash. And we're also going to, in December, we're going to rent the wood chipper again and go through, and I'm going to work on this area right here. I'm going to work on this area right here. Potentially this area as well. Not this December probably, because it takes a while, but definitely work on this area here. I'll try and get this big tree done. These smaller trees actually might go a little bit quicker. Oh, maybe I should wait before I say that, but yeah, work on this area right here, and I might even leave a couple of these in and just get these out. But that's kind of be the rough couple plan over the next, you know, few months and few episodes. So thanks again so much for watching. I appreciate it like always. If you can hit that sub, hit that like button, it would be greatly appreciated. But you know, don't ever feel like you have to. I hope you guys are enjoying this series. I'm really enjoying the farm. I'm liking how the farm's coming together, and we're at a pretty good spot right now. You know, the next few months we'll get some good flushes of cash, and we'll be able to expand the farm a little bit more. Hopefully get some more cattle. Hopefully dial in their food a bit more. Now that we've got some hay bales sitting there, I can stockpile them into the barn in the winter, and hopefully, you know, stay on top of their food. But yeah, everything's coming together pretty nicely. So thanks again so much for watching. I appreciate it if you've been with me this long. And yeah, I'll see you guys on the next episode. Have a good one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to episode 15 of our Tassi Farms Dairy Empire gameplay series. I'm the Ultra Farmer. We are back here today, and we got a pile of work to do today. We've got to do our normal chores. We're gonna have to head over and get the milk pulled around and put into the production facility. We're gonna have to feed the animals. Although the animals have been eating quite a bit of the pasture meadow, so we won't have to put too much food in there in the cow barn, but definitely have to get their food topped off. And we're gonna be cutting, baling, and wrapping a whole pile of. There'll be grass bales originally, but or off the start, which will turn into our silage bales. So we got a ton of work to do today. I was just sitting here, um, getting hooked onto these windrowers. I was kind of just moving some stuff around the farm, just kind of getting ready for the day. I pulled out our new wrapper, and I gotta just make sure there's twine and stuff in the baler, which I'm pretty sure there is, but I might have to go pick some up. I figured I would just kind of pull some of this stuff over here. I'm gonna drop that off. Actually, I'll just pull it out of the way a little bit more here. I'm gonna drop this off. I'm gonna jump over into this tractor and get a worker cutting this field. You know, another thing too, I left this field to get to its second stage of growth this time, which we haven't done yet. I'm usually always cutting it kind of like a little bit premature, and I think I'm just gonna wait for the rest of our series, like unless we have to cut it early for some weird reason. I'm just gonna always leave it to get to the second stage of growth. I just think it'll be better. We'll probably get way more yield off it. I can't really remember how many. Wow, we didn't do bales on this last time. No, we did do bales on some. I can't remember. We pulled. I know we pulled a bunch into the hay loft, and then maybe did the rest in bales. Yeah, that's probably what we did. The other field we definitely did in bales. But okay, we'll let a worker go on that, and I'm just gonna go over and I'm gonna go grab the milk, or I'll load the milk into our trailer and we'll pull it into the production facility. We've got a mess, well, not a mess, just a whole bunch of cheese pallets sitting there, which I can't fit in our truck. So they're just gonna have to kind of sit in the production unit for the next couple months and stockpile in there. But we're gonna have a whole whack of cheese, like a whole whack. Okay, let's fill that real quick. I'm just gonna jump out while that's filling. Yeah, so we still got 16,000 liters of food in here. Basically, they ate half the amount of food that they normally do in the winter months. Jesus, the trailer feels a little bit heavy. Maybe it's just a weird pull. But yeah, they're eating a whole bunch of the pasture meadow, which is good. Yeah, see, we got all these pallets of cheese just sitting here, but our truck is full. It is completely. It probably could be a little bit more full, but you know, I'm still still not the best forklift operator. Not the best forklift operator, but ready to go, which is nice. And I think, like, let's go look at our chart here. Hide those. Okay, cheese. Like, it says we got 90,000 cheese. Diesel, which we would never sell. 38,000 in hay, and another 35 in the bottled milk. Like, plus we got another couple months of, like, milk that will be produced into cheese yet. Because we're not going to sell everything until October. That's what it's telling us our max month is. And so, you know, we could get 100 grand for it potentially in October, which is great. But that, along with being able to do silage bales, the fact that we're probably going to get another, I don't know, maybe another 40 or 50 grand of cheese that'll be produced over the next couple of months before we take everything in to sell. You know what I mean? It could be a pretty good little winter of once we sell all of that, and then just getting the wood chipper and doing that, like what we did with the wood chips again, to kind of help out. Let's go like this. Let's fill this bad boy up. Now, admittedly, we're only going to need about that much food to fill this thing. Cows are out having a good time. But yeah, we could have a good little winter, pretty decent winter of profit. But by the time the wood chips are done, is that a deer in here? Ghost deer. He walked right through the wall. Did you guys see that? Yeah, we could have a pretty good little winter with the, like I said, with the wood chips, plus selling all the silage bales and everything, and then all of our production materials. Like we'll have a pretty good little winter. And after that, then what we got to plan is like how we're going to expand the farm. But I've had a couple ideas. Now I'm going to pull around. Let's just park this. Let's just park this right there for now. Now we are. One thing I still really want to do is put down some sort of production facility for the slurry, because we're getting so much slurry and we don't really use it that much. Now, the nice thing about this trailer, which we have this slurry tanker, is it'll spread digestate. I think all of these do. Oh, that'll spread manure. I didn't know that. Did I know that? It doesn't matter. Who knows what I know? But I'm thinking I still really want to put down some sort of a production facility for that slurry, because not only can we, we could still spread slurry on our fields. If we ran out of the slurry for some reason because we were producing too much of it through the production facility, we could then spread the digestate that it produces. We could sell the digestate, and we should get some income from it generating power. We should get some sort of income for when it's actually generating power and methane and all that stuff. I think, at least. I don't know exactly. But if we go into these production facilities, like this one's pretty expensive. Not enough money, you're telling me. But we also have some other ones down here. I could put something like this in and at least test it out. It's 55,000. I don't know what this is. Fast? I don't really know. I don't really. These could be just something that are trial and error because they're kind of cheap. We could see if it generates some money for us. I don't really know, like. So let's look at this. We could put in silage in this one. We can put in manure. We could put in sugar beet. We could put in straw. Oh, interesting. You could put straw in. Interesting. You can put digestate in. Slurry and potatoes. Interesting. Can I put straw in the rest of them? Put straw in that one. This is just potatoes. Sugar, chaff. Interesting. What about the OG ones that we get? Yeah, this is just normal stuff. Putting in slurry. I could put silage in. Not that we would really put silage in, because I don't know if you can put silage bales in these. I don't know if that makes sense. But I think what we'll probably end up doing is trying one of these. It doesn't, this is, yeah, it doesn't really matter which one of these we pick, I don't think. One says fast, but I mean, it doesn't really matter if it's fast or slow, I don't think. We wouldn't be putting in so much that, like, it needs to be fast. It doesn't really matter. But I could put one of these in somewhere like right here. I think. I mean, we could probably just put this down right now. What's stopping us from putting it down right now? I'm going to put it down right now. Let's go put it down right now, and let's go grab a tank full of slurry, bring it over there, and we'll test this out. We'll see if it's worth it. If not, we're out 50 grand, which kind of sucks, but 55,000. I guess we could sell it, but you get like half of whatever you did in there. So let's try this right now. This thing's full. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. All right, let's head on over. This is what we'll do. We'll kind of mess around with this while while our field's being cut over there, and then we can go through, windrow it, start baling. Can't forget to set that baler to 180 centimeter bales. I can't forget that. Okay. Not bad placement. I think I just gotta come through here? Or maybe it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. Alright, let's dump the slurry in. Now, biogas. Okay, we are not straw. Used to sell digestate. Silage storing. Well, we don't have silage. Slurry. So if we put in slurry, we would get all this. Oh, and this is just to sell digestate, sugar beet, sugar beet. Okay, so we're going to go on, sorry, slurry. Yeah, we don't have manure. We're going to go on slurry. We're going to activate this. How much can we have in here? 75,000 liters. Okay. We don't really have... This might be perfect because... Jeez, was that sorghum? Oh, interesting. Looks neat. It's kind of a nice field. Okay, 75,000 liters, and I think... Oof, I can't really remember what we had over here. But let's go see. This thing was always at like 50,000 liters, to be honest. Yeah, 50. So let's do this again. Because like I said, even if we could just keep that digestate, and we can just spread that on the fields if we have to. It's just interesting though that we could put straw in these. Not that we have any straw fields, or fields that, grain fields rather, where we could get the straw off of. Okay, let's dump this in. Cycles per month, 60 bucks. Oh, that's manure. So 200 slurry. We'll see. We'll see if this ends up being worth it. It'd be nice if it made some money, because we were going to be producing a bunch more slurry. Because after this winter, I really want to get more cattle. That's going to be kind of the next thing, is get more cattle, and then after that, if we have to come up with another production facility for the milk, we will. And if we have to get this, I guess we could look on this. If we have to get this field 12, 60,000 to cut and bale more hay, then that's what we'll do. And even if we're getting a whole bunch of grass, what we could always do is get a silage, like a fermenting silo, and we could put some of the grass in there, and then maybe even upgrade these biogas plants and just keep building and building, because this should make us some money. Like, not only from like we could sell the digestate and the electricity and stuff. I could just set it to selling, but also I think it'll make money each month for generating power. There should be some sort of something that we get to do. Okay, I'm just gonna go fill this. Didn't really check. Even if I use... Let's go check and see. Yeah, about halfway. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to keep running back and forth with this real quick and get all the slurry pulled out of here and put into the production facility. At that point, that I was looking, that guy should be almost done cutting field. Even looking through the trees right now, it seems like it's probably cut. Maybe I don't run into that. We'll see what we can see here. Yeah, I'll just keep running back and forth doing this. Yeah, it looks like they're almost done. And I'll get them set on the other field, And there it says they completed their task. Perfect. I'll get them set going on the other field, and then once I'm done moving all this slurry around, we'll start windrowing that field and getting ready to bale it. So I'll bring it back in just one sec. All right, I got our production facility filled with all the slurry. Let's just go check real quick here. Let's go on to this. What I'm gonna do just real quick, we're gonna do this field, but I'm just gonna go like this real quick. Start with the headlands. That's perfect. Okay, I'm just gonna set someone on that, and we're just gonna go look in here quick. Okay, so we got 61,000 liters of slurry in there, and I just want to make sure. Okay, I have it on the storing method, so we'll store everything and just see how that goes. It's already saying that we've got 30. Geez, so we get 180 electric charge, 1 methane, and 60 digestate per 200 slurry. Outgoing products. So I wonder after if we're going to be able to just go over. I should be able to just go straight over there and grab digestate, but I don't know how you, like, one thing I never understood is how you capture electric charge. Like, it's not like a battery is produced from that thing. Or is that electric charge just automatically sold? Okay, used to sell electric charge. Okay, I see. So maybe this is what we have to do. I might have to change this, say I activated this to selling, right? But does that change? Huh. Or maybe I just activate this one. Not too sure. I'm going to deactivate it for right now. And then once we get like a full cycle in, we'll see how all this goes down. And we'll just kind of go from there. We'll just kind of play it as it goes. Okay, I ended up getting this fast one, which I don't think it's going to matter either way, because even if I had the fast or the slow one, we're not really actually generating enough slurry per month that I could ever even fill the fast or the slow one. So like even this production facility would probably sit somewhat empty most of the time. But we'll see how it goes. Okay, so what I want to do here, I'll just let this headland finish, and then we'll take over and we'll finish this field. And I'm excited to see how that new wrapping unit works. I mean, it should probably work basically the exact same as the other one, but still fun. Other field is being cut, and yeah, then we're just gonna go to town baling this and see how many silage bales that we can get. But it's gonna be pretty good. Okay, so let's just take, oh, hit the wrong button there. Now I think what I'm gonna do is just kind of wing this, to be honest. I don't really know if it's worth trying to use like the grid lines or anything kind of like that. I think I'll just go through and try my best, try not to screw this up. But yeah, okay, what I think we'll probably end up doing here is we'll just time lapse me windrowing this field, and then we'll grab the baler and we'll start baling.
Okay, we got our field windrowed. I'm just pulling over through here. The mower is finished on this field, so I'm just going to pull through. I'm actually going to... For some reason, it's not letting me do what I want to do there. That's okay. Let's pull in here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to set a worker to start windrowing this field. Let's pull this over. Pressure wash it real quick, you know, like we do. I kind of got an idea for where I'm going to store this. I don't know if it's going to work, but, you know, we're going to try it. We're going to try it. Let's get it nice and cleaned off before we put it away. But I think I'll be able to... Actually, I don't know if I'll be able to fit it in. We'll see. Well, I'm going to test something real quick here. And if it doesn't work... Oh, that always happens. For some reason I connected onto that. Can I? Maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. I'm gonna try and you can't disconnect from the mower when it's like this. What my thought was if I can fit it in. No, it doesn't fit. Okay, that's all good. I was gonna put it like I was gonna back it in and then unfold it in the shed so that I could park it real tight in there, but that's okay. We'll just stick it. We'll just stick it right here. That's no big deal. There we go. Okay, the first thing I'm gonna do with this baler is set it to 180. Actually, yes, we're gonna do two things here. I'm gonna put this weight down just real quick because I just want to make sure. Okay, I'm just gonna set this weight here because we're gonna set this thing to 180 centimeter bales. I'm gonna make one bale, and I'm just gonna make sure this wrapper will wrap 180s. No, it says it will, but, you know, my luck will bale the whole field, right? And then I'll go hook onto this to see if it's going to actually work, and then it won't for some reason. So, let's open this. Okay, it already was on 180. That's right, because we did the hay bales at 180. Yep, that makes sense. So let's turn this baler on. And we'll do one bale. I'll spin around. Oh yeah, we were doing straw bales. That's right. Yeah, I did that contract. Okay. We'll make one bale here. Since that straw bale is supposed to be at 180, this should just be 180, no problem. Turn on the drop. Another thing that we need to do is reset the bale counter. Okay, now let's just pull this up. Close this down. What was button mashing? I don't know if this matters, but I'm going to turn that off. Do I have to lower the... Oh, no. Okay, we're wrapping. It works. Maybe what I'll do is I'll back up so we can get this. And we would have to turn the automatic drop on as well. Okay. So, I guess it doesn't matter. I'll just leave this thing on there, but I'm going to raise that up. Let's switch back to the baler. Turn the baler on, drop the pickup. Okay, off we go. We're going to bale this field. We will bale this field, and then hopefully, you know, at this rate, probably by the time this field is baled, that other field is going to be ready to just go as well.
So I might just jump right over to that. Well, we'll see how it goes. I might jump right over to that field once this one's done. I don't know exactly. It really slows you down even at like 95%. Come on now. Come on now. Okay. All right, I'm gonna kick this bale out. All right, let's get the rest of this field baled. We'll do it a little bit quicker for you. All right, team, we are back. We're back. I know that was a bit of a long kind of a time lapse. I just wanted to do both those fields. Like I said, I kind of got down to one, and I just figured, you know what, I'd rip right over, get the other one done, just kind of bail up a storm. But now what I'm doing is we're gonna head over and we're gonna start wrapping. I got the other tractor just kind of set up on the other field over there. But what I want to do here is I'm just gonna grab this pallet of
of rain wrap. Oh, run into that a little bit. If I can see here. Okay, there. Well, okay, there we go. Yeah, I just want to bring this with me because I'm thinking I might run out. I might run out doing these like 180 centimeter bales. Do I have this thing on there pretty good? Yeah, okay, I do. Yeah, so I wanted to bring this pallet of rain wrap with me. I'm just gonna go hook onto our bale trailer so we can pick all these jabronis up. And yeah, I got the Dude's Far tractor over there, just raring to go. It's got that wrapper on the front of it, and like I said, I'm just gonna hook onto this. And yeah, do our wrapping system. I think this system works pretty good for wrapping. Not gonna lie, I think it works pretty all right. Oh, we got to do one thing though here. Even though this is a good system, this was always my deal. I always take a little bit of cash off, 500 bucks off, to use the auto load feature. I think it's kind of fair. Just like when we use the store deliveries mod, I think it's kind of fair that you know, I don't mind using the store deliveries mod because you have to pay for them to deliver it to you. Like, you have to pay a fee. I think it's 2.5% of what the cost is, and I think that's fair. Alright, let's wrap up a storm here. I'm pretty excited to use this one. I'm just stoked that we can wrap 180 centimeter bales now because it's just too many bales. I checked, however, though, when I did put the baler away, and it was 56 or 58 bales. I think it was 58, but now I'm kind of second guessing myself. It might have been 56. But yeah, 56 bales, and that's in between both these fields. So we were able to take a lot off of, because it was like 80 some at one point. Well, this is my system. If anyone's new here and they haven't seen me do this wrap system before, I always pick one up and then I just kind of like go to the next one and I tab over to this tractor. And I can kind of see it wrapping off in the distance there, like it's getting just about ready to be done. I can see it cutting over there. So I'll pick up one bale, tab back over, pick this one up. And then I just kind of go to whatever the next closest bale is. And yeah, this is how I do it. This is my system. I think it works pretty good. Pretty not too bad. Like I said, I got this extra rain wrap with us just in case. Just in case. Oh yeah, this is going to work out pretty not too bad. Now, there's one thing I didn't tell you guys about. I found another mod to add into the game just to kind of... I don't know how much of it we're going to do or if we'll do any of it right away. But it could be kind of a fun addition to this gameplay series. It's a fun mod. I'll show it to you. Well, I guess I could just show it to you right now. Let's get this one wrapping and I'll show it to you right now. So it's called VIP orders. And basically what it is it's kind of like a secondary thing of contracts where if I fulfill these levels over here, so say I get 5,000 liters of sorghum and 2,000 liters of soybeans, and I deliver it to the storage bay, well then we get this payout here. We would get level 1 done. I'm just going to wrap this. If I can pick this guy up. There we go. And yeah, it's called VIP orders, and they kind of go endlessly. I was kind of looking at it on a different game mode, but then, once we finish that one, then we would move down into this second one where we have to, deliver some bottled milk, which would be pretty easy for us. Then do some barley, get some wood, which again, something we could do in the winter time when we're always doing a little bit of logging in the winter. And yeah, it just can be kind of like a secondary, kind of like contracts. Again, I mean, to get even 1,000 liters of soybeans, like we would have to get a harvester, we would have to get another field, we would have to plant it, we'd have to do all this stuff. Like, I mean, it'd be a lot of work, and it might not be worth it to go spend all that money to make 20 grand on that thing. But kind of what I'm going to start doing is, like, as we progress the series, I think I'm going to just try and pick away at buying some more pieces of equipment and just storing it away kind of in the back corner of the farm. Like how, let me see if I can pick this other one up here, and we'll just go check the stores real quick. Let's go like this. So what do we got in the stores here? Like there was that set of
there was this set of headers for 16 grand, like grain headers. And I kind of wish I would have grabbed them, you know what I mean? To not pass it by. We're not going to really need these weeders, but to get set up to do some grain stuff might be good, and we could potentially fulfill some of those contracts. Which again, I'm not going to put a major focus on it, but it could be just kind of something a little fun we do in the background whenever we got maybe some extra cash, or I still want to get that field 12. Yeah, it makes me want to get that field 12 even more now, because then what I could do is like I could plant that um, potentially as the sole grass field. Like maybe we just had one grass field, because that field, if it was in grass, it would be massive. And and then maybe we could use these other fields for whatever. I don't know, you know. Like I said, I don't want to put too much focus on. I'm just trying to fulfill those VIP orders, but could be fun. Could be fun. And another thing that you can do with those orders, if I wanted to, if I was to push X, like I could abort this VIP order, and basically what I would do is I would have to pay a fine. I wonder if I can do it real quick here. Yeah, so you'd have to pay an aborting fee. I'd have to pay 8 grand, and you lose like your if for the already completed partial orders you will receive 0, so like you get nothing. But then it would automatically take us down to the next level. So even if we got into a weird one, like there's some weird ones where you gotta like get like canned peas and stuff. Like we would have to get a pea field, the pea harvester, a pea production facility. Like might not be worth it, but okay. I want to check. I wasn't really paying attention. Let's see. Okay, we're almost at a wrap. We're almost at a wrap, and we haven't even got a third of this field done, which is fine. Let's grab this guy right here. Maybe I'll just let this one go down. Yeah, that could be fun. Okay, so we're in August right now. I really want to... Oh, I really want to get more cattle now and just keep expanding, but I think next month too, what we'll be able to do is once these fields are growing and stuff like that, we'll spread whatever digestate that we can on the field to fertilize it, and we'll probably have to do some contracts. There was a lot of harvesting contracts. Look at all these harvesting contracts, right? There's a bunch of harvesting contracts, which means as soon as those are all harvested, September and October, there's going to be a bunch of cultivating contracts that we can go do. So that'll probably be a bit on the next few episodes, other than just, you know, our normal chores and all that jazz. Let's see if we can get this all picked up here. Okay, how are we looking? We're almost at a wrap here. Am I going to be able to refill it right from... Let's see if we can get this wrap. Will we get one more bale out of this? Oh, yeah. Maybe we can get 2 more. Alright, let's head over here. Let's go grab this guy. Okay. Yep, that's it. Let's go see if we can fill right from the pallet. Yep, we can. Awesome. See, it's just a well-oiled machine that we got going out here right now. And I just want to check too. I think... Go here. I'll ghost ride that a little bit. 7,500. 500, not too bad. Okay, let's back up here. But yeah, we'll definitely have to have some cultivating contracts that go down. Maybe even some plowing contracts, who knows. I've kind of contemplating buying that set of weeders. Because they're 20 grand. Some of those big fields we can get weeding contracts on for like 15 grand. It might be a good way to pay for those. But I also don't want to spend too much money. I know we got 116,000. I guess we could. We don't really need anything else. Like, it's not like any crazy expense is going to come up. Like a tractor breaks down. Although I do got to keep up the maintenance on all these tractors because they will start shutting down on me. Okay, so what we're going to have to do now, I'll drop this one down. We're almost full here. Yep, I think we're going to get one more how you doing in here. Okay, so let's turn that off. Let's grab this guy, and I'm gonna just keep slowly working my way over. Working my way over to drop these off. It would be nice if I had if I had a partner out here that I could wrap and pick up with. Okay, let's drop this. This is a pretty good system though, and this goes actually pretty quick. I don't know why. Sometimes I think about it, I'm like, oh, it takes so long to bale and wrap these, but it really doesn't. It doesn't take that long. But I'm just gonna keep slowly inching my way over. Oh, I disconnected from the trailer. Nice. Okay. Alright, well, what I think I'm going to do here... I don't really want to put you guys through another time lapse for sure. So I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to finish off getting this field and stuff cleared off. And then I'll bring you back once I'm just focusing on picking up the last of the bales and kind of bringing everything over. And then we'll just take a look at some of our chores and a few things maybe we want to do around the farm here. So yeah, I'll bring you guys back in just one sec once I got more of these bales, once we're kind of further along with these bales. Alright team, we're back here. I just kind of went and dropped off the second last load. I'm just heading out onto this field to pick up the last of these bales. And then yeah, we're done. Actually, what we gotta do is I gotta double check. Once we get back over to the bale storage area, I'm gonna check and see exactly how many that we had. I thought it was 58. Pretty sure it's 58, but we'll figure it out. We'll definitely figure it out. Now, one thing I was thinking about too is I kind of screwed up. Well, I didn't screw up, but like we put all that slurry into the digestate production facility, and I'm not really going to have anything to spread on the fields. But once we sleep through a month, we'll be able to see how much digestate's in there. I'd probably be able to use digestate on at least the small field. But worst case scenario, I'll spread normal fertilizer or like the bought fertilizer on that other field. I don't really want to do that, you know. I kind of wanted to have like a nice little regenerative farm, you know, where we use our slurry to fertilize it and kind of recoup the land. But okay, let me spin this thing around. It's a good little area that we got set up here for all our bales and stuff. Okay, I'm going to cut this trailer loose. And let's just check real quick on the flyby here. Round bales. Okay, 59. 59. Not bad. Not bad. Those are all just grass bales right now, but they will obviously become silage bales. What I want to do is I'm going to drop these forks off. Well, I'll just drop this whole unit off. Okay, let's go right there. That's the one. Now, I got to tab over to this guy. I want to do a couple things here. I'm going to hit some maintenance on the way by. Stay on top of this. We'll repair the weight for 15 bucks. Not too bad. Let's go get some fuel in this bad boy. We'll get some fuel. I'm just gonna check these contracts, see if anything changed. There's a hoeing contract here, $1,500. That's not really what we want. Spraying, it's definitely not what we want. Yeah, these big fields, these big fields. I mean, one thing if we got a combine and headers is we could do some of these contracts finally. And that would be a way to pay stuff back, but I don't have anything active weird kicking around. Okay. Let's check in. I just want to check in on these animals real quick here. I'm going to pressure wash this tractor too. Let's give her a wash. Yeah, we'll go check on those animals. I'll check on the food situation. Just make sure they're good to go. I really want to take that cheese in and get it all sold, but just not quite yet. Actually, I'll just run over here. 98% health. Why 98? Meadow. There's 169,000 liters of meadow. There's only 25,000 liters of food in there. So maybe what we'll do... Maybe we'll hook onto this trailer real quick here and we'll throw a little extra food in there for them. We still gotta clean that outhouse. Maybe we just won't clean that outhouse. We'll just leave it. Okay, let's back up here. Yeah, and then the next cut, we'll just do straight hay bales. We'll just do straight hay bales. / loose hay. We can pick some up. It's gonna be good though. I won't be able to put all that in. I should have been paying attention a little bit more, to be honest. The farm is set up pretty good though. Like, I like the setup. Everything kind of flows in a pretty good way. It's not going to take all of it. And then you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to disconnect that trailer right there. We'll leave it in there. So the next month when we pop in, we'll just have exactly what we need. Now let's just check this milk situation as well, because we did a lot of chores today. So we might as well put as much of this milk... Oh. Might as well put as much into the production facility as we can. What do we got here? Another 2,000 liters, not too bad. Twice a day, right? Gotta milk the cows twice a day. Pretty sure it is. I can't wait till we can use this big rig and go barreling down the road and get all the cheese and stuff sold. That'll be awesome. Yeah, I'm thinking we're gonna have to probably get another one of these production facilities and put it in right in front, kind of where the tractor's parked. Put it in the same orientation, just like right there. Because we're kind of bottlenecking a little bit. It's okay because we got time, but yeah, we're gonna be bottlenecking a little bit. Fuel this guy up. Just our normal chores. Get everything squared away. And we are good to go. Okay, guys, I think that's probably just going to do it for this episode. I don't really want to start any other major tasks yet. Next thing is basically going to be, we're going to have to fertilize the fields. That'll be the kind of next chore. At the beginning of next episode, we'll get all the fields, fertilized and all that stuff. And then we'll obviously got to do all of our chores next episode. I'm really hoping we'll be able to... Oh, wait. I'm really hoping we'll be able to get some contracts going next month. And yeah, first thing we'll do basically is check in on the production facility and see all the digestate and just kind of go through and see how that biogas plant works, how it, because we're going to be like storing the electricity. I don't know if we can sell that electricity, all that jazz. I'll see too, this thing should be generating power, so like we should get paid a little bit from it. We'll obviously check in on the finances at the beginning of next episode and see exactly like what this makes per month and if this thing is even worth it. But I figured it was worth a try. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. But yeah, thanks again so much for watching this episode. I appreciate it like always. I appreciate anyone who comments and hits that like, hits that sub button. All of it's greatly appreciated. Thank you very much. Hope you guys are enjoying this series. I'm definitely enjoying playing it, and I'm excited to keep growing the farm. And I can't wait to sell off all the stuff and then basically go spend money. So, but yeah, thank you guys again so much for watching. Have a good morning, day, afternoon, evening, whatever it is for you. And I'll see you guys in the next episode. Take care. All right, folks. Welcome to episode 16 of our Tassi Farms Dairy Empire series. Episode 16. I'm very pumped on that. 16 was my hockey number. So, it's got to be lucky. It's going to be a good episode, I'm thinking. We've got, okay, so where are we at right now? If you're with us from last episode, we were in August. We cut, baled, and wrapped both of our fields and got some silage bales going off of that. I put all our bales in our little holder here. Let's actually just go check while we're sitting here real quick for funsies. Oh, why did I hit the wrong button twice? Okay, let's go see grass bale. Let's pull one. Can we just pull one out? Oh yeah, we can just pull one out. I think here. Okay, I'm just making sure I didn't mess something up there. This is telling me 40% fermented. Okay, we're gonna use super strength here just for a sec, just to do that and make life a little bit easier. Okay, so 1 month gives us about 40%. What do we got on the docket today? We got kind of a few things that I want to do. A couple of things that I'm pondering, as always, and undecisive as always. But things change, and then I get all these like big ideas in my mind, and next thing you know, it kind of like spirals out of control. But first thing, let's load up some milk here and let's take it over to the production facility. It'll be a full tank and then a little bit, but we could just wait. It's 8,300 liters. We'll go dump this in right now, and we'll make sure that the cheese is rocking. Second thing, what I was doing when I just started this episode is I had went over to the production facility just to check and see, kind of get like a little bit of a stock of like what went down with the productions for the month. We dumped a bunch of slurry into that new production unit, and we've got a bunch of electric charge sitting in there. We've got a bunch of methane. No, we don't have a bunch of methane. We have a little bit of methane, really little bit of methane, a bit more digestate, and then a bunch of electric charge that I don't really know what to do with. So we'll kind of go through that. Let's go park this. We're going to park this, and then I'm going to hook onto the slurry spreader, and we're just going to run over to that production facility, and we'll spread whatever slurry that we get out of this barn right now, which I don't really know how much we're going to have sitting there. Hopefully enough to have a full tank of this. Oh, whoa. Running into stuff here. Hold on. Let's see here. Oh yeah, we got a couple tanks here. We got a couple tanks for sure. We're doing good. So let's take this guy over then to the big field, and let's see if we can get the big field fertilized. We should definitely have enough though. Thinking. I think there's 19,000 liters to digestate, and then we got 20,000 liters there. But this field takes three? It was 3, wasn't it? Let's get a worker going, spreading it on there, and we're going to pull over. Actually, I can just do it right in here. Yeah, perfect. All right, so let's take a look at our dairy. We dumped a bunch of milk in there just now. We've got a little bit of bottled milk sitting in there that we're not really going to worry about too much right now. 8,000 liters is sitting there in milk. We've got 15,000 liters in the production facility, so that's 15 pallets, 15 and a half pallets. Plus there's 6 or 8 sitting outside. I think there's 8 sitting outside. So, well, let's go check and just, we don't want to count our chickens before they hatch, but geez, 132,000. And this is if we sell it in October. Or we could just go sell it right now. Whew. I think we're going to be too busy this episode to go sell it right now, and we'll just have to do it next month. But yeah, that's pretty crazy. 130 grand sitting in there. This is kind of the stuff that we got to go through today. Plus we got the bottled milk. Yeah, crazy. We got a bunch of cash sitting, and then obviously 442,000 liters of grass, which will then become silage. Yeah, so we're gonna have a good chunk of change. Plus we still got to do a bunch of wood chipping this winter. So what I did, actually we can go back into here. Let's go into the production facilities. I came down to these where it says used to sell the electric charge and used to sell the methane, and I set them to activate. They used to be deactivated, and whatever. I click these to activate. I'm not going to sell the digestate. I'm just going to keep that for now and spread it on the fields, I think is going to be the plan. Because last month, I'll go through the finances real quick here. If I go through like biogas plant income, $0. And I think that's because I didn't sell any of the electricity and stuff. So we're just going to test and see next month. When we get into next month, now that I have that set to sell, if there's going to be any extra cash. We didn't do any contracts through August, but we're going to do some contracts today. And that's kind of my... Oh, perfect. We're right by the cultivator. So I'm going to go pull... There's a field that we can cultivate. It's not a ton of cash, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to set a worker to it, and we're just going to kind of chinwag a little bit on what we could possibly do moving forward. So let's just pull up here. I actually haven't accepted the contract yet, but I know it's up here. So contracts, cultivating, we're going to accept the contract. Yep. Field 16. Look at that. Lucky number 16. Perfect. Yeah, I'll pull up here. We'll get a worker going, and I'll just take you through kind of a couple ideas that I had, and if maybe they're good ideas, bad ideas, probably a little bit slightly of a bad idea, but I'm going to check. I'll show you where there's some stuff that came through on the sales, and then I'm going to go through some of the contracts and stuff and see if we can kind of just play chess a little bit with what we got to do today. There's like there's a combine in the store right now that we could get. It's pretty cheap. It's like one of the cheaper combines that we could get. Let's just set a worker to this real quick here. So, couple things. There's this weeding unit. It was actually in the store last month as well. It's still here, and I'm kind of thinking about buying it. We can get this harvester for $88,000. Now, it's only 15% off. It would actually be kind of nicer if it was a little bit better. But I mean, this thing's 2%. Oh my god, I didn't even notice that. Yeah, this thing's only 2% off. Right on. Thanks for the discount. It's $88,000. Like we could get this and have it sitting in the back pocket, because like if we go back into our contracts, it would be nice to be able to do some cultivating contracts and all that jazz, blah blah blah. What I'm trying to figure out though is, like, we have some contracts. It could be nice if I could get a set of headers and we could go do one of these contracts. We have this truck. We could buy a trailer. We could probably afford to buy... Here's what I was thinking. If we did both these plowing contracts as well, the cultivating contract that we have right now, that's 19. We'd have like 20 some grand, which would probably... Let's go take a look. Yeah, that's a pretty small set of headers. God, I wish we would have bought those headers now, looking back. These are 20. These are 30. These are 35. They're a little bit bigger. Oh, I was trying to think if we could do that, and then where's the trailers? Because we have a truck. But if we got headers and stuff, we would be able to... We'd be able to do those contracts, and then basically the contracts will like almost kind of pay for everything slowly. Because if I can do... Which harvesting contracts could I do? I could do this harvesting contract, right? It's the sorghum. Another thing with the sorghum, if I bring up this, we need to do sorghum for one of these VIP orders. And usually when you do harvesting contracts, you get to keep a little bit of the harvest once it's done. That's usually a little bit of a bonus on it. That's how it was in FS22 for sure. I can't even remember if I've done any harvesting contracts in this. Yeah, no, I have. And you usually get a little, that's like a little bit of the bonus of it, is you get to keep a little bit extra. It's kind of what I'm thinking. I don't know. Because if we could do that sorghum That's the field right beside us that we have to do. This is field 9. I mean, this is sorghum as well too. But where is, yeah, field 14, another sorghum field. Between the two of those, we'll definitely be able to get enough. And then, so this one's like almost 30 grand. This is vegetables. Yeah, red beet. We wouldn't be able to do that, but we could make a good chunk of our money back with these. I'm definitely going to accept these contracts, these plowing ones. And let's go back to this other one. We'll accept this plowing contract. I wish I would have bought those set of headers that were 16 grand. I really wish. That would have been pretty skookum. Okay, let's go back over to here. We're definitely out of... Okay, so we gotta just remember where we are, boats. Okay. Let's go fill this thing up and try and keep... As long as we can for sure get this field done. We still have that other fertilizer that I can spread, but like I said before, I kind of like just using not chemical fertilizer. I'd rather use the slurry and the digestate, stuff that's kind of made from the farm. If that makes sense. Let's fill this bad boy up. But yeah, like that's the conundrum, if you will, that I'm in right now, where I wonder if we should just like bite the bullet, get those contracts done. If we do the plowing contracts after, that'll put us up. That's like another almost 20 grand. We'd be at like 134,000. We could definitely get that harvester, a set of headers, and potentially a trailer. Is there somewhere like in here? Let's go like that. Let's just go back in. I was trying to do this and then I got sidetracked big time. Where are they? Right there. That's 75. That's too expensive. We can't afford that. Okay. Our forage wagon. Where's our forage wagon? This is what we got. Yeah, we can't put anything in there. We need an actual trailer. Let's go into here. There's this trailer, 2% off. How you doing? Get a nice little bargain from that guy. It's 25,000. It's actually not a bad trailer for... Nice. Oh yeah, we'll get this. That's Dutz Far green right there. Can't even tell the difference. The frame, maybe we'll go black. It's a pretty cool trailer. Sometimes though a cover costs a bunch of money that we don't need. No, everything's fine. 20 grand. I don't know. I think maybe I'm overthinking it a little bit. I mean, we're not grain farmers, but yeah, I don't know. I'll think about it a little bit more here. We'll get this field cultivated. This really won't take that long. So what I'll probably do is I'm going to let this finish off, and then I'll take the cultivators back and I'll stow them away, grab the plow, and we'll head up to one of the fields and we'll start doing the plowing contracts together. So I'll let this worker finish this off. I'm just going to babysit the slurry tanker unit on this field. Let's double check. Spraying it pretty good. Not too bad. Yeah, I'm just going to babysit this real quick. So I'll get this field fertilized. I'll get that other cultivating contract finished, field 16, and then what I'll do is I'll bring you guys back in once I'm hooked onto the plows and heading up to that other field, and we'll go plow that. We'll go plow one of those fields together for sure. So I'll bring you back in just one sec. All right, team, we're back here. I got that cultivating contract done. It went pretty quick right after. And I collected the cash for it. I've still just kind of been babysitting the digestate spreading unit dude. I want to get this I just want to get the GPS and everything set on this real quick on this field. We got 2 fields to plow here, and I just want to get the GPS set, and then I'm just gonna check. Yeah, I don't think we got enough. Are we gonna make it? Oh my god. Oh my god, we just didn't make it. Are you kidding? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Okay, let's just go do this real quick. I'll just run this. We're going to just do this real quick before we plot out or do that plowing contract. So close. That tells me, though, that the digestate doesn't really go as far as the slurry, because we 100% did it with 3 tanks last time with the slurry. So, yeah, I'm thinking that unless, though, like the last time we did it, like I actually spread it. I didn't have an AI worker doing it, and I was pretty diligent with like turning the spraying unit on slash off, you know, blah blah blah. Like when, like I kept it pretty tight. I think I was just a little bit more efficient, perhaps. But whatever. We got 3,000 liters here. I'll just snake through this entry. But I was thinking more. But what we're gonna do, like I'm pretty sure I'm gonna buy that combine. Pretty sure, because even if we got one, like it's only 15% off, but that's still a really good deal considering like the chances of a good deal on a combine coming through the sales again is like kind of slim. Like, okay, whereabouts? Let me just check here. Yeah, you're both there. Yeah, the chances of us getting like something decent through the stores again is going to be slim. So I think regardless, I'm definitely going to buy that combine. If we can't do those harvesting contracts, which I'd really like to, what I kind of think I might do, as I was thinking about it a little bit more. Whoa, there's still, we missed a spot? What? But what I was thinking about, sorry, I'm just getting sidetracked here. What I might do in order to kind of afford everything is I might pull the big truck down with a load of the bottled milk and such, because most of what's in that truck right now is bottled milk. So I could probably take that, sell it off, and then that would probably be able to fund us by the time I get all these contracts done. And if I took a load down there, I could probably get us that combine, a set of headers, and then that trailer that was also in there, that one that's 2% off. Well, I guess no, we could look through I could check the stores and see if there's a kind of a better deal on something a little cheaper than that. Well, that thing was only 20 grand. I don't know. We could check real quick. Regardless, so get a set of a combine, a set of headers, and a trailer, and then we could go do some of those sorghum contracts, and maybe get some of those side VIP contracts done. Because I'm just looking at this now, like if we could get this sorghum one done, soybeans would be pretty easy. 2,000 liters of soybeans wouldn't really be that hard to do. We could get this one done in the future relatively easy. And since we have a combine and headers, we'd be able to harvest those. Bottled milk, that's super easy. The wood would be essentially easy. Barley, if we did have our own, like I said, a combine, like we could start planting our smaller field in either these soybeans or this barley just to get these 2 contracts, like these 2 VIP orders done, which is like 100 or like 90 some thousand sitting right there. Because then I'm looking through into this one, Angus beef, 24 months old. That's pretty easy to do. We have that sitting in the pasture. Or no, we have dairy milk ones, but we could buy cattle, put them in there, feed it. I could get us some water buffalo as well. We only need 10 of those, so we could get 30 more head of cattle, have that done. Garlic, we just got to plant a garden. Grass, super easy. Goat cheese. This one's the only one that would be a little bit weird. I don't know if I could probably put down some sort of a small goat pen, and we could use our production facility to put goat milk into, and then get this one done for another 116 grand. Holstein cows, again, wouldn't really be that hard to do. This is horses, roosters, that wouldn't be too hard. I don't know, it gets a little bit harder, but It would be kind of fun to grind these out, even if we had to like pay to skip some of these and keep them going. It's kind of my thought process. So let's get the GPS going here. I'll stop chin wagging. Let's get the GPS going there. Set that down. All right. Let's plow this field. Let's get this field plowed out, and then, you know, I'll think a little bit more as I'm doing this, but I think that's gonna kind of be a decent plan. Like I said, the chances of a combine coming through the stores again is gonna be slim, and even if one does come through, it's gonna be like a big New Holland one, and maybe it's 20% off, but it's still gonna be like 300 grand, 400 grand to buy a decent combine. Headers in the scheme of things are relatively cheap. I'm pretty sure that's what I'll end up doing. It's a good deal. Maybe if I don't go through and get headers and we do those contracts and all that stuff, but it could be. Thinking it's going to be the move, I think. But okay, let's plow this field. Let's get this field plowed out, and then we'll go from there. And like I said, I'll think a little bit more as I'm plowing this, but we can kind of make some plans after. So yeah, let's get this field plowed. Okay, folks, we are back in. What I did is I took our tractor that we were plowing that field with, I took it up to this other field, and I've just got a worker going on that right now. By chance, just by chance, I checked the contracts, and a $20,000 cultivating contract popped through. It's on field 4, which is like right at the bottom of our field. Our field is right here. This is our big field. We're right south of our big field. Now, this is going to be a huge cultivating contract. I'll probably end up just letting a worker sit and maybe even do this off camera. I'm not too sure. I'm just going to let this plowing contract run through. But what I am going to do is I'm going to pull over. I'm going to fire up the big rig, and I'm going to take down the load of bottled milk that we've got. Basically all in here. Maybe I'll do two things here. One, I'm just going to move this thing out of the way so that when I pull back in with this truck and trailer, this forklift isn't in our way.
Let's just set him back over here right now. Actually, we'll shut it off so it's not running. And let's hop in this truck. Now, I'm going to unpark it. I'm going to fire this thing up. I don't really know if this is going to work good for us. I don't know if it's going to if we're just going to be able to pull through and it'll offload. Sometimes it glitches out. I just remember in FS22 it was weird, where like I would try to pull through like the grates where you could just sell things, and then you hit unload, and it's like it wouldn't unload out of the trailer. If that makes sense. So I'm hoping nothing annoying like that happens, and we can just pull through, hit unload, and it'll just automatically pop out of there. If that makes sense. Yeah, I'm hoping that'll work. Because I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna get this combine and everything, and just kind of future proof. Because then we'll be able to do those contracts. They'll work pretty good. Yeah, this is gonna be a big field that we have to cultivate. That'll take some time. Check out this big rig though. Unreal. The soaring. Soar like an eagle. Okay, we've got, yeah, I've got a little bit of, oh yeah, there's butter in here too. I don't really know how much money we're going to get for this load of goods. Yeah, I forgot there's a little bit of cheese in the back of this thing and some butter from the first production cycles that we ran through. I think cheese is just the move though, because as I was looking more at our production facility, it doesn't seem like the cheese bottlenecks the production unit. Like we go through all 8,000 liters of that cheese per month, which is sweet. So that means we don't actually have to get a new production facility just yet. Okay, so here's the moment of truth. Now, maybe what we'll do is, which one is it? That's our load. Look at how I loaded this thing. All right, cut me some slack here. Okay. Is this just going to... Yes. Yes. That's exactly what we wanted to happen. Wow, we made a lot of money off that, actually. Holy crap. Now, that being said, let's go into this thing. Cheese. Okay, so it's telling us that we only have 80 grand left. But I wonder if that takes into account... I mean, it doesn't really matter at this point. It doesn't really matter. We sold... There's still bottled milk. Oh, yeah, there's a little bit in the production facility. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Okay. All right, well, let's head back. That's good, though. We got our cash. Okay, so what I'm going to do real quick. Let's go in here. I'm going to buy this unit. There. It's done. Boom. And I think I'm going to just buy this unit. Camouflage. Whoa. What are we going to make? I don't know. What's John Deere agreement there? Cover. Oh yeah, Doots Far. That's what we're going to do for that cover. Jeez, that's pretty gangster. And this was going to be Challenger Yellow. Gold. Yeah, I'm thinking we go... Yeah, we'll just go John Deere Yellow. The frame we made black, right? And this color was John Deere Yellow. That's what we did before, right? Yeah, that looks pretty cool. Capacity... 250. Yeah, but that's completely unrealistic. I'm not going to do that. I don't want it to make it unrealistic. We'll make the load. There are the trips that we got to... But just one sec. Before we do that, just before we pull the trigger on that one. Because that's 6,000. That'll do Yeah, these are all like 30. That'll do. That's 19 base, but if I actually take the capacity up, it actually is a bit more. 2% off is still so funny though. 12,000. I mean, I guess we could get these ones are quite a bit like that's pretty cheap, but you only get 12,000 liters out of it. This that'll do 22. That's actually not bad. It'll hold 22,000 liters. The other one would only hold 20 was 19. So we could probably get this one. Yeah, we want the extension. I think we get this one. Is this the one that I want? Yeah. Yeah, we'll get that one. And we need a set of headers as well. And these ones are cheap. Well, cheap-ish. 7.6 meters. Not too bad. It'll do basically all the grains that we need to do. Yeah, these are 7.6. These are 42. These are the ones that we'll get. Those are right there. Okay, we spent a lot of money just then. Let's hop in this thing. One thing though, like we do that one contract and I think it was 27, was it 27,000? We'll see here. We'll see. Let's get hooked onto this. Can I hook onto the trailer? I know I can hook onto like header trailers. Oh my god, you can. Kinda. Close that back door. Alright, let's take this thing back to the farm. Looks like our plowing contract, we're 54% done, which isn't too bad. But okay, we're not sitting too bad. We got a combine, trailer, and a set of headers. We still got 70 grand. We're basically we're laughing really. I mean, we still got 80 grand worth of cheese sitting there. Plus this winter coming up, we've got a bunch of wood chipping that we got to do, which we already know how crazy amounts of money you make from wood chipping. So we'll be good, and that really helps us in the future. We'll be able to do some of those other contracts, those VIP orders, which will just kind of be a fun little side quest as we're building the farm. And I mean, it would be good too to get some straw, and we could put it in with the animals, and maybe at some point we can move where our bale storage kind of area is and maybe add in a manure heap. And I think that cow barn would allow for manure, I think, if we had a heap outside, but I'm not 100% sure. I don't really know how all that works. Sometimes, yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's different with each cow barn, so maybe not, but regardless. Let's pull in here. Oh no, doing that. We're gonna open up the side. It was so worth getting this big truck though. Something like that. Okay, let's park this truck. And I'm going to head back with this. Or am I going to head back with this? Why don't I go... We're doing that plowing contract right now. Harvesting. We can't do that one. This one's really close to the farm. This is a big one. So let's... Well, let's lock this one in for sure. Yeah, we'll lock this contract in for sure. So then we know we have that one ready to go.
And maybe we'll just take the combine over there right now. But, or do I want to do the one closer to the house first? I guess it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I don't know. I'll just head back to the farm quick. Because once that plowing contract's done, yeah, I'll just head back to the farm. Because once the plowing contract's done, I'll accept that other one, that other sorghum field that's really close to the farm. Basically, like neighbors with it. And maybe we'll just do that one first. It's close to home, blah, blah, blah. And if I got to do that other big one, that other big one is going to take a bit of time. It really will. So maybe what I'll do is kind of do that while that field, that big cultivating field 4 is happening. And that way I can kind of babysit and do it back and forth. That'll probably be like a good plan. Okay, I'm going to head back to the farm with this. This is going to take a little bit of a second, but I'll bring you back once I'm at the farm and I've kind of got things squared away a little bit. And yeah, we'll see how that plowing contract's doing. Alright team, we're back here. I'm just going to give this these plows a quick pressure wash before we kind of set them away. Okay, what do we got to do? I got to go collect the money for this plowing contract, and then we got to accept the other harvesting contract for the field 14, which is right beside us here. So maybe let's just do that real quick. Perfect, we're right where we need to be. We're 12,000 richer, so we got cultivating, harvesting, which is sorghum, and we need to go back and we need to pick not this one. Yep, field 14. All of that's going to the storage bay because that's just is what it is. Okay, accept that contract. Okay, perfect. So now I'm just going to tab over. I've got everything kind of set over here and ready to go. Sort of. What I want to do is I'm going to get a worker going, starting on this field. Get someone started harvesting this field. We're going to park these plows. Park the plow. And then I'm going to hook onto those cultivators. Or I'm going to get some fuel first too before I forget, just because I don't want to run out. Really don't want to run out. But we're going to hook onto the cultivators and I'm going to just take... I'll set a worker to start cultivating at least that big field while we're working on some harvesting over here, because I'm going to have to kind of be Johnny on the spot a little bit. Now, the trailer that we have holds 22 cubes, 22,000 liters of whatever. And that harvester, I believe, is an 8,600 tank. Pretty sure. Yeah, I'm almost positive that one's an 8,600. So we won't be able to get 3 full kind of grain dumps out of that harvester into our trailer. We'll get 2 in a bit, and then we'll have to take that trailer down to the storage bay and drop off some of the grain. So 2.5 is what we'll get before, which will kind of work out good, because even to fill that harvester once, I bet you I could go to the storage bay and back. Is that what I could do? Maybe what we'll do then is every time I get 2 full grain dumps out of the harvester, I'll just run down to the storage bay, dump whatever we have to, and then head back up. Ooh, we got some traffic here. It's rush hour. Let's give us a chance to unfold this unit. Pardon me. Sneak on through here. Yeah, this field's going to take some time to cultivate. Definitely going to take some time to cultivate, so we'll get someone working on that. This field might even take a little bit to harvest. Dang, we're going to get a lot off of this field. Like, you know, look already. Like, this harvester's already almost 20% full, and it's not even kind of winter on this field yet. So yeah, we're gonna have to be making some trips back and forth. But one thing that'll be cool is I'm interested to see how this is gonna work for our VIP orders, and see if we'll be able to get the 5,000 liters needed, which should hopefully just kind of be bonus from this field. If not from this one, then hopefully from the other one, because they're both sorghum contracts, which is awesome. And then my plan, yeah, look, we're not even like kind of around this field, and and that thing's already 20% full. So like I can only imagine between this and then we have to do this field as well. Yeah, we're gonna be doing some we're gonna definitely be doing some harvesting, but here's my kind of thought process moving forward is I could potentially buy these two small fields. Like as I was doing the plowing contract, I was thinking, we could obviously get this big field, this field 12. It's 50 grand, not that big of a deal. But these two small fields are cheap. They're super cheap. If something tells me like 7 grand, can I buy this? Eight? Yeah, that one's 8. They're both 8. Okay. I don't know why I thought they were 7. Doesn't really matter. Still, that's ridiculously cheap. But I could buy those fields and like I could plant soybeans in the one for sure, and I could plant barley in the other one. Right? Peas in the future. We could get a planter and stuff. This one will be a difficult one to get through. I'd be interested to see once we get some of these done if we can scroll through this. Like this one might be a little tricky because carrots are not easy to do, or neither are parsnips because we don't have planters for either of those, and we definitely don't have harvesting equipment, which is expensive. Even to lease it would be expensive. Or you get the really, really small harvesting equipment that does one row at a time, like 1 meter at a time. That's not gonna be super fun. I guess we could always just use workers to do it or something. I don't know. What I was thinking is maybe we can just like skip past this one, or who knows, but yeah, I could potentially get one of those, or even just one of those fields, and just slowly pick away at these things, do barley in one, soybeans, and stuff like that. Because those are cheap fields. They're super small. They'll be easy to work. Could be something pretty decent. All right, I'm gonna have to be going back and forth here. The AI workers love to get hung up on these posts. So just gotta kind of be. One thing that I do is when I'm not like actively watching the workers is I check the meter in the top corner, and if I haven't seen the percentage change in a while, it's usually a good indication that someone is wrapped around a telephone pole burning fuel. Okay, let's jump back over to this. We haven't even done one lap around this thing, and this thing's already 63% full. So it's going to be slow going. Going to be really slow going, harvesting these fields, but that's not that big a deal. Not too big a deal at all. We got all the time in the world to be farmers. Yeah, this is... Oh, yeah. Don't get hung up. That's all we want. We don't want this thing getting hung up around there. She's gonna be some slow going. Can you make... No, you probably can't make bales from sorghum. It doesn't seem like that at all. Like they could leave a straw swath. I never, ever plant sorghum. Even like when I'm playing on like not like quote unquote fun mode or like game modes like this, like if I'm just messing around by myself, I never do sorghum. I don't even know what you can do. What production facility do you put sorghum in? Are there sorghum? Like, is there sorghum bread? Is that a dumb thing to ask? I don't know. Never, ever, ever do this grain. No, yeah, this is going to take a while. Okay, well, what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just kind of clip things up a little bit here. I'll slowly kind of bring you guys back and forth as I'm working this field and kind of babysitting, making sure this cultivating contract goes smooth. We'll do, like I said, I'll just kind of bring you back bits and pieces here and there. I'll let that harvester get a full tank. I'll dump into the trailer, and then yeah, I'll probably bring you back when we're about taking our first load down to the storage bay, and yeah, we'll just keep plucking away. Right, folks, I just got kind of the first haul off of this sorghum field, so I'm gonna head down to the storage bay. I figured I'd bring you back, just like I said. This tractor, it's pulling this, but it's having a hard time. I'm not gonna lie. It's a bit heavy for this tractor, but we're just giving her, basically got, just about got both of the headland passes done on that field. And yeah, this trailer's almost full. I kind of just winged it a little bit. I did 2 full grain dumps into it, and then I was kind of messing around, just doing a bit of the field by hand, like just using the GPS. And then I'm like, you know, I'll just try and get like as full of a trailer as I can. And there's like a good little spot to stop that combine, so I figured I'd fill this trailer as full as I could because I kind of wanted to see how this tractor would pull it. It's, you know, once we get going, it's fine. But she's a little bit heavy, not going to lie. But yeah, let's head down to the storage bay here. Go drop this off. This field is coming along nicely, being cultivated, which is kind of nice. I kind of wish I had that tractor, to be honest, to pull this around. But I mean, this is fine. It's completely fine. So it's working good. Now, I really want to, there's a couple things I want to check on. I gotta be paying attention. One thing I haven't really been looking at. I mean, maybe I could do it while we're driving here. 30 months. Okay, so yeah, like in the spring. Let me just make sure I'm not gonna run into a tree here. So these brown Swiss and these Holsteins, they're getting close to that 36-month mark, which I think is their max amount of money that they're going to be worth. I think. I'm not too sure. I want to just keep paying attention to that. Whoa. I'm smashing into that car. So we're going to end up having to sell some of those cattle, or some of those cows, and kind of get new ones. Plus, I want to get more cattle. I really want to keep expanding the cattle, and I want to get one more. I want to get one more milk production facility so we can really hammer out all the dairy products. I know we kind of like started on some side quests a little bit with this series. You know, getting this combine and stuff to do some of these harvesting contracts and do the VIP orders, along with tossing down that biogas plant. The biogas plant I'm not like 100% decided on yet, just to be honest. Okay, so wait, hold on. That gave me one of those. Let's just check real quick here. That's not the right button. So that gave me completion on that. So that's interesting. So you just have to bring it there. It doesn't necessarily have to be your, like, quote-unquote own. Which isn't really going to help us with any of those other VIP orders. Like, those VIP orders I'm not going to put too much focus on. Maybe once in a while if we're kind of, you know, because we're going to be in the same routine over the next few years of, like, game time of, like, we're just going to be cutting, baling hay, feeding the animals, you know, doing the daily chores and stuff like that. So it might be good just to kind of break it up every once in a while, kind of like I said, go on that side quest and focus on, you know, maybe planting soybeans or whatever we got to do to get those side quests done. What will be difficult is the vegetables, to be honest, because it takes a lot of equipment to get the vegetables done, or it's either really expensive equipment to get the vegetables done. Like, there's only one really way to harvest peas. I guess we could lease that stuff, but I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not going to put too much focus on that. I'm not really going to be putting too much focus on the biogas plant. It was 50 grand. If it makes us some money, I'm going to see how much money it makes us through the next month, like when we sleep through into October. Now that I've got the methane and the electric charge set to selling, I'm going to just see if that generates a decent amount of income for us. But what I'm kind of thinking is, like, if it doesn't, we'll just sell that production facility. It was kind of just something I wanted to test out. You know, I've been talking about it for how many episodes now, if I should or shouldn't. So I'll just kind of test it out a little bit. If that's something that just seems more kind of like not super beneficial to the farm, I might just get rid of it and put down some sort of a slurry container where we can just collect the slurry and then use that to fertilize the fields, and just kind of stockpile the slurry so we always have a good amount in case we do get some bigger fields, blah blah blah.
is kind of my thought process. So if it's not working, we'll just get rid of it. Or if it's just, not really kind of good for the farm, or not good, but not really doing too much, so we'll just get rid of it. But for now, keep it tested out, see if it's kind of worth making the money, quote unquote, with the electric charge and the methane. And yeah, so what I think I'm gonna do, I'm looking at the time here, what I think I might do is just end this episode here, and I'll get this field finished. I'm gonna get this field finished, and the honestly, the cultivating contract will be finished as well. Maybe we just tab over, or oh, see, look at this, what did I tell you? I wasn't paying attention. The only thing that kind of sucks with this, I don't know, sometimes the AI workers in this game, like, they just don't, like, you think you'd be able to just kind of back this up and hit go, and the game would just be like, oh yeah, we can just go. But sometimes they don't, and then they get all like, yeah, see, completed their task. They're like confused. Maybe. Sometimes, like, when you stop them mid-round, they just jam out, and then they start like doing circles on the side of the field, and then all of a sudden they just say that they're done. It's really weird. I kind of miss the mod course play, to be honest. There's like two mods that I've really been waiting to come out, and one's course play, because I just loved that mod. It was just so much better. You could bale. I could set baling to be an AI worker, which was just awesome. And and another one that's weird is Insta Wash. There was a mod in FS22 that you could just set a keyboard shortcut, and it would just instantly wash your vehicles or your tractors and your implements. And I liked that. I don't know. Not that I mind pressure washing too much, but yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is we'll just end this episode here. I'll kind of get those two fields. Like, this field's just gonna keep going as that other field's being harvested. Get these contracts done, just kind of in the off camera, and then when I bring you back next episode, what we'll be doing is, what I'm kind of thinking is I'll get that big harvesting contract field. I'll get it like somewhat done, and then I'm thinking we'll finish it together at the beginning of next episode. It's gonna be a big field. It's gonna be a lot of running back and forth just down to that storage base. So I'll get like half of it, 2/3 of it done, just kind of off camera. That way, when we come back in, we'll finish it together, and then we'll sleep into October, and then that's when we can kind of check the production facility, see if it's worth keeping that. We'll have a little bit more cash sitting. We're gonna have to load up all the cheese, take that down, sell it off, and then that's what I'm gonna look into. We're gonna buy some more cattle, and hopefully, I think if we buy some more cattle, we'll just see how much milk is produced over that next month into November, and then we'll see if we need to get another production facility right away. I'm thinking we're going to, but that'll be kind of the next plans. And we'll just keep watching the stores for any other kind of weird things that we could pick up that would be good for the farm for the future VIP orders. And yeah, I'm sure there'll be some other contracts and stuff next episode that we might be able to pluck away with, yeah, like in the background, whether it's some cultivating ones or maybe some more plowing contracts. Who really knows? But yeah, that's going to do it for this episode. Thanks so much for watching. Like always, I appreciate it big time. If you could hit that sub, hit that like button, throw some comments down. Let me know what you think of the series. Let me know what you think of the VIP orders and kind of the side quests, and yeah, all that jazz. So yeah, thanks again. I'll see you guys on the next one. Have a good, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever it is for you. And yeah, I'll talk to you guys later. Bye-bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to episode 17 of our Tassi Farms Dairy Empire gameplay series. I'm the Farmer, and we are back, and we're just finishing up this harvesting contract. I'm pulling over here because the combine is full of grain, it's full of sorghum, and we're gonna dump it off into this trailer. And I think I'm going to, yeah, I think I'm just gonna run over. Oh, let's go like this. Let's fire this up. There we go. Let's zoom in here. Yeah, okay, I think what I'm going to do is run this trailer full, even though it's not going to be a full trailer load, over to the storage bay, drop it off, and then I think, because I think that way, I'm pretty sure that I'll be able to just do one more like semi-full trailer full, and that'll finish off this field. I think so. I'm not 100% certain, but I think so. So we'll go over there, we'll dump this off, and then yeah, then we'll see. Okay, what I want to do though now is this gonna work? You'd think this guy would just fire right back up. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Sometimes the AI workers don't really do what I want them to do, to be honest. Let's just take a look though, actually, real quick. Let's see how much is left on this field, because maybe I will just hang out for a bit. Will I be able to get all that into this trailer? Yeah, maybe we'll just hang out for a little bit and wait and see if I can fit it all in just this one more trailer load. I don't know if I'll be able to, but we'll try. We'll try. So, okay, what is on the books for this episode? Well, basically what we want to do right now is we got to finish this contract. I want to get this contract finished because this was, you know, a large field, as you can see, that we had started. I had accepted this contract last episode, and then it was kind of the thing is I was going to do most of it kind of off camera because this is just a huge field that I had to work through. It was a lot of going back and forth. I didn't really want to make you guys sit through a time lapse of it, as it would have been a very long time lapse. And yeah, I just kind of wanted to, you know, get this one kind of done off camera mostly, and then we can kind of get on with our episode today. So what we also have to do is we're gonna, once this contract's done and it's all kind of squared away, this field, we collect all our stuff, then we're gonna go and we're gonna sleep through and we're gonna get into October, and then we got a kind of a lot of our chores and stuff to do at the farm. One thing I did off camera as well as I started to, I wonder if I could tab over, yeah, I started to fill this trailer with all of our cheese pallets, and then I don't even know. I had this loaded on the forks. I don't really know how that popped off there. God, is this going to work? Yeah, anyway, sorry. I can't talk and forklift at the same time. I'm not good enough for that. Yeah, we got like quite a bit of just like little chores to do. Then we're going to sleep into October. Part of our October chores is we're going to take all of that cheese to the storage bay and get it all sold off, and hopefully have another, you know, good little flush of cash that will roll through the bank. Then we're going to we'll be checking contracts to see, actually, no, we could check contracts right now, see if anything new came. Okay, cultivating. Perfect. We got this cultivating contract right by the farm. That is literally right by the farm. So let's accept that contract right now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to tab over to this tractor, since he is sitting here doing a whole lot of nothing. And we'll get an AI worker working on that field right now. That'll be an extra little 10 grand for us. Why not? But that's basically what we'll be doing this episode. We'll be doing our normal kind of chores around the farm. We got to feed the animals and stuff once we get into October. We're checking on this production facility that I'm not 100% sold on it yet, but we'll see. We'll see how much money it makes when we sleep into October. Like I said, do a couple more contracts. I feel like more cultivating and plowing contracts are going to come up now that it's in the fall and just like a bunch of the fields have been harvested. You know, blah blah blah, the normal stuff. Contracts, and then we'll start kind of prepping for winter. We'll start kind of getting things planned and ready for the winter, getting ready for our next cut from the grass fields, which will be turning into hay. Our next big cut will be into hay. And then another thing that I'm kind of, this is just, again, this isn't on the major front burner, but let's open this up. One thing that we finished with our VIP orders is we finished our sorghum contract, and the next thing is going to be soybeans. So potentially we could plant some soybeans. I'm still kind of considering getting another little small plot of land so that we could potentially maybe do some soybeans and then finish that contract and then move on to the next VIP order. But again, that's just side quests. The main quest will always be the dairy farm, the main dairy. I want to get more cattle. Once we sell off all this stuff and we kind of get the last little flush of cash before January and stuff, I want to get a bunch more cattle if we can. And yeah, that's going to be basically what's on the books for today's work. Okay, let's get hooked on this guy now. See if I can back right up here. Do we got enough room? Yeah, we'll definitely have enough room in this trailer for all this. Should have more than enough room because this trailer will hold 22,500 liters. But yeah, we'll rip this off to the storage bay, and then yeah, we got a lot of just kind of, it's going to be kind of a little bit by the seat of our pants because I don't know exactly what's going to come through for contracts for us to make cash in October, but we'll just see what comes through. Like this field that we're in right now, I'm assuming there's going to be a cultivating contract or something that pops onto it, but I don't know for sure. So what I think I'm going to do here is I'll drive this over to the storage bay. I'll get it dumped off, and then I'll head back to the farm, and what I'll probably do is wheel back this tractor and trailer back to the farm, and then I'll just come over here quick, grab the combine, wheel that back over, because that'll take a little bit of time. It'll just kind of be boring me driving back to the farm. And then we'll kind of go from there. We'll just see what chores we got to do before we sleep through into October. We'll maybe load up some of that cheese, and then yeah, we'll sleep through into October and kind of keep plugging away. So I'll bring you guys back in one sec once I'm up at the farm with all of our equipment back. Okay, we are back here. I got to fill up our combine because we burned quite a bit of fuel doing those fields. What I want to do, we've got to collect this contract, so we get an extra 27 grand right there. But what also is good, if I go into the finances here, so new vehicles, yeah, we spent 143. Sold products, 91. There should be one for harvest income. So this 11,000, almost 12,000 was extra that we got from doing that sorghum. Because once I dumped like a little bit of that trailer full that I took, the last trailer full that I took into the storage bay, it only took like a few thousand liters for it to say the contract was done, and then the rest of it's just all bonus. So we made an extra 12 grand. So even though that one was 27, it was like actually 40 grand basically we got off that contract. So that's pretty good, I would say. That was pretty good. Pays for our set of headers. Whoa, run into that set of forks, but no big deal. I think for now, too, I'm just going to park this thing kind of in the grass right here in front of us. We'll back it into these trees a bit, because I don't really know where else to put it. But right here is going to be fine. Right here will be just fine. Okay. Yeah, we'll get her in there nice and tight. Drop that down. I should probably wash it. Actually, yeah, we better wash it. We better wash it. Get her nice and clean. Fueled it up. We might as well pressure wash it, and then we'll park it away. Okay, let's come over here. And we got our other guy just giving her on that other field, cultivating. Some big fields, though, that we might have to cultivate. Oh, it makes me want to buy a big tractor with another big set of cultivators, because there's always those contracts, but we'd also can't really afford to do that. Well, we can just only afford to spend money on like important stuff, which is basically get more cattle at this point, and then I want to have so much cattle that we basically need 2 of those production facilities. That would be the ideal. That would be the ideal thing. But even that being said, like we would have, even with our big truck and our trailer, like we would have a lot of cheese that would be that would be produced each few months, especially if we were only selling it at peak times. Yeah, because I think you can store 175,000 liters per those production facilities. So, okay, let's drop the headers down here. Shut this thing off. I'm gonna park it so that we don't tab into it. Okay, well these AI workers managed to go around these trees and not get all hooked up, so pretty stoked on that right now. Let's hop back over. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave that trailer there for now. Actually, let's go load up. Or let's do two things here. I want to just check the production facility and just see if any more milk or anything has popped in here. There should be a little bit. Oh yeah, 2,600 liters, so that's good. Let's take this over to that production facility and dump it in. And then maybe we'll hop in that forklift and see if we can get a few more of those pallets loaded in there. We're going to have a bunch more pallets to load next month as well. Okay, let's dump this milk in. Actually, I'm just going to jump out. I'm going to jump in this forklift right now, even though I'm kind of in the way here. Now, I was like really taking my time. I was really trying to like get this loaded perfect. Like when I was loading this, I was like taking my time a lot, trying to get it super lined up. I got the bottom row pretty good. See, like that, I could come over just a little bit more. I don't know why that pallet's all jammed out. Don't do it. Why is it being like that? There we go. There we go. Oh. A button masher. We gotta get one of those sweet joysticks. That's what I need to get. Like the sweet wheel joystick combo thing. Joystick. These forks are a little weird. Can't just have them zeroed out. You gotta have them like tilted forward a bit. Okay, just gotta get this lined up as good as I can. Like I said, I took my time. I tried to get that bottom row like pretty good. It's way better than last time. That's all that I know for sure. The last time was pretty brutal, so I mean. See if I can give her a little push. I'm not gonna mess with it too much though. There we go, not bad. Not too bad. Like I said, way better than last time, but like, yeah, last time was pretty brutal. But I want to get as many in there as we possibly can. I even opened this back door and kind of jammed some, jammed some in the back door, you know what I'm saying? Okay, let's drop this down. Let's hop back in this tractor, and then we're just gonna check the food of the animals, make sure that's good, and then we'll probably just sleep through into October. And one thing I kind of want to check too, sometimes when I'm doing like lots of the chores and stuff here, different things pop through on the stores. Yeah, like was this stuff in here? Not that I want to buy any of this stuff, but these weeders would be good. I mean, 30% off. 12 meters wide, 170 horse. Like we have good tractors that could pull those, because some of those weeding contracts are pretty good, but I don't know. I don't really want to be We already got enough equipment to do a whole bunch of other different contracts. I don't need to have everything. I don't know. If we need to get weeders in the future to do contracts, we will. But for now, I think not. Although what's going to happen is like a contract's going to come up for like 30 grand, and I'm going to be like, I should have just did that when we had the chance. Okay, that's not letting me put... I thought I left some in here, did I not? Nope. Okay. I definitely thought I left some in there. That must have been last time. Let's pull around here and fill this thing up. I think it said there was 17,000 liters of food in there, so... Well, whatever. I'll just put a full trailer full in the barn. Whatever we can fit in there, we will. And anything else can just wait till next month. We get 205,000 liters. We still will have to wait till November to get our next cut off those fields. Another thing that I did off camera real quick that I kind of forgot about. Didn't really forget about, but, well, no, I kind of forgot about it. Which was I fertilized our small field, field number 11. Because we spread the digestate and the slurry on our big field, and then it just kind of brain farted. I'm like, oh yeah, I got those fields ready to go, but we didn't have enough digestate to do it on the other field, so I had to use like chemical fertilizer, which I don't really like doing. I just like using free stuff created by the animals. But I got that field fertilized, so we'll be able to get another really good cut of hay off that field. Actually, let's disconnect this trailer. Disconnect this trailer. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna sleep through into October. What I might do, what's this? This is 30% done. What I might do is I might just let this guy finish this field real quick, and then I'll bring you guys back once. It'll be just in 1 second. I'll let this guy finish this field, and then we'll be into October, and we'll kind of have like a fresh slate. We'll start doing our chores again, seeing what contracts come up, and then we'll start taking some cheese off to get sold. So yeah, I'll bring you guys back just 1 sec once this field's done and we're into October. Okay, folks, we are back here. It is October now. I finished off this contract right over here. I let our worker finish off this field. I collected the money for the contract. Now, before I slept through into October, we had $153,000 in some odd dollars. I can't remember exactly. It was 153, and then afterwards we were at 185 with this production facility. So we made like 32 grand from putting this slurry to like the electric charge and selling the methane. Let me just go in here and show. Yeah, so we have no electric charge, no methane or anything left. We still have digestate because there's a little bit in there because that is just set to storing, which I'll still use to fertilize fields. But, I mean, yeah, we made like 30 grand off like slurry that just accumulates. So, I mean, I think for now I'm going to leave this production facility down. And when we kind of get excess amounts of slurry again, like, I mean, this thing was 55,000. Sorry, excuse me. And so, like, it just about already paid for itself, which is pretty sweet. But, yeah, 33,000, which is pretty crazy. All things considered. But okay, we are back into October now, and we've got our normal chores and such to do, and we got to go sell off a bunch of cheese. So I think what I'm probably gonna do is just start by doing, you know, some of the normal chores here. Actually, maybe what I'll do, yeah, we could just use this tractor. It doesn't really matter. John Deere's kind of parked in the way here. But we've got kind of like a bunch of stuff that we can do. Let me just hook onto this real quick. Just give me 1 sec here. Sorry, I just really wanted to clear my throat there. I didn't want to do it into the mic, of course. Alright, let's fill this thing up. Well, yeah, we got a bunch of chores that we can do now, and a bunch of contracts and stuff obviously have popped up. We got a really big plowing contract that we can do on field 12, which is right kind of on the north side of our farm here. There's more harvesting contracts that we can go do. I haven't fully looked into them, to be honest. I just kind of like glanced at it quick when I when I popped through. And what else we got to look at? Let's go check. All right, let's go check contracts a little bit here. So there's red beet. We can't do that. We don't have the red beet harvester. There's a soybeans on field 20. Okay. And then we got field 7, which is also soybeans, which we could run off and do. And then plow field 12. I'm going to accept this right now. Just because it's close. And yeah, we can definitely do that. Definitely do that. I'm just going to pull back over here. I'm going to do one more round. We got a little bit more. Actually, I'll just wait. Yeah, I'll just wait. Okay, so let's do that. And then what I kind of think I'm going to do is just hook onto this plow right now and go over and maybe just get a worker going on this. We could probably just get by with one tractor doing our chores and stuff. We got to load the truck, and yeah, I think I'll probably just get this tractor going on this. So I'm going to go get, yeah, I'll go get a worker started on this real quick, and then I'll just pop back over and we'll start loading stuff into the big truck. All right, we got one of our workers out there plowing field 12, and I'm gonna go to town here. Go to town. Well, I'm gonna like painfully load this truck, I think. What I gotta get is like a sweet controller. Like some dude's got like a really wicked, it's like steering wheel with everything. You know, I don't got that, right? I'm still just mouse and key in it. But it's not too bad. Like I took my time loading this because like I really wanted it to get as much as we could in on one truckload. Yeah. Oh, come on now. Let's just slide that in just a little bit. There we go. Okay, not too bad. Not too bad. Let's see if we can get... We only got a couple more, it seems like, so I'll just tough my way through it. Not gonna lie, though, I really wish there was, like, some sort of auto-load pallet trailer, you know? If there's, one mod that I wish they had out, it would be that. Okay, there we go, there we go, there we go. Yeah, see, I should have had those shifted over a little bit more. Okay, okay, easy, easy, easy. If I could give it a little persuasion. No, I'm not gonna try and do that. Yeah, see, I'm already running into those pallets. Oh, God. There we go. These pallets are like, you gotta like just hit the sweet spot on them. Okay, okay. We can do this, we can do this. I believe that I can do it, because I have to, you know? Have to do it. Okay, let's do this next one. Yeah, if I had a sweet joystick, that would be a lot better. Maybe. I mean, it would still be difficult. Maybe it would actually, maybe it is easier with mouse and key, because I can like kind of spin the camera around real easy and see where I'm, like what I'm doing. Alright, like I can give her one of those real quick. Not bad, not bad. That one was better. That one was better. Okay, one more. We got this. This is gonna be a good.
This is gonna be like a good haul. This is gonna be a really, really good haul of cheese. I wonder if butter is like gonna be a cash cow. You know what I'm saying? I like it's like right now it seems like the cheese is way better than the bottled milk. Although you probably get more of the bottled milk, so maybe it's actually not. Because like you get a whole bunch of bottled milk from like the raw that we put in. So I think maybe the bottled milk, yeah, maybe you do actually make more money. Oh God. How did I get such a bad load going on here? Okay. Let's see if I can just back up a little bit here and maybe give her a little persuasion. Can I give it a little push? Yeah, I don't know if I want to be pushing it too much. Okay. Well, it's loaded. It's loaded. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna go check on I'm gonna go check on our guy in the field, see how plowing's coming. And yeah, I'll be back in just one sec. I'll go check on that guy and then I'll come back. Alright, I checked on our guy in the field, just giving her out there. Let's hop in this truck. I'm just gonna turn that off real quick here. Okay, let's close the back door. Let's strap this all down. Oh, and then yeah, it's Z. That's what closes the curtain. All right, let's head down and take this load of cheese to the storage bay and see what kind of cash we can get for all this. We should be getting like 115, 116,000, something like that for all this cheese. This truck is so sweet. Oh yeah. This thing's awesome. Okay, not too bad. And then once we're done doing this, what we got to do is we got to feed the animals. We got to get a bunch of hay in the barn. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to just make sure we don't cut this person off. I'm going to fill the barn with loose hay from the hay loft. And then I'm also going to I'll grab our John Deere tractor and we'll throw the forks on, the bale spikes on, and I'm going to haul a couple bales in as well and just let them sit there and see, because then maybe we won't have to have to worry about feeding them next month. And then November, next month, we'll do our final cut kind of the year on those hay fields. And I'm kind of thinking, I'll show you guys once we drop this cheese off, I'm kind of thinking I want to get a different baler. Yeah, I'm kind of, there's one that's kind of expensive, but it could be pretty good. I don't know. I'm gonna kind of just look, I'll show you guys the one I want to get, and we can go from there. Basically, it's one that it'll bale and wrap all in one. It's a round baler, so we could sell our baler and we could sell our wrapping unit, but it's like 130 grand. Okay, let me go like this. I'm actually gonna open this side here to make sure. Okay, yeah, it'll just go. Okay, I don't really know because it kind of did all like that. Let's just check real quick here. Or no, I was in the right one there. 113. Okay, not too bad. Not too bad at all. Okay, here, I'll show you guys this baler that I was thinking about getting. Round balers. This guy right here. This lizard one, the Pro Bale. I mean, it looks pretty cool. But yeah, it's 130 grand, but it'll bale and wrap at the same time. It'll do up to 185 centimeter bales, which is like a little bit. They're pretty massive bales, but we could just stick around the 180s or whatever. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, it's 130 grand, which this Vicon fast bale is 110. But this one will only do 125 centimeter round bales. This one will do 125 to 185. And yeah, this thing's just awesome. It bales super, super fast. So maybe, like, I'm gonna think about it, but I wonder if I sell our baler.
if I sell our baler and we could sell the bale wrapper as well, and then that would help out massively when it comes to baling, just because it would go so much quicker. But then we're spending 130 grand, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? We got a baler and everything it's paid for right now. Doesn't really owe us anything. I think I'm good. I think I might wait. I think I might just wait because I mean, there's always a chance that it'll come through the store. It's a small chance, but there's always a chance. And we're not going to be bailing in December. We're not going to be bailing in January. We're not going to be bailing in February. I don't even think we'll be bailing in March. I can't really remember. But those are that's like 3 months of kind of like rolling the dice through the store to see if it comes through on sale, which I guess it's probably slim, but yeah, yeah, because we're not even gonna wrap this set of bales, right? We're just gonna do hay, so I'm definitely gonna wait. I'm definitely gonna wait till we're gonna do silage again, and then we'll see if we've got a whole bunch of, if we can find some 130K extra, then we will. Now, we obviously, there's more contracts that we can go do now that we got the combine. We could go do some harvesting contracts. But I wonder, I'm just not too sure here because I got that one, I got kind of like our side mission thing where we can do our VIP orders. So let's open the side of this thing and shut it down. Right, I can do these side quests, but it kind of seems like, I mean, I had to do sorghum and soybeans. As soon as these side quests came up, they come through on the, there's soybeans that we could do here, soybeans that we could do there, and the sorghum that we were able to do before. I don't know. It kind of just seems like the game caters to that a little bit, which is fine, but I don't want to just be cheating through getting easy money quests. But that being said, this is only level 1. I mean, then it gets into barley, then it's garlic and stuff. It would be much more difficult to kind of get all of these done. We would have to plant a goat field and stuff. So I might just go do one of those contracts. It's really only 23 grand. It's a little bonus. It's not that big a deal. It's not like we're cheating and got the government subsidy thing on and we're just cheating in a bunch of money. So I might do that. I don't really know, but let's go grab the John Deere tractor. I don't mind having that kind of side quest thing on because it's just kind of fun. It adds a little something, just a little something different to it. But I just want us to do build a dairy empire. I don't really want to get going too much on side quests. So yeah, I might do one of those harvesting contracts just to make the cash from it. We'll get past level 1, we'll get a little bit of a payout, but then after that, yeah, it's not going to be quite as easy. So let's back in here. We'll fill this barn, like I said, with loose hay first. I'll do that. There's even some left in there. I kind of forgot we had left some in there. Yeah, let's go fill this thing up again. 40% done that contract. I mean, I still really want to buy field 12. Really want to buy field 12. Okay, let's go in here. Because I mean, now that we got the combine, we could do a little bit of extra stuff on the side. But if we could get field 12, what I was thinking, that new baler, we could pay for, say we got that new baler and we bought field 12. We have enough money that we could do that. If we did that and we just did silage bales, a full cut off of all of our fields, we would pay for that baler pretty quick. Pretty real quick. and we could just keep doing silage on the side to really help fund our dairy empire. You know, as I talk about it more out loud, I'm really starting to think that should kind of be the plan, because silage really could fund this little operation. Okay, so how do I want to do this? Let's back this thing up. Cool. Might have to spin around like this. Maybe zoom out just a touch. You know what? Even as I'm thinking about it, I think I'm gonna pull this rate out because I don't want to get it trapped in here. If I put a bunch of bales in, it'll end up getting like kind of trapped in here. I'm just gonna go dump this. I guess I don't even really have to dump it. I'll just pull around so that we're underneath in this chute. Let's dump that in there for right now. And let's go load a couple bales into... How many do I want to put in there? We don't need all of those. Put 3 bales in there. I could grab them both. Yeah, as I think about it a bit more, we should probably do that. Get field 12. So it's only like 50 grand. Get field 12 and then plant it with grass. We'll sell our baler, sell our wrapper, get a new baler and wrapper that does it all in one, even though it is 130 grand. This is what we'll do. Let's put these bales in. Let's back out of here. Let's check. Vehicles. Okay, where is... We had a Crone baler. Okay, so this thing's worth 17,000, right? And brand is our wrapper right there. 17 and 13. So we could get 30 grand. We could get 30 grand if we sold both of those. And then we could get that new baler. It's 130 grand, so it'd really be 100 grand. I'm doing girl math right now. I just got to figure it out girl math style, right? Like if I want the new pair of shoes, and the new pair of shoes are $300, but it's $10 every time I wear them, I just got to wear them 30 times, right? Right? That's girl math right there. So if the baler's 100 grand, we just got to find a way to get 100 bales out of it, and they'll be about $1,000 a bale. Boom. 100 grand, right? Girl math. That's all we got to do. I see how girls do it now. It's actually kind of, yeah, it's perfect. Works great. Okay, let's drop these. Let's drop these off right here. Because what do we got? We got 300K to our name, 298. Once this contract's done, we'll get paid out an extra 24 big ones. Plus, we got to probably pay about $1,000-$1,500 for our worker to do our thing. So we'll be roughly, let's just call it 325. We pay 100 for that baler, 225. Field 12 is worth, it's like 50, 57. Okay. So we would still be sitting pretty good, sitting pretty in Suntan City. Yeah. I'm thinking that's going to have to be the plan. I'm thinking that is going to have to be the plan. So what I'm going to do right now, let's get this plan in motion. Let's go to our vehicles and let's go down to Chrome. Okay. Sell this baler. Lizard. Oh, yeah, there's nothing on sale. This baler is sweet, though. This is a really sweet baler. The square baler. It's funny how I just like talk myself out of it. Like, oh no, we're not going to do this. We're not going to do that. And then I just instantly... Doesn't really matter. Even if it came on sale, whoop-de-doo.
Okay. Standard. What kind of decals do we want to put on her? John Deere. Jeez, you can get every one. Vicon's pretty good. Okay, none of this really matters. We're not going to put the silage additives. Yeah, we probably should. Standard pickup. The color doesn't really matter. Standard net. Yeah, we'll just do that. So it's 133. Okay, let's buy this baler. We're gonna have to go pick this bad boy up. I don't know if we can buy that field while we're working on it. I don't know if that's the thing. So I'll just wait till it's done, and then I will buy field 12. Because let's just check this. I want to make sure. Yes. Okay, perfect. Yeah, we will buy field 12 because then that means next month when we're baling and doing all our stuff, we'll be able to plant grass in it. Which is going to take a minute to plant grass in that field because it is a pretty big one, but that's okay. We'll get it planted, we'll get it rolled out, and then that way in the springtime, we'll just be able to sell. Also, let me just check this real quick here. We got 400,000 liters of grass that isn't really grass. This is all silage. Yeah, I'm thinking we've spent a little bit of money right now, but this will end up making us a whole bunch of cash by the time, if we can do silage on all those fields, at least for a couple cuts or one cut a year. Essentially, we could always do silage on that big field because we have enough hay that we can feed these animals. And then whenever we get the animals to a point, oh man, no, even if that pen was full, we would probably be able to cut enough hay off those other two fields that we can feed those animals for a full year. Plus, because they eat a lot of meadow in the springtime. So, okay, I'm just gonna keep heading down to the store here. I'll grab that baler and then I'll meet you guys back up at the farm. All right, there it is. 130 grand. Look at it go. Look at it go. Got this. No, it's actually a pretty sweet baler. I am stoked. I'm stoked because we'll be able to continuously bale with it. So we won't have to stop. We won't have to stop after each bale is completed because it's got like dual chambers. So it's kind of like the way a square baler works, where you can just kind of keep going and going and going. But yeah, this is it. This is what we did it for. So our field, actually, yeah, I'll just leave this truck right here. Tractor right there. This field should be done. It's weird though. Okay, there we go. The tractor is still trying to do it, but the contract is done. I thought maybe it was gonna let us keep going on this, but yeah, the contract is done. So, but, we're gonna buy this field, and this has to be done. Like, we can't just be not doing this. You know what I mean? So let's actually back this up. This is a big field. This is going to take a while to plant with our little planter. I'm not going to buy a new planter. Okay, what we're going to do, I'll do it with you right now. Let's go get the money for this field. Boom. Okay, now let's buy this field. And let's plow these last little bits of these headlands. Oh wait, is it telling me it is? Well, hold up. Did it just give it to us? Right on. Look at that. Okay. Well, never mind then. I thought we were going to have to sit here and then finish these little spots, but I guess it makes sense that the game wouldn't just like give us a half completed field. It's going to give it to us in a manner that we can use it. So let's just shut that off. Okay. All right, well, let's head back to the farm. We got this field now. We got a new baler. Honestly, I'm really, even though we spent money on that baler, like, when I'm finally out here looking at this field, when we cut and bale this field and we get silage bales off this, it'll almost pay for that baler in the first cut. And I'm I'm not even trying to girl math here right now. This is going to be a lot of bales that we get off this field. And then once we get ahead and we're kind of ahead with like production facilities and we've got a lot of cattle and stuff, I mean, we could always just plant some sort of grain or something in this field if we want, since we have the harvester. Um, there's really lots we can do. I honestly think that field though we should just keep grass because it's going to be so massive to plant unless and I mean, unless we can keep growing and get, kind of bigger implements, maybe a bigger tractor, all that jazz, all the stuff that comes with working big fields. But for right now, I think if we plant it in grass, we're not going to be replanting it often, and that's what I want. I don't want to really be messing with it. Actually, let's move this over a little bit. Let's move this over just a wee bit. Drop that off there. Okay, I need to go put fuel in this tractor big time before I forget and we run this thing dry. Oh, that little planter. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's fill this guy up. We'll fill this guy up, and I think, I mean, since it's going to take such a long time, I think we might as well go and get the planter started right now on that field. Get this planter started. We should be full of seed, I believe. Okay, but we're gonna have to. I don't really care about putting fertilizer on it because we can use. Well, I might as well fill as much fertilizer as I can. Do I have any more sitting over here? Yeah, we got a bag sitting. I'll have to get more, which is fine. Okay, let's go plant. Let's go get this field planted. Like, this is gonna take some time, but that's okay. That's gonna be okay. You know what I might do? Just thinking about it right now. Maybe what I'll do for this episode is we'll do this episode a little bit shorter. And what I'll do is I'll just set a worker doing this. We'll end this episode here. I'll set a worker to do this, and then at the beginning of next episode, we'll have someone out there rolling this field, and we'll be cutting and baling these fields. And yeah, that's what we'll do. And then if we got to get like fertilizing and stuff like that done on this field, because it's gonna be this field's gonna take a bit to plant. So yeah, I think that's what we'll do. We'll just get a worker going on this right now. We'll end this episode here. It'll be kind of just like a good natural spot to end it. And then that way at the beginning of next episode, this one will be planted. We can roll it, and yeah, we can go to town cutting and baling and trying out our new baler, which I'm really stoked that we got. Also, let's go check. There's nothing really else we're going to be able to sell. These grass bales, you know what, just before we end off, let's go pull one of our bales out of here, and I want to just see how fermented they are. (92%). 92%. So these will be, I'm just going to go like that. It's a little bit easier. Those will be good to go in January/December. That's when we're going to be able to go and take them in to sell. January, it's probably the same for silage, but we might as well go check while we're in here. Real quick, let's go back to where do I want to go? Prices. Is it down in this one? I think it is. RS silage. Yeah, December, January. That's going to be a good time to do it. So that'll obviously be our winter project. And of course, our winter project, we also got to clear a bunch more trees. So it's going to be kind of the next few episodes, cutting and baling some more hay, clearing out some trees. I didn't even really think about clearing out trees, to be honest, when we bought that baler. But we're going to
there's so much money that we get from wood chips, which is incredible. It's a good little winter project for us to clear out some land and get some more space set for new production facilities, which we're hopefully going to need. Well, we'll definitely need next year because we're going to be getting a whole bunch more cattle. And we got to get the empire, the dairy empire, to its next level of 2 production facilities, and then we're really going to be using that big truck. We're going to be filling it and taking tons of pallets to the storage bay. So yes, that's going to be it for this episode. Thanks so much for hanging out with me and watch me be indecisive when it comes to spending money, but I'm thinking it's good we bought that baler. I really am. I don't think we'll regret it one iota. So thanks again so much for watching. If you haven't done so already, I'd really like if you could hit that like button, hit that sub button. Leave me a comment what you're thinking about the series, if you're liking it, what length of episodes do you want. I've been trying to keep these episodes longer, to be honest, in this series. Also, if you want to check out any of our other series, I'm also doing a gameplay series on the Hutan Pantai map where we're doing rice and canola. I'm trying to get as much rice and canola going as possible. It's kind of a fun gameplay series. And a new one that I'm going to be starting. This is why I kind of want to get away from the VIP orders on this gameplay. Is I'm going to be starting a VIP only series. So I'm just kind of putting together the final touches on a map. We're going to be doing it on Riverbend Springs. I'm just kind of getting the farm and everything set up. And then I'm going to be doing a gameplay series where it is just going to be trying to go through and get these levels. Like, it's going to be changing constantly. I'm going to be going through different vegetables, crops, all that stuff. So look forward to that. Thanks again so much. I appreciate you guys like always, and I hope you have a good afternoon, morning, evening, whenever you're watching this. So Ultra Farmer, I am out. Thanks again, and have a good one. All right, everybody, welcome back. Welcome to episode 18 of our Tassi Farms Dairy Empire gameplay series. I'm the Ultra Farmer here, and we are heading back. If you were with us from last episode, we've got a grass field that needs some rolling. So I'm just heading over to this. It's a pretty big grass field, actually, that we got to roll. I planted it at the end of last episode, got it all kind of finished and cleaned up, and now I need to roll it. And yeah, it's going to be it's going to take a bit of time to roll this one. This is a bit of a bigger field, and we only got so big of rollers. Now let me just jump out. Yeah, it needs rolling, and it also says weed is growing. It says herbicide. Now, I'm not too sure if I'm going to be able to just deal with that with our hoeing unit, or with a hoeing unit after. I'm hoping that's what I can do. I'm not too sure. I've never honestly had weeds growing on a grass field before. I don't think. I'm not too sure, to be honest, but let's drop these. Oh. Yeah, we'll drop this down and let's get rolling here. Okay, let me just see. I'm just gonna hop up for 1 second here. Okay. It's weird, it takes it away. It says weeds in some spot, and then other spots it doesn't. So I'm not too sure. Not too sure about that. We'll just have to kind of see how it goes. Once I get everything all completed on this field, then we'll go from there. But what do we got on the docket for today? So the main thing we got to do today is we're going to roll this field, which is going to take a little bit of time, but it's not going to be the end of the world. It'll go pretty quick. These rollers actually, like, they go at 12 miles an hour, so that's not too bad. And then what we're going to have to do is, once this field is done rolled, I'm going to sleep through into November. And that's going to give our other grass fields its second stage of kind of ready to harvest growth. And so then we'll be able to cut and bale those fields. So we're going to have to cut, ted, and windrow and bale those fields. Now, we've got a new baler that I'm excited to try out and excited to show you guys, which is going to be, it's a really wicked baler. Yeah, you'll see we're going to be able to just continuously bale, round bale, and we can do some pretty large bales as well, which will just kind of help with picking stuff up and also feeding the animals. It'll be nice to throw some like relatively large round bales in there that'll feed the animals pretty good. Another thing, I think we have 25 new calves that were just born. I'm pretty sure it was 25. We'll double check after when we kind of go back and start doing our rounds, our chores of feeding the animals, getting the milk into the production facility. And I'm also going to fill the hay loft. So we won't bale absolutely everything. There's going to be parts of the field that we just pick up with the forage wagon, and I drop that into the hay loft. I think the hay loft's got about 150,000 liters in there. I think. I think, is that what it is? It's something like that. It's got quite a bit in there. So we'll have to put roughly 100,000 liters in, and then yeah, and then the rest will just go to bales. I'm thinking we'll do bales on our large field that we've got kind of on the south side of our farm, and then we'll probably do most of the hayloft forage wagon stuff on the small field that's just kind of on the south side of the field we're on right now. This is the furthest north kind of part of the map that we can get to. This is going to be a massive field. I can't wait to cut and bale this one in the spring, which I'm pretty sure in the spring we're going to cut and bale this and do it all in silage. All that silage that we get and we sell is going to go to funding more dairy cows. That pasture will hold about 400, so I would like to get to that point where we're getting, close to 400 in there. It's obviously not going to happen all at once, but I'd like to get like another 50 or 60. We're at 190 right now, so I'd like to be around that 250 to 275 range, and then at that point we're going to be producing so much milk that we're going to need 2 production facilities, which this winter, kind of forecasting a little bit more, what we're going to do this winter is rent a wood chipper and clear out some more area kind of around the farm to support another production facility, and also probably another production facility in the future. So that's it. That's me rambling on, yada yada yada. But that's going to be the rough plan over the next kind of like month and sort of year of the farm. Is just going to be, we're going to try and use silage to fund us as much as we can, and just keep going nuts with dairy cows. I really want to, before we finish this series, we're definitely going to have that 464 pen maxed out, and just giving her, that's my goal, to get that maxed out, and to be whatever that produces for milk each month. I want production facilities to be able to like support that. And once we get to that point in the farm, then maybe we'll consider the empire, the empire finished. Just Tokyo drifted that around there. Did you see that? Okay, so what I'm going to do now is, I think after I just, yapped a lot there, and you already know what's going on, I think what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to time-lapse us getting the rest of this field done. And I'm thinking I'm going to time-lapse that, and then what I will probably do, just so it's like known, at the end of that time-lapse, what I'm going to do is I'll just go kind of put... sorry, oh god, I hope I have enough fuel to finish this. I should. If you see me halfway through the time lapse, I have to go get fuel, then don't make fun of me. But I just noticed that now. We got like half a tank of fuel. Hopefully it's enough to finish this field. But yes, at the end of that time lapse, when it finishes, I'm just gonna park this set of rollers. I'll fuel the tractor up if it hasn't run out of fuel. And then I'm going to sleep through into December. So after the time lapse, when I bring you back after that, we'll be in December. Sorry, into November, not December. And we'll start cutting and baling some hay. So yeah, let's do a little bit of a time lapse. Okay, we are back here. We're back in the New York groove, really. What do we got going on here? So I did what I said. We got that field rolled, and I slept through into November, and I got one of our workers going right now, as you can see, cutting the grass in this field. Now, well, I came up to check on our field, that we planted and rolled, and we've got some weeds growing on this. Weeds that we got to deal with. It doesn't say it right there, but as I move around, kind of hit all these weird spots. Weeds. It says weed small herbicide. So I'm gonna have to rent a herbicide sprayer, some sort of a chemical sprayer to deal with these weeds. I won't be able to deal with it with like a hoeing unit or anything. I kind of wanted to go buy one of those hoeing units, but I'm not going to be able to deal with those weeds in that manner. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm just going to rip down to the store and I'm going to get like a little backpack sprayer type deal thing to go in the back of this tractor, fill it up with herbicide, and come back here and I'm going to get someone going on that field. So what I think I'm going to do just to kind of, I didn't really know we'd have to be dealing with that. I kind of thought when I rolled that field, it kind of made the weeds go away because I honestly have never really dealt with weeds on a grass field before. I don't know why I just pulled through there. But what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to just rip down, I'll rip down, deal with this kind of weed situation real quick, just so it's done with. And then I'll bring you guys back once I got that field, the weeds and stuff sprayed on it. I'll return that backpack sprayer, the little, rear one. And then we'll hook onto the tedders and we'll ted that field and windrow it and get baling. But I'm just gonna kind of I'll deal with this chore kind of just like behind the scenes real quick, get it done with, and then we can kind of just continue on baling and doing what we got to do. Okay, I got that field sprayed. That was like a bit more of an adventure than I kind of like thought it was gonna be, to be honest. I don't know why it was such a pain. It was yeah, I don't know. For something I thought I would just do kind of quick to get done for us so we could get back to the show. It ended up being a lot more. Yeah, whatever. Not gonna complain. What I'm gonna do is hopefully try and hook onto these tedders. Yep, just did. We're gonna head over. Now I brought the other tractor. The other tractor is actually just sitting at the front of the other field, which I'm gonna just hit the old unfold button on this. Tab over, not to the forklift, to this guy, and we're gonna get someone started doing that. We got fuel. Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire. Yeah, Metallica? No? Okay, okay. Let's drop this down. All right, let's get to work here. Like I was over just like messing around with that field and felt like I wasn't. Just wanted to cut and bale. I just wanted to get that new baler going. You know what I'm saying? But let's ted this field. We'll ted this field at, hopefully by the time I'm done tedding this field, the other field should be pretty close to being done. Should be pretty close. I'm thinking I'll go grab the mowing unit after, park it away, and then probably hook that other tractor to the baler. Or no, sorry, I'll hook that other tractor to the windrowers, and then we'll get windrowing these fields. But I'm pretty excited. I'm pretty excited to use that new baler, that's for sure. Pretty excited. I don't know what size of bales we should make. I mean, I guess we could just make the biggest bales that it'll make, but yeah, we could just do that. I think we will. I think we will. We'll make some max size bales. Yeah, that's what we'll do because as we go forward and we get more cattle, we're gonna have to be just putting the biggest bales that we can into that barn so they don't run out of food. I think is gonna be the plan. So we'll make 185 centimeter bales, which they'll probably be like, I don't know, like 30,000 liters of hay per bale. It'll be something crazy like that. So, like one bale essentially will be able to fill the. Don't quote me on 30,000. I don't know exactly, but I bet you one bale will essentially like fill that cow barn, which is kind of crazy to think, to be honest. But yeah, that'll be kind of like kind of the plan. And then like next spring, when we get our first cut off of that big field that I just kind of dealt with, we'll definitely do that field in silage. We probably will be able to do a full silage cut, and then yeah, we'll do a full silage cut because that way it'll give it ample time to ferment Oh, wrong one. Get hooked onto that one. There we go. Yeah, that'll give it ample time for it to ferment. Because we're going to have to go, I think, in January and go haul off all of our silage bales. That's something we'll be doing kind of like, not next. Our main focus is going to be getting these fields obviously cut and baled and all that jazz. But January will have to be, I think it's January is the best time to sell it. December and January. We'll go sell off all those silage bales and hopefully get another kind of good flush of cash. Buy some more cattle and we definitely got to rent the wood chipper again and clear out some more land, which again will make some decent cash from that as well. Pretty decent cash. But yeah, oh, it almost, now that we got this other field too, now that we got this other field, slowly I'm going to be watching the stores to try and get obviously more equipment, right? Like these little tedders are great and they work pretty good for these two fields that we have, but ideally if we could have a bigger set, it would kind of aid in getting some of that, you know, especially that big field. It would aid in getting that big field done. A bigger set of windrowers could be beneficial, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna go too crazy out of my way to get that stuff because I just want to spend all the money that we make now basically on cattle and more production facilities. That's kind of the only thing I want us to spend money on. But you know me, there'll be a good tractor that comes in the stores and then I'll start telling you stories about how, you know, we could just use this tractor and yeah. Yeah, that's probably what'll happen. Okay. All right, I'm going to keep going here. I'm going to keep going, get this field finished off, and then we'll head over to that other field, kind of get the mower and stuff situated. And we'll just keep plugging away. Just keep plugging away with getting these fields tedded, windrowed, and ready to try out that new baler. Jeez, I cannot wait to try out the new baler. Can't wait. All right. Yeah, I think what I'll do here is probably just do another little time lapse of me kind of doing some field work. And yeah, I'll bring you guys back in one sec.
All right, folks. It is now. It is now. It is time. 0 hour is finally upon us. We've got the new baler. Hitting a couple bumps here to break it in. No big deal. Try and hit a bump here. Yeah, got a couple more. The field is windrowed. We tedded, we tedded a lot of that, a lot of those fields on. I was just looking. I was right here. These tedders are 44 grand. I think we might get them. Not like right now or anything, but I think in the future, that's not too crazy amount of cash to spend on a little bigger set of tedders. Windrowers, I don't know. The windrowers are pretty expensive. It'd be nice to find, these guys or, yeah, basically these ones because they're quite large. It'd be nice to find them not at 90 grand, but yeah, even the mod ones I have. Well, these ones are pretty cool, but they're not that big. These would be cool. Maybe in a different gameplay series, but yada yada yada. It is time to bail. It is finally time to bail. So what I kind of wanted to do here, I just don't know. Let me open this. So I got our automatic bale turned on. Obviously, this baler we can do 185 centimeter bales if you look to the top left hand corner. It's set on 185. Now that's going to be a pretty unrealistic bale. Like, I'm not going to lie. Like, that thing's probably going to have like 30,000, yeah, 35,000 liters. So what I wanted to do here is just kind of test a couple different bale sizes and just see with this baler, like, I just want to see what a 150 bale, like what size it is, you know what I'm saying? It should be around that 9,000 liter mark, but I just want to see if for some reason with this baler, if it's different. I'm thinking it's not going to be. No, I don't think it will be much different. Maybe 9,500. Okay, but this is what I'm talking about. This is the best part of this baler. You're going to watch. The bale's going to pop out, and you're just going to be able to keep on keeping on. Life's a garden. You dig it. Pops out and you can just keep going. So let's drop that guy off. Let's hop out. 9,500 liters. Okay, I'm just gonna set. I'm gonna set one to 180. Just see what a 180 centimeter bale gets us. Now 180 centimeters. I know 183 is 6 feet tall. I know that because that's how tall I am. So 180 would be like a 6-foot bale. That's probably what they call it. Because I don't want to have it like super unrealistic, It's a 13,000 liter bale. I think that's pretty good. I think that's what we'll just roll with. Wonder if it'll let me change it on to 185. Let's see what a 185 is. Look how fast this thing goes. Look how fast it goes. And you just go. It's just haze just going into the abyss. Okay, so that was a... Yeah, that was a 13,000 one. Because it's not going to let you... It won't let you... Like, so I kind of swapped a bale mid-bale, you know what I'm saying? I'm just going to pick up the intake there. Okay, let's drop that down. This baler is going to be clutch, absolutely clutch in that big field. Can't wait. I can't wait. Now, I got a worker on our other field, windrowing the other big field, and I know I'm gonna end up just using the forage wagon probably on this field, but I just couldn't help myself. I had to come out here and we had to test it out. Okay, yeah, see, like, if you're looking at the bottom right-hand corner, we're at 40%, and there's already 20,000 liters in this bale. I'm thinking we'll probably just stick with 180s, right? Because, like, this baler's already kind of unrealistic. Like, I don't even think, are there balers like this in real life that have dual chambers? That's probably a stupid question. That's probably a stupid question. Is it though? Like, I don't know. Like I don't know. I'm not no baling expert. If there's any people in the chat that actually, or in the comment section that actually have baled, like, is this even a thing where there's like a dual chamber baler that you could actually just continuously round bale like the way you can with square balers? Is that a thing? I can't imagine that actually being a thing. Huh. But it's like, yeah, so it's already kind of unrealistic. I don't want to be making bales that are like, look at this. It's already going to be at 30,000 liters. Yeah, this is a pretty unrealistic bale. This would be feeding animals for a hot minute. A hot minute. Like, if you think for context, like, what is the hayloft itself? The whole hayloft holds 250,000 liters. So, like, this bale's at 42,000 liters right now. Yeah, I think we'll just stick with 180s. We'll just stick with 180s. Plus, I kind of like the look of a field when it's got a whole bunch of bales on it. Like, if we would bale this field and there'd be like 2 bales out there. Just gonna make sure we get it rated 100%. Going slow, no whammies. Okay. Yeah, that is a 50,000 liter hay bale. Okay, so I'm gonna switch this. We'll just keep it on 180s. We'll keep it, yeah, we'll keep that on 180s. Now, I'm gonna have to clean these bales off here. Actually, you know what? Whatever, it doesn't matter. We're already out here baling. Let's just keep baling this field. I was just gonna say maybe I'll just do the rest of this small field. I swear I hit the button to drop that. Do this small field with the forage wagon, but I can use the forage wagon to start that other field. Let's just keep baling. We finally got our new baler. We might as well use it. Oh yeah. Fancy. Fancy here at Tassi Farms. Super fancy. Now, one thing, too, I was like looking through the prices of. I was just like going through, like, checking, like, oh yeah, what are silage prices and stuff. While this field was being windrowed, I was just kind of messing around, looking at tethers and stuff, and like, I definitely screwed up. We should not have started a dairy farm on this map. We should have been doing peat. Absolutely insane. Like, these peat fields. I'll just show you. I'll just show you real quick. You want to know how much peat goes for per 1,000 liter on this map? Just take a guess. Just take a guess. Let's just go look. Green beans, they're 1,300 bucks. Let's go take a look at rice. 2,100 bucks. Yeah, that's not too bad. Some spinach, 400 bucks. Not really what we'd be looking for, but not too bad. Sunflowers, we're kind of at the bottom here at 885, but the top would be around 1,500 bucks. Peat is 36,000 per 1,000 liters. Per 1,000 liters. Isn't that insane? Insane. So we could have been way richer, way faster. 36,000 per 1,000 liters. That's crazy. Those peat fields are huge. Although I don't know too much about doing peat. There's peat and then there's dry peat. And so in those peat fields, I'll tell you what I do know about it. Okay, pretty sure. Just want to check. Okay, yeah. 13,000. We'll just stick with those. It's not super realistic, but it's a little, yeah, whatever. So yeah, the peat fields, what do I know about peat? I don't really know how the fields regenerate or anything like that, but you basically kind of do it like, almost like grass, like, if you will. Or almost like grass. There's there's an implement that you run over the peat field. I think it's a peat field. I don't really know, or a peat bog. It might be called a peat bog. And what it does is it turns up the top part of the soil. It almost turns it so if you were to cut this grass, and then you can windrow it and you can pick it up with something almost kind of like a forage harvester or a forage wagon. It's a weird looking piece of equipment. And then you can take that peat off and you can sell it. And that's just straight up peat.
Then there's like one extra step where you would, you know, cut the field, if you will, where you like run across the bog with the unit that kind of stirs up the top part of the soil. Then you can like ted it, and it dries it out, and then that's how you get dry peat. But that's like about as far as I know of it. I don't really know where peat comes from. I think it's like some sort of organic matter that like, you know what? If I say any more, I'm really just talking out of my butt. So I'm just not gonna. Okay, what I'm gonna do. Kind of screwed up a little bit. Well, I didn't screw up, but it's gonna be a little bit weird picking those bales off because there's a couple that are different sizes. So I'm going to let's come over here real quick and I'm gonna drop the baler off just for 1 second. This thing is awesome. We'll park it right in the way so then we don't forget about it. I'll have to use the bale spikes at one time, but the John Deere tractor's over windrow. And actually, let's go take a look at this, see how we're doing. Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad at all. Forklift. Okay, I just want to grab the bale trailer. I'm going to go scoop up whatever bales we can. And then I'll just use the bale fork, I think, to go grab the last of them. And I might even just throw it straight in the cow barn, like that 50,000 liter bale. I might just toss her right in the barn and just... That's what they can munch on throughout the winter. Okay, first off real quick here. Our little auto loading payment. I think that's fair. I'm still sticking with the fact that I think that that's fair. Pay a little bit. Okay, we got to make sure because that'll be a 150, and then those ones up there are going to be 185. So let's turn this guy on. Okay. I hit the button and it didn't button, so I thought maybe something jammed out for a second, but... Yeah, a bigger set of tedders and windrowers would be nice, because that field, whew, that field's going to take a second to do. What's this one? Yeah, that's the wrong size, no big deal. It might give me that warning on one of these, the one on the right. Oh, I'm completely wrong. That's weird. It's weird that it would pick all these up. Okay. It's probably... I don't know, I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure why that just happened. Usually that wouldn't happen. It wouldn't let me pick up the 185s along with the 180s, so... Alright, let's drop these off. Okay. I think what I'll do too is let's take this bale trailer right over. We'll park it on the side of the field, somewhat out of the way. And then I think what we could do is just grab the forage wagon and I'll start filling the hayloft. Yeah, let's park this. Right there, looks good. Whew. We got a lot of hay out there. Alright, let's grab the forage wagon real quick here. I'll grab the forage wagon, and I'll head out there, and I'll start loading up. We'll bring a bunch of loads back to fill up this hayloft. Actually, let's just jump out here. 135,000 liters. Okay, so we need 115,000 liters. I think this trailer holds 32. Is it 32 or 33,000? 35? Something like that. So we need like... Oh, yeah, that's right. I left some in here. That's right. That's right. I was too lazy to dump it that one time. Remember? Yeah, you remember. Okay. So that was 24,000 liters in there. And so we were at 139. So what's that? 159? Yes, we need roughly 90,000 liters. So probably about 3 full of these containers. Because this should be roughly 30. Yeah, there we go.
Okay. All right, what I think I'm gonna do is I'll keep going here. I'll get the hayloft filled, and then once we're back, we'll keep baling. I'll bring you guys back, and then we'll do some baling. By that point, once I get the hayloft filled, the guy will be done doing the windrows, and yeah, we can get the sweet new baler back, and we'll keep going on this field. All right, we're back here. We got the old lizard baler, and I'm gonna try and pick up this little bit right there, actually. We're back on the field. It looks like that tractor is done windrowing. Actually, let's tab over to this guy real quick. Let's just go. Let's just head over and park this, get it out of the way, because we're gonna be bailing up a storm, and we don't want anything in our way. You know what I mean? We're just gonna be skinny pedal down, and that's about it. Okay, so let's just think about what we got to do for the rest of today's episode. Obviously I want to get this field baled, and I still want to go do that plowing contract, which I'll probably just go start that plowing contract towards the end of the episode. Like, I'm not going to time lapse it or go do anything like that, to be honest, because yeah, I'm just not going to do anything like that. But I want to. We got to go pick up that other bale that's stuck out on that field, which is pretty easy to do. I'm going to leave these right there so that I can pressure wash them before we put them away. But as I'm talking right now, let me just take a look here real quick. We got some harvesting contracts. Honestly, I just don't feel like doing them. This one's pretty easy because it's like set it and forget it, to be honest. And this field's not that far from the house. Okay, here's actually what I'm going to do. What I think I'm going to do. I'm going to go swap these tractors out real quick. Put this John Deere on the baler, and then I'll go hook the Dude's Far's got a little bit more gigawatts to the PTO, you know what I'm saying? So let's just drop this off, because I think what I'm going to do, just real quick, as I'm sitting here planning it out in front of you guys, I'm going to just throw the plow on this. Let's grab this contract, accept contract, yeah. Avoid hitting the broken down cars. I'm gonna go grab the plow. I think I'm just gonna go start this contract. I'll go get a worker started on that with this plow, and then we'll come back and then we'll start baling. That way, at least I got a tractor going on something while we're baling, and I don't need this Dude's Far tractor for anything other than it can just plow, and we can use the John Deere for the rest of everything. So yeah, give me 1 sec. I'll go get this plowing contract started on the field, and then once we're back, we'll bale up a storm. Okay, I got the Dude's Far tractor out on that field. Let's chill in the cab for a little bit here. I just wish it was a little quieter in the cab. But let's do some baling. Oh yeah, this thing is a monster. Make sure we're straight on this windrow here. Like, what's that jug? Oh, that must be silage additive. I see. Tractor's not too dirty in here, not too bad. Pretty realistic, except there's no coffee in the cup holder. I find that suspicious. Okay, baling up a storm. Not bad. I'm so glad we got this new baler. We're just able to bale so much quicker. That's why I don't mind that we do a little bit. We don't got to do the max size bales. Like, we don't got to be making 50,000 liter bales. Like, look how fast we're doing this field. It's just going to be so much better, especially with that really big field that we're going to have to deal with. Which, I'm hoping we can get a good decent amount of silage bales off that field, which we definitely should be able to. We should be able to get a pretty good amount of silage bales. I'm always just kind of planning little stuff. Like, I kind of want to get that field, the one that's like right behind us right now, that field, and do some grain in it. And the reason for that is, like, we could sell the grain off. That's not really that big of a deal. I would like to get the straw from it so that we could put a manure heap by our cow pasture, and then we would have manure to spread on the fields as well, which I think could be could be beneficial. I like, like we obviously have a bunch of slurry that we can spread, but it would be good to have manure as well. Now that we got that really big field, it would kind of be, because I don't like, I like to keep trying to do it where we don't use a chemical fertilizer if we can help it. I like that idea of like a little bit more of a regenerative farm where you take care of the pasture and the grass fields with the manure and the waste from the animals, and it's just a little bit more organic and kind of a natural process. I like the idea of that. So that's kind of just something I had in the back of my mind, because we do have the combine now that we got at a good deal. The farmland is relatively cheap. I could just put one of these fields that we do. I guess we could do that. We could always plow this field or cultivate this one that we're on right now and put this to some sort of a grain field. Yeah, maybe we could do that because we're going to have a lot of grass and we're going to have so much hay that we don't even really know what to do with. The hayloft is completely full. Plus, we've already got so many bales. Maybe we could do that. Yeah, I'll kind of think about it. Yeah, rather than buying more land. Yeah, maybe that's what we should do is I'll just cultivate this field. It's November. Oh, you can't plant nothing. Can I plant wheat? Nope. Nope. You can only plant wheat in October. That doesn't matter though. That doesn't matter. We could always just plan it out and yeah, maybe do that next season. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Just kind of things that I ponder as we're going, and I see equipment that we got sitting there. The only other thing with grain is, like, we can't feed the animals grain. They're all grass-fed and finished animals. Unless we got pigs or something. I don't know. Just thinking out loud right now. Like, we could get pigs and just have a small pen kind of in the corner, but I don't want to spend it. Like, you get a small pig pen, it's still going to cost a bunch of money. The only thing I want to spend money on is cattle and dairy production facilities, just to keep plugging it away, because we already got 190 cattle in that barn, and I went just while their windrowing was happening and stuff. I went and I pulled the milk and put it into the production facility, and we had 13,500 liters of milk that had to go in. So like, we're gonna be, once we get over that 200 mark of the head of cattle, we're gonna be starting to bottleneck that production facility, and we're gonna need another one and maybe even another one to really just keep producing so much cheese. Yeah, so that's my thinking. All right, I'm gonna keep going here. I'm gonna get this field done. I'll bring you guys back in a little bit once the baling's kind of completed and it's a little bit further along on plowing that field and getting that contract done. All right, we are back in action here. I got the last of the bales pulled off the field, and I just parked our bale trailer. Let's go hop over real quick. Let's check on this guy. He's getting pretty close to being done this field. Just working on headlands now. Looks like he's almost finished. Finished the first full rotation of headlands, and then he's got one more to do after that, so not too bad. What I was gonna do here is I'm gonna hook onto our slurry spreader. Actually, yeah, well, I'm gonna hook onto this, and then I'm just gonna go. I kind of thought my one field needed some rolling. I can't really remember. We're going to go to just do a little bit of laps and just see what we got going on right now. But I want to fertilize these fields, get some fertilizer on them now for the winter so it can sit. I just want to check these fields real quick. Whoa! I definitely thought I could snake around that tree. Tree better watch it. I got a chainsaw in the pocket and I'm not afraid. Okay, yeah, we don't need to do anything with this. I thought maybe I needed to plow or something one of these fields, but yeah, I'm just going to set a worker to start doing this and kind of getting this field, prepped and ready to go. Prepped and ready to go for the winter. And then next episode, what we'll be doing is, next episode, we're definitely going to be renting a wood chipper. We already got a trailer.
But we're going to rent a wood chipper, and we're going to clear out some more land around the farm. Let's go into this mode real quick here. So I want to clear out a bunch of these trees, all these trees right here, and have this whole kind of pathway to the backside of this field cleared out, so we can keep going with production facilities along this edge here, and then really whatever else we want to do here. So I want to clear out these trees here. I might leave a couple of these in just because, you know, why not? And I might just kind of come through and clear out a few more of these, or maybe some around here just while we got it, just to kind of make it a bit easier to get in and out of the hayloft. But that's not really that big of a deal. The main thing will be getting these ones cut down and cleared out of there. Probably this one, this one, this one, this one, and this small one. Maybe a couple along the edge just for good luck, you know, since we got the we're gonna have the wood chipper here. But that'll be kind of the plan for next episode. Get a little bit of extra cash out of that. I'm gonna just finish fertilizing these fields. I'll kind of just do that off camera, and because we don't really need to sit and watch that. I don't think I'll do any more contracts once this one's finished. There's not really anything else I want to go do. Like I said, I'm not gonna go harvest or do anything. I just don't feel like messing with it right now. I mean, I could do that one. I don't know. I don't really feel like messing around or doing any harvesting. I just kind of want to focus on our farm and do our stuff. I fed the animals. I threw that extra bale that we had, that was kind of left on that first field we baled. I threw that in the barn, so we're stocked for hay. And also, let's go into this silage. We got a bunch of silage that we got to sell. It's telling me March. Is that true, man? I thought silage we always sold in December. Am I crazy? There's the peat, the farm that we should have done. Yeah, maybe in a different time we'll do peat. Where is? So you can also come through and check. Oh, I'm surprised they don't have dry peat on this map. Peat dry, sorry, it's called peat dry, so it's a little bit less. Yeah. Okay, silage. I went past it twice, didn't I? Yep. Yeah, it's telling me, oh, I guess March is technically the peak. We'll see if it's close. It's 217 right now. It's at 211. I think I'm just gonna go sell it off next episode. Either that or January, one of the two. Wood chipping will be good in December. Maybe we'll do the silage in January. Not really sure, but you know, we might be able to get both of it done next episode. Although wood chipping does take a little bit of time. But, yeah, so that's kind of going to be the plan for next episode, and then we'll keep going. We're going to get some more cattle and keep going to town. All right, so I think I'll end this episode here. Thanks again so much for watching. I appreciate it like always. If you haven't done so already, make sure you hit that sub, hit that like button, leave me a comment of what you're thinking on the series so far. And yeah, make sure you guys have a good afternoon, morning, day whenever you're watching this. And like always, I appreciate it so much. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out with me on this fine day. Take care, guys, and I'll see you on the next episode. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to episode 19 of our Tassi Farms Dairy Empire gameplay series. I am the Ultra Farmer, and we got a crazy episode for you today. We've got an episode where we build a whole bunch of stuff. If you're wondering what's standing behind me, new shop, more trucks. Well, more trailers, not more trucks, but we got a whole expansion that we do today. It's going to be a busy episode. We got a lot of work to do. We got fields to work. We have cheese to move around, and I want to get you into how all of this behind me got built. So, without further ado, let's get into episode 19 of our Dairy Empire gameplay series. I'm just headed up to the store now with the first load of wood chips. It is December, and that means it is wood chip season. We got to clear out those trees and get kind of a new spot made for another production facility, which we will need in the future, probably kind of getting to be sooner rather than later. But I want to get a bunch of these trees cleared out, and it's kind of a slow process, you know, going back and forth with this wood chipper. But yeah, I rented this unit, got it hooked to the trailer. As you can see, I cut down kind of one big massive tree and just was kind of messing around with it. I got a bunch of small pieces and stuff back at the farm that we still got to kind of deal with. But yeah, I'll get all those trees cleared out. That's going to be the main thing through December here. You know, right before Christmas, we'll get a little flush of cash from the wood chips, and then in January we're going to be going off to sell the silage bales. So I'm heading to the store here. Let's let this car pass. Heading to the store here. Let's go dump this, and then what I'll do is I'll meet you back up at the farm, and we'll continue to wood chip. It'll kind of be, you know, I'm not going to do the whole process of wood chipping because it is kind of slow going, cutting everything into the small pieces. They're not the easiest trees, but yeah, I'll get this dumped off. Actually, let's see here. Can I dump it? I think I want to do it on the side here. Let me just look here. One sec. I'm trying to look and see. Maybe it'll just be the back. I thought I could side do it. Yeah, and the wood chipper always ends up having a little bit of wood chips left in it. So it's kind of like a little bit of a glitch where, because sometimes I'm filling it and I'm not really like going back and forth like in the actual tractor paying attention to see how many wood chips are like in the thing. I'm just like throwing it in that conveyor belt, so a little bit gets stuck in that wood chipper. But okay, there's 30 grand right there. Not too bad, not too bad. And we still got a bunch of trees to get out of there. Well, I say a bunch. The one that I was cutting down was like a really big one, so you obviously get a little bit more money for the big ones. Let's just close this menu. But it'll be good because I really want to buy a whole bunch more cattle. That's another main goal for today. We've got to get a bunch of wood chipping done. We got to get all the silage bales sold. We got to buy a bunch more cattle, and then like once all that area is kind of cleared out, and we get some more cattle and we get a little more milk and stuff going, kind of plan out for another production facility. And yeah, get into some field work in the springtime is the plan. So yeah, I'm gonna head back up to the farm, kind of keep wood chipping, and I'll just bring you back, you know, bring you through periodically till we get the wood chipping done, and then we'll get into moving some bales. All right, we are just a wood chipping machine or something like that. I'm not too sure. I got down a really big tree. I'm just kind of messing with this one right now, just going through, getting all these like smaller pieces somewhat. If I can, you know the routine. We did this last time. Sometimes they go good, like sometimes it just eats them up, no problem. Sometimes it's like, you gotta just find the sweetest spot. Like you just jam the log in there and it'll just be sitting in there and not wood chipping. I'm not too sure. But these are all just kind of the smaller pieces and stuff right now. I've just been cutting those. I've been trying to find the way. It's like this, right? Like what's going on with this? Oh. Like I don't know how to put that in there any differently. Let's try this. Yeah, I've been trying to find the way with like the stumps. Like what's the trick with the stumps? Or not the stumps, but like the bottom side of the trees, just like the thick trunk area. That's always the tricky part. Oh god. Alright, we'll just put this aside for now. Sometimes it's almost like you just gotta give it a break. Try a different piece. But the 199, that is right at the brink. Is that gonna take it all? Okay, let's jump in and see. 50%. Okay, not too bad, not too bad. Let's go see 141. Okay. Yeah, I gotta cut this piece up into a smaller kind of chunk. But yeah, get all these trees cleared out is still the plan. I'm gonna keep, let's go back into this. I'm gonna get this guy out, and these three are going to be what's left, and I think I'll leave these just for now. So these three more. So what I'll probably do is I'll just kind of keep going here. I'm not going to bring you through this whole process because it's just kind of me slow going doing this. There's not too much to it. I think I'll just go through, I'll get all these kind of done, and then I'll bring you back. I just wanted to make sure that was working. Once those are all kind of cleared out, sometimes you just go like this, and then we'll go. It'll be January, and I'll bring you back on the final load of the wood chips, so then that way you can see kind of the final tally of the cash that we get. Yeah, like this one's just not gonna go, I don't think. And yeah, we'll go from there, and then we'll go sell some silage. But both trips that I made were 30 grand, so hopefully I can do another one that's about 30, maybe two more trips ish, and yeah, should have some decent cash, but definitely some more once we sell off the silage. We're just pulling back into the drop off down here, down to the stores, and we're taking in. This is the final load of wood chips. So we got all of those trees cleared out, the ones that we wanted to. It took a little bit of time, there's a little bit of messing around, but I've kind of got a better system now for how I cut the trees down when there's like a whole bunch of limbs. I don't know, it's kind of hard to explain, but I got like a better system now of like how I do it. But each trip that I've come down here, each load of wood chips I've taken have been about 30 grand. The last one I did was 31. So we'll see what this is. This should be around the same, I'm thinking. We'll see. 25? Okay, yeah, yeah. That actually makes sense. It's a little bit less. So what I'm going to do, I got to dock. Yeah, I got to dock that off. I'm going to spin this around here. The boys are going to be a little bit mad at me because I didn't pressure wash this thing, but that's okay. They'll get over it. They'll get over it. We're good customers down here, you know. They'll let that one slide for us just this one time. But there we go. We you know, I think, dare I say, that probably is going to be the last time we wood chip. So, because we don't really got, I mean, like, we could wood chip some more in the future, but not too bad. Let's look, 265,500 exactly. Let's go look at our finances here just real quick before I head up to the farm. Harvest income, I think that's what it is considered, you know. So 119, almost 120,000 buccarinos, which is nice. That is nice. That is some dairy cattle funds right there, which we like. Okay, I'm going to head back up to the farm. I'll just kind of save you the drive. I'm going to head back up there, and I'll meet you at the cow barn, and we're going to buy some more cattle. I want to get some more cattle before we get through into September, or sorry, before we get through into January and start selling the silage bales. I'm gonna get some more cattle, and then we're gonna put some hay in the barn, and then we will we'll get into selling those silage bales. Eventually, I'll get there, but I want to go buy some more cattle. So yeah, I'll meet you back at the cow barn. All right, I just wanted to take you kind of on a little victory lap here, where we went through. I left that guy, and I left just kind of these, just to separate it. You know, keep some sty points around here. But there we go. We got this whole area cleared out now, so we've got a ton of room. We can build more production facilities in here. We can build more shops, more shed space if we want. Yeah, there's lots we can do there for now, which is great. But and we got some cheese that we're gonna have to load up. Well, let's go over. I'm gonna park this tractor right with this, with the old milk container here. Let's just fill that where we can. All right, let's jump out, run down here. Got some snow in the barn, no big deal. Okay, let's go. Let's get some more cows. Okay, so I'm kind of thinking puberty's at 18 months. Okay, so let's see if we can get some more of these. How much more is... I want to spend like at least 65. There, we can get 51. We'll get 52, Ray Lewis. 52 more cows. Oh yeah, 242. Let's get 8 more for good luck. So we want... Obviously these don't do milk. What do we already have in here? This breed is dairy and produces milk. So let's get 8 more of those. Okay, we spent a bit of money, but we got some more cows. Nice, 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 nice. Okay, that's good stuff. That's really good stuff. All right, we need to get a whole bunch more food into the barn. That's definitely what we got to do right now. We gotta get some more food in there. So I'm gonna hook on to the. Yeah, let's just jump back in this tractor. It'll be fine. Let's go get some hay, and we'll fill this thing with loose hay, and then I might end up having to start jam some bales in there. We'll see how much they eat through this month. We'll just see how much that many cattle go through. Because those are like a whole bunch of really mature cows, so that should be a good gauge of like how much food we're gonna have to go through each month, especially in the winter. There's no pasture for them to munch on. Yeah, like I might clear some of these trees out of here eventually, but I might just kind of clear them and not take them to wood chip if that makes sense. Just get them out of our way. Okay, let's go dump this in the barn. We'll dump this in the barn, and then we'll sleep on through into January, and we'll start doing some back and forths with the silage bales. Yeah, and I'll be excited to see how much food these guys eat. And I think I just think it like maybe I'll have to put. I'm gonna go get another trailer full of this and just leave it in there. So on another gameplay series that we're doing on the Hard Times Hog Farm gameplay series, if you guys haven't checked that out, it's a pretty good one. We're trying to get rich from pigs, which has been tricky, but it's been interesting. But we have a barn there that can hold like 400, almost 480 pigs. However, it'll only hold 9,000 liters of food, which those pigs go through very quickly. Like 500 pigs go through way more than 9,000 liters of food per month or each time we sleep through. And so what I have to do is I have to fill the barn with food, and then I park a trailer right at the drop-off area that has more food in it. And then as the pigs like eat up all the food that's in the barn, the game just kind of automatically will dump that trailer into the drop off so the pigs have food to eat, if that makes sense. So I'm able to feed them, better, if you will. But yeah, it's a little bit of a trick. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get us into January, and then we're going to have to go through, and we got, how many round silage bales do we have? 59. We have 59 bales to take. I'm pretty sure that trailer will take 26, but I can't remember exactly what size that is. So it might take a little bit. We might have to do 3 trips, but we'll take all that silage off, and then we're going to get into the spring, and we're going to be cutting. We got to cut and bale that big field. So got lots of work to do. And yeah, I'll bring you back in January, and let's go sell some silage. Okay, there we are, team. I just loaded up our first trailer full of silage bales, and I'm going to head on down to the store. But my plan, I'm just going to jump out here. My plan worked. So we filled this barn full of food. Okay, it says it has 0 liters of food in there. So this trailer, this barn will hold 32,000 liters of food. And I think this trailer, let me just go check. Where's my trailers? It's under forage wagon. How much will this hold? 35,000 liters. As you can see, this trailer is empty. So not only did they eat 32,000 liters that was already in this barn, they ate another 35,000 liters of hay. And that still leaves us at 0 food, but their health is still 100%. So that is a lot of food. That good thing we have that other field. So more what I was getting at is what I wanted to bring in is that Trek works. So if you're playing this game and you're running into the same issue where you have a barn, or say you have a barn, and then you also are able to put down pasture, and you make a big field, because the bigger your field, the bigger your pasture field, the more animals that you can essentially take care of. So if you see a barn, and you extend the pasture, sometimes you can, there might be some sort of a mod that I have where that helps. I don't think so though, because this was just in part of this game, part of this map. But if you're running into that issue where the animals are eating more food than your barn can hold and then their health is going down to zero, that's the trick to do it. Now there's also kind of another trick to it. I've found that what you want to do is you want to, before you sleep through into the next month, there's two tricks. You can fast forward time, because what's going to happen if you fast forward time is the animals are going to eat more and more food. So if you sleep through for, like, if I hit the sleep button right now and my clock says 1 p.m., like if you look up to the top right hand corner, my clock says 12:57. Well, between now and tomorrow, which would be like into February at 8 a.m., they're going to eat a lot of food. But if I fast forward time till about 5 p.m. and then fill the barn, they eat like less food overnight, if that makes sense. But what you got to do is you got to park your trailer there, fill the barn, and leave it just a little bit empty. So that whole barn will hold 32,000 liters. So the trick I've found is that you fill it to 31,000 liters, then you pull another full trailer load around and you dump that last little bit in. It's something about when you pull that trailer up and then you dump just a little bit out of it, it's like it locks that trailer into the barn somehow, and then it'll work. I found before on the other game modes, if I filled the barn right full and then parked a trailer out front full, for some reason it wouldn't work. It's like you need to pour just a little bit in there. I don't know, it's probably hard to explain. Oh, I never went and actually returned that. I drove back to the farm and didn't do it. Now the boys are really going to be mad at me. I parked it out front there and didn't return it. Okay, we need to switch mode. We need to return this. Dang, we paid for it for an extra month. Yeah, that is not good farm management right there, ladies and gentlemen. Not good farm management. Okay, so let's pull in here. Let's see. Come on now. There we go. One at a time. 30,000. Okay, not too bad. Not too bad at all. All right. This is going to take a couple trips. I'm going to have to do, I think, about 3.5 trips before I can get all those silage bales back there. But it should be pretty consistent. We should be getting about 30 grand per trip. So out of the three full loads that I'm going to take, we should be right around that $90,000 mark-ish. But we got a lot of cattle now, and then they produced 17,000 liters of milk. So we're going to have to get another production facility, I'm thinking, pretty much as soon as we can. Because, yeah, it's going to bottleneck that little one that we got. And we're going to need something else to produce or to refine all this milk that we're getting. So I'm going to keep going. I'll do a couple back and forths here. I'll get all this done, and then I'll meet you back at the farm once I got all these silage bales hauled off. I don't want you to have to sit through me going back and forth doing this. So I'll get those done a little bit, and then I'll meet you back at the farm. We'll do some chores. We'll pull around, we'll get the cattle fed. We're gonna have to get them fed again, and I think I'm gonna have to stock some bales in there. Potentially. I don't know exactly how I'm going to be able to do this to make sure that they're super fed, but I think I'm going to stock some bales in the barn, at least 30,000 liters worth, so that they got a ton of food to eat. We might even have to start using the really biggest setting on that baler, which I think will put like 50,000 liter bales or something crazy, just so we can feed these guys. Because I still want to get more, right? Even though we got this much, I still want to get more. But okay, I'm going to keep going. I'll get all this silage hauled off, and yeah, I can't wait for us to get into some baling, especially that big field. I can't wait for us to, cut and bale that field. Okay, I'm just back at the farm here. I got everything sold off. I'm just doing some chores here, moving some milk around. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go into our finances just to see. Yeah, I had it right here. So we made 95,000 off all those silage bales. So not too bad at all. That basically pays for all the cattle that we bought, which is decent. And we're gonna need to get another production facility. That's what I'm feeling right now. So let's go in here and just look at. Let me just make sure I'm looking at this correctly. Jeez, it says we can hold 2.5 million liters in here. That's crazy. I think I'm just going to wait until maybe in like February or something like that, and just see. I'm going to take all this milk that we get right now, because we had 17,000 liters out of this barn. We're just going to fill that production facility, see how much is left after just to see how much it's going through, and then kind of make the plan moving forward is exactly when to put down the next production facility. But yeah, we're gonna need two, I'm thinking, methinks. And then what I'm gonna do quick, yeah, there's 3,000 liters left in there. Let's dump this. I'm gonna dump that right now. Okay, I'm gonna go through this little tip here again, because I probably explained it in like an annoying, confusing way. So this barn will hold 32 or 33,000 liters. Let's go through here. So I'm gonna fill this trailer. We'll fill this trailer up. And then what I do is I'm gonna, instead of putting this full trailer load into the barn, I'm gonna leave it a little bit less. Like I'm only gonna dump about 30,000 liters in, and then I'll come fill this trailer up again, and I'll show you. This is how I found, at least for it to work. I don't know. There might be. Oh God. Come on now. There we go. You just gotta throttle it real hard, and then you'll get it out of there. But yeah, this is what I found to work, because like I said, in that other series that we're doing, if you guys want to go check that other series out too, you should check it out. It's kind of a fun series. It's neat. It's on a really good map, a map that I really like, called Waseca County, Minnesota. This is what we had to do with the pigs on there. So I'm watching my meter. I'm not going to fill all of this. There's 20,000 left in this trailer. There's 10,000. I'm going to stop it somewhere right there. Okay, so I'm going to jump out 28,000 liters in there. I'm going to do a little bit more. Let's jump out and see. Okay, so there's 31,000 liters in there. So this barn isn't completely full. And then I found this is how you do it. So you fill this trailer up again, and then you got to just dump a little bit out of the trailer. For some reason, when I did it on the pig farm, if it wouldn't work. Like if I filled the barn completely full and then left a full trailer out front, this trick wouldn't work. It's like I had to only fill the barn like 98% full, then pull the full trailer around, dump just a little bit out of the full trailer, and it like, I don't know, it like triggers something in the game, like, oh yeah, just keep dumping this into the barn whenever you need. I don't know, maybe that's just something weird on my game, or I'm not 100% sure, but this is how I found it to work. Now, you don't obviously have to do this with just hay. Like, I could just stick bales of hay there, but I wanted to show it to you like this, because this is how I did it with the pig barn. So now I've got this full trailer here. I'm going to dump the last little bit out of this to fill the barn, okay? And then I just hop out and I just leave everything sitting there, and it should just work. But let's go jump back into this. We'll jump back into this. I'm going to get the last little bit of milk out of this barn, go put it in the production facility, and then we'll jump through into February. And what we'll do when we jump through into February is we'll come in and we'll look. Yeah, there's the last 4,000 liters. We'll come and we'll check this trailer, and I'll hopefully be able to show you how everything worked. Just real quick too, so I don't forget. 33,750. Okay, so that's a weird number. Almost 34,000 liters to fully feed those guys. And then that trailer should have about another 33,000 left in it, which we can go check. Let's dump this in. Yes, 33. So 67,000 liters should be the total that we're gonna end up feeding these guys. It's 250 cattle in the winter months. Like, keep in mind, there's no pasture or anything for them to munch on. So I also wish there was, like, you could see that there was 250 head of cattle in here. Like, I could see like 10. Like, this is just a huge field. I wish it was full of all of our cattle. Okay, so let's jump over to this. Yeah, that's the last thing that we're going to do. Okay, I'm going to jump through into February, and then we're just going to check on this barn and see exactly how much food they just went through. So we're looking for around 67,000 liters, and hopefully they'll still have 100% health. So let's do that, and I'll bring you back in just 1 second. Okay, I'm just coming in here. This trailer is just dumping out some food. It jumped out the last. Okay, let's just go in here and see. I tried to catch it. So this trailer now is empty. I'm sorry, this camera's just tinking around so bad there. Okay, so that trailer is now empty. Let's hop out. And we got 12,000 liters, 13,000 liters in there. So we had 33,750. I got my calculator. 12,294. Okay, so we went through 54,000 liters of food. 54,000 liters of food, and they produced 10,000 liters of milk. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Okay, let's just pull through here. I'm going to fill this. We're going to go into our production facilities here. Where is our milk? 5,000 liters. Okay, so we went through about 12,000 liters. Yep, we're going to have to get another production facility. That is the only thing that I can think of. Now, what else could we make in here? We're not going to do any bottled milk. I guess we could do another production facility and we could do butter. How do we do chocolate milk? Oh, we probably need chocolate. Dang. Genius. Goat milk, goat cheese. Okay. Okay. 20 milk equals 18 cheese. 25, 23. So probably basically the same, except we do more cycles of cheese per month. So that's probably a little bit better. Bottled milk, 20 makes 30. Yeah, I guess we could do something with but then the bottled milk doesn't sell for as much. I'll have to kind of just think and plan that out a little bit better. But we're into February. We should go check the stores and see if anything came up. Oh, there's this tractor. Tractor drill planter. These are like 130 grand brand new, so it's actually a pretty good deal. Okay. I'm just gonna do a little bit of this. Oh, run into this tree. Let's back up here. Let's back up here. Let's cut through over here. I'm going to get this milk and stuff put in, and then I'm just going to check a few things to get sorted with this next production facility. But we are going to be going to cut and bale hay really, really soon. Actually, let's go for it. Let's go for a little run out here and just see how the fields are looking. Not too bad. Not too bad. Let's go up to this other field. Yeah, dirty old weeds that were growing on here, but that's okay. We'll get rid of them after this harvest. There's still 97% yield bonus, so not too bad. Not too bad at all. And let's go check on this one. Looking just lovely. Just lovely. Okay, let's go jump back in this tractor. Let's keep getting some more milk. I gotta load this truck. Now, we're not going to be going to drop off all this cheese and stuff till October, but I want to go through at some point and load this truck up. Oh yeah, we got 280 grand. So I'm just gonna try and figure out also like how much more cattle should we get. It's kind of a question I'm trying to figure out. I want to get another 100, that's for sure. I just want to make sure we have enough food to sustain them. Well, I guess we have that huge field, and we can just bale that with hay, even though I wanted to bale that in silage and have another good flush of cash come in from that, because that's a massive field. We would get quite a bit of silage off that. Yeah, I think for now we'll just wait and see. I guess we got quite a bit of hay still stockpiled, and summer's going to be coming, so they'll be able to eat meadow, which isn't too bad. Yeah, we could always do that. Let's go check the prices of everything. Now, I'm pretty sure at 36 months, yeah, we're going to have to start selling off some of these cattle too. I think at 36 months, their value is going to start going down. So we'll be watching for that to make sure that doesn't happen. But we might have to sell off some cattle too. Yeah, you only make 14. We don't really make that much money selling off cattle. That's not too bad though. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm going to do some work here. I'm going to get everything set for a production facility. I'll get through into March. Actually, we'll bring you back in April when we're actually cutting and baling. I want to get into a couple growth stages on those fields, and then we'll start cutting and baling in April. Alright folks, we are back. It is April and we are going to go cut some grass. I'm just getting, I was just kind of getting the tractors all pulled around here, actually. In the spirit of trying to do everything. Let me get this out of the way. I just fueled this tractor up and I did a repair on it, so I'm actually going to back over to the, I'll back over to the little workshop here real quick. Let's just make sure this tractor's good and repaired and there's no issues. You know, we don't want any issues. Let's go in here. Let's repair it. 1,200 bucks. Oil change, filters, new set of tires. Yeah, right. There's no way we could get a new set of tires for 1,200 bucks. I'd say oil change, hydraulic flush, probably a mirror or something that I broke because I was driving erratically. You know how it gets. But we are gonna hook on. I'm gonna hook on to the mowers here. I'm gonna head up to our big new field and we're gonna get that field cut. I'm kind of just going to work my way down, if that makes sense. Like I'll start all the way at the very, very top, and I'll work my way all the way down. The animals are doing good. We still got 250 cattle. No one's been born in the last couple months, but yeah, I'm excited to cut this big field and to bale it and get going. So I think I'm going to stick with the original plan. I'm going to bale this big field up here in silage, and then we'll do the other two fields in hay because I got quite a bit of hay left over. Let's just set a worker going to this. I got quite a bit of hay left over. There's like 273,000 liters in the one of hay just in the bales, and then I think about another 100,000, 150,000 within the hay loft. So if I cut this field, do it in silage, do the other fields in hay, that'll last us the summer. Then our next cut, we could probably just do straight hay, and that we can use that to feed the animals. I created us a whole new production area and lay down for all of the cheese and stuff. I got us another production facility, and I built us a shed, a big shed. I also got us another trailer, like another big trailer for the semis. Probably have to get another semi truck at some point because we're gonna have to be doing like 2 people. Like I'll get one truck loaded up, sent down to the stores. I'll be loading up another one, driving it down, because there's going to be lots of cheese that we start to make, and we're going to have to wait till October to sell it. But I found trailers that will auto load the pallets, which is awesome. It's so awesome. I'm so sick of loading trailers with the forklift. I'm not going to lie. But okay, let's hop back over here and I'll show you the new production facility area. I'm just gonna grab the slurry tanker thing because I want to pull some slurry over to this production facility. Although I am gonna need a bit to do the fields. I just there's a bunch going in the barn, but I want to take you over and I want to show you the kind of new area that I built for us and the new production. So I got kind of like a little cut through here. Actually, I'll show you. Here's it. Here's everything all set up. I got some pallets there. I'm going to show you kind of how the system I've got set up so that I can easily pull milk through. Yeah, 250 cattle. I want to buy more. I had to spend a bunch of money. I probably spent like 170 grand-ish. A new trailer was 30 grand. A new production facility was another 50 or 55. I can't remember what they are. 50, I think. But I got it set up so that I can just pull through nice and easily over here. So yeah, got 2 production facilities here. So I'll be able to come through, dump off some into here. And then I can spin around. In this lane that I have built in between the shed and these production facilities, it's wide enough so that I can pull the truck through. I'll show you all that. I was kind of waiting. That's why I wanted to set a worker going so I could show you. Got enough room here. Just spin around. I've been trying to dump even amounts into both of these. So like I said, we get about 13,000 liters. So I put about 6.5 into that production facility, the first one. And then I throw a little bit in the second one. The farm's set up in a pretty good manner right now, though. Like, it's easy to kind of cruise around. Okay, let's fill this guy. This little tractor. Little tractors, it's good. Well, it's not really a little tractor. I mean, I guess it's still 190 horsepower, or is that, or 175 maybe this one? Like, it's still a pretty gnarly tractor that I can pull through here. Not too bad. Not too bad. It's starting to become a fine oiled machine over here. And as long as I put even amounts in both, or like pretty close to even amounts in both, then they produce roughly the same amount. Like each of these have about 5 pallets sitting outside of them, which is good. And then even if I have to put another one ahead of it, like in the future, we'll be able to do that. So I dock this off here. Can I? Yeah. So like I said, I might have to get another truck, but that's okay. And we can spin along here. And it'll slowly load these pallets inside. So each of these trailers will hold 34,000 liters of cheese, or 34,000, yeah, I guess it's liters. So that trailer that's already sitting in there is completely full. It's got 34,000 liters in it. So I was gonna fill this trailer, and then hopefully the production facilities will just have enough room that like I can just let it store within the production facility, and then when it comes time to sell everything in October, I'll just be doing trips back and forth. Like I'll send a truck up down to the store, and then I'll have another truck here like I'm doing right now, pulling through, getting it all loaded up, and then hopefully by the time that other truck gets up to the store, offloads at the store, this one will be ready, and I can just kind of play leapfrog, is the plan. But I didn't want to buy another truck just yet, just in case, I need some extra cash throughout the year, which I probably won't, but I don't have to be doing this system just yet, so yeah, so it's fine. I figured I wouldn't spend the money on it. But there we go. That's how we load her. And I'm able just to spin around here. This truck, I almost wish this truck had a little bit more horsepower. I think it's only got 400 horse. It'd be nice if maybe it had like 6 or 500, but still pretty good. So well, maybe we should shut this off. Pretty not too bad. Production facilities are going good. I still got this spot in here. I can put some other stuff. Maybe I'll put the cultivator or trailer or something like that in. It doesn't really matter too much. Okay, so yeah, we pulled the milk out of here. There's still 24,000 liters worth of food, which I can fill that up later. What I've been doing is just stacking bales in here. Just a whole bunch of bales, yeah, which seems to be working pretty good. Let's go hook on to the windrowers. Now that's the only other thing that I kind of wanted to do, is I kind of wanted to get another set of windrowers and another set of tedders, but I don't really know. Let's go look in the store. There's nothing on sale, because now that we got that big field, it would be nice to at least get another set of windrowers, because I'll probably just do the really big field in silage. So really all we got to do is cut and windrow. Jeez, these things are so expensive. Because these are 8 meters. Yeah, 8 meters. I don't know. I think we should wait. I think we should just wait and be happy with what we got. I mean, these are 8.4 to go up another 50K or 30K, 40K just for another 1.7 meters. Not really going to be the move, I don't think. Maybe something will come used. That would be good. Tedders. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Let's not waste the money just yet, I don't think. I don't think it's worth it to waste the money. I don't think anyways, but you know me. You know me. If anyone likes to waste the money on it, it's definitely me. But I think if we can get one used, that would be good. I could try and put in a search. I could put in a request to the used or to the dealership to see if they could try and find us a used one, which would be pretty not too bad. But yeah, we'll see. As long as I don't TED. Yeah, as long as I don't TED this field up here, this big one, it'll be okay. We'll just try and keep doing this in grass, and then that way. Um, let's tab over to this guy. Watch him cut for a little bit. And yeah, I think I'll just do that in grass. And then that way we can just bale it straight after. The only thing though with how much food the animals are eating, originally I didn't want to use the big setting on the baler, but I think it's going to be handy to do that. It's a little unrealistic, but I don't know. Just the same repetitive thing of feeding those cows. I'm going to want to have the biggest bales that I can sitting in there. So I think I'm going to use it. I think I'm going to use it, and it'll just save, because the more cattle that we get, dang, we got some storm damage on this field. The more cattle that we get, it's going to just get harder and harder to keep up with feeding them. So, yeah, that's going to be my plan. That's my long story. Hopefully, it's not too boring. But let's open that. Let's close that. Okay, well, let's get this field mowed. Let's mow this field. I think we'll do a little bit of a time lapse of this big field getting mowed. We haven't done any work on this field yet, so I think we'll do a little bit of a time lapse here of this field getting done, and then once it's windrowed, yeah, once it's windrowed, I'll bring you back and we'll start baling after we get it nice and cut. So yeah, let's get this field cut. All right, I'm just back here. I got this field mowed. Our big field has been windrowed, which it windrowed really weird. I don't know I don't know why it did what it did, but I ended up renting a big windrower. Like, even though I was just saying, oh, we don't really need to buy one of those, or maybe we can't afford it. We definitely need a big windrower or something like that for that field, because it's massive with our little small set. I'm just gonna set a worker, start cutting this field, and I'll jump back over. I got the baler hooked onto the John Deere. We're gonna go bale. But yeah, windrowed really weird. It was like the AI worker was like jammed out. Like, it wasn't really following the full width of the windrows. Like, windrow was supposed to be like 15 or 14 meters wide or something, and it would do like a pass, and then it would do like half width on the back, so it would like start pulling out of the other windrow. I don't know. Very, very odd. I don't know what to make of it. Uh, Actually, one sec here. What I think I'm gonna do on this one is I'm gonna make the biggest bales that we can just to get through it a little bit better here. Let me make sure this is dropped down. But yeah, like it's got weird windrows on this side now. Like look how long, look how narrow this thing is. I don't know. Really weird. It's gonna take me a minute to bale all of this, but that's okay. I'm just gonna go through here and slowly get this baled, and yeah, we can kind of start planning out next episode, which is gonna be real good. Like I want to get more cattle. That's gonna be a big major thing. Is getting more and more cattle, and we really got to get a whole bunch of the cheese sold off. That'll be kind of like the biggest thing of next episode is we're going to be getting all of that cheese hauled down. There's going to be a whole bunch more cheese that gets made over these next few months because we're going to be selling that stuff off in oh, I knew that was going to happen. Okay, one sec. With this baler, I knew that was going to happen. Okay, I have to turn the wrapper on. So we have a grass bale. We got one random grass bale sitting there, which is okay. That's fine. That's fine. I just got jammed out and I forgot to do that. So let me close this thing. But yeah, we got to get all that cheese sold off, which is going to be pretty good because there's going to be a pile of cheese now that we got more cattle in that barn. It's going to be pretty massive. Okay, let me see if I can just get this end. Yeah, this really windrow's super weird. And then I wasn't really paying attention to it, to be honest. And by the time I got back, it was like kind of too far gone. And I'm like, well, maybe I'll just leave it rather than try and mess with it. I'll just bale it, get it done with, and yeah, no harm, no foul. I still really love this baler. Really love this baler. This is going to be just a weird little corner that I got to try and get done here. Might have to get all backed in there. But I want to get another... Jeez, I want to get another 100 head of cattle. Like, I really want to get that barn maxed out and see how much food it's going to take. That's kind of why I think on all these bales that I do, I'm going to do the biggest bales that I can with this thing, even though I wasn't going to before. I think I'm going to do that just so that I can... Because if I stack like 3 or 4 big bales in that barn, I'll be able to feed a lot more cattle, and that's the goal. I want to just max out those production facilities and even get another production facility. If we can get 3 of them going, we got more room in front of those that I can just keep kind of stacking them along in that row, so I can pull through with the trailers to load up all the pallets, which is awesome. I love that we got those auto load pallets or those auto load trailers. Like that is super clutch. Super clutch because loading all this stuff up constantly with the forklift would just get too mind numbing. Too mind numbing after a while. Even if I use something like if I did it by hand and use like super strength, it would still just be too much loading. Way too slow. Way too slow. So that's pretty good. Well, let's see how this bale comes out of here. This baler, the only thing that's like not like this baler's awesome. The only thing that I would complain about, because you got to complain about something every now and then. For me, I think it's all the time. I'm always complaining about something to farm. But this one, you got to kind of watch the pre-chamber. When it starts getting full, you got to let it kick out its bale. And I think I even might have to turn on automatic drop. Can't let that pre-chamber get too full. Spin around like that. See if we can catch this hole. Just have to back in here, catch this little corner. There we go. There we go. And I'm gonna just go down And I'm gonna lift up this thing. I'm gonna go down and kind of start these corner or these diagonal rows and start working my way back and forth down the field. I'm gonna get this thing baled. It's gonna take a little bit of time here. I don't think I'm gonna put you guys through another time lapse of me baling this. I think I might just get it done, and I'll kind of bring you back towards the end of it once we're pulling some bales off this field, putting them in the storage unit and stuff like that. And yeah, I think we'll do that. So I'm gonna go ahead. I'll get this field all baled up, get it all wrapped up, I think, and yeah, I'll bring you back, and we'll haul these bales off, stick them in the storage unit, and make sure those cattle are fed.
Okay, folks, I'm just pulling through here. We got this field cut. Actually, the other field is cut as well. I'm just gonna jump into this tractor real quick. Oh, starting to get better at shutting stuff off when I park it. I'm not great at it, but I'm getting better. I'm gonna set a worker to start tedding this field so I can bale it with hay. But let's jump back into that tractor. And let's head over and pick up these bales that we got off this field, which I'm pretty excited for. That field is pretty big though. Like, the baling went not too bad, but the field is still pretty big. I really love that new baler though. I've said that a million times, but I'm gonna get these bales pulled off, and then I'm trying to figure out what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna go through and fix all these storm damage patches. Okay, what I want to do. This is still our deal, but actually, you know what? I'm pretty sure I forgot to pull 500 bucks off last time when I used this thing, so I'm pretty sure I did. I'm pretty sure I forgot when I was going to do the like sell all these silage bales. So yeah, I think I'll almost do it each episode because I'm gonna be using that other auto load trailer. I don't know. I don't know why I penalized myself. I think just it's fair. It's fair. I kind of don't like using auto load, but like loading stuff with the forklift over and over. Oh, I'll just pay the money and I'll just pay my fine and go ahead. But I think I'm gonna go through. I don't know. I don't want to be lazy about it. I think I'm gonna go through and fix all these patches of storm damage. There's quite a few though. Like this field got pretty damaged with whatever. I've never really seen this many dead spots on one field, but I'd have to go through with the plow, or maybe just the cultivator. Either way, it doesn't really matter. Go through. It'd probably just be quicker if I drag the plow around, fix all these spots quick, and then I gotta seed them. I'd have to reseed them, which is fine. Just pull the little seeder around. That really wouldn't take very long. Missed a little bit of grass on this row here. And then I want to, before I put any slurry or anything into the production facility, I want to spray this field with slurry. What are we looking at here actually? It's 50%. Okay. So we'll be able to use a single application on this. Not too bad. But yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do here. Let's just start pulling. I wonder if I can get all these bales in one run. Can we do it? I don't know. Well, maybe. We only got 5 more. I don't know what I'm going to do with that one grass bale. I wonder if it will load up. It's the same size, so it should. Maybe we should double back and grab that. Let's get this. And there we go. Okay, let's go see if we can... Oh, that's it. Well, you get a perfect amount of bales off this field for one trailer load. That's pretty awesome. Okay, I'll grab that grass bale later on or something. I think I'm gonna go hook onto the plow and start doing these patches because it's gonna take a little bit of time for the AI workers to ted both these fields. There's still the other, the bigger field, and then have to windrow them as well. So it's a bit of work. I think, yeah, while I'm doing that, I'm just gonna go through and try and touch up that field as much as I can. Get her looking good. If it's really damaged next time again, maybe I'll do it every other harvest or something. So that's a lot of dead spots on there though. Must have had a bad storm. Must have had a bad storm roll through. Okay, let's go dump these off. Um, Not too bad. Not too bad. Okay, let's spin this guy around and go hook onto the plow. Spin this around. Let's go grab that plow. Get these spots all tuned up for us. I should have seed and fertilizer in that thing, in the planter, because I really don't, I won't need to really use much. Shouldn't. Nice. Alright, let's do it. Let's go fix some patches. Patches O'Houlihan. That was a good movie. Dodgeball was a pretty funny movie. Okay. Yep, I'm gonna go fix some patches and like I said, next episode we gotta have a lot of work to do. We gotta get a whole bunch more cattle. We're gonna have to finish baling all this field and really getting the cattle and stuff squared away. I want to buy more cattle. I want to buy more cattle, but I'm hoping I can be at a point in the game, like in this series, where I don't have to do any more contracts. I really don't want to do any more contracts. I just want to work around our farm. So I think, which I don't think I'll have to, because like next episode, we'll I want to buy more cattle. We're gonna we'll have to cut and bale another set of hay, which I might kind of do a little bit off camera. I'll probably just bring you through a little bit of it. I don't know exactly yet, but we got to sell off all the cheese and see what kind of cash we get from that. And then that'll kind of just help us plan like how much more cattle to buy over the next year. And yeah, just stuff like that. But it's really starting to come together now. Like once we can really feed the animals and we can just max out that pen, because we've got a good stockpile of hay now. And after we bale and stuff, all those other fields, and then if we get another cut off this, yeah, we'll be pretty stocked up. But I just don't want to run out of hay for some weird reason. But yeah, that's what we got on the books. I'm glad we got those new production facilities though this episode, or one other extra, and I'm glad we got the new truck set up, especially with the auto load stuff. That's gonna help just pulling stuff around so much more. So I think that's gonna do it for this episode. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate it like always. I really, really do. I appreciate all the comments and stuff you guys have sent me, and people seem like we're really enjoying this series, which is fun. I really like the series. This is a fun one. I've never did dairy cows this intensely before, so it's been really fun. Yeah, thanks so much. I appreciate it like always. If you haven't done so already, I'd really appreciate it if you could hit that sub, hit that like button for me, and yeah, leave me another comment. And yeah, like always, guys, thank you. I've said it a million times. Hopefully, you have a good afternoon, morning, evening, whenever it is that you're watching this. And I'll see you guys on the next one. Take care. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome to episode 20 of our Tassi Farms Dairy Empire gameplay series. I'm just chilling out in the pasture right now. But we got a lot of work to do today. We got to finish baling our field. We got to get some hay in for these cattle. And we have a whole bunch of cheese that we got to go sell off. So we're going to get a major flush of cash today, which means we're going to have to buy more cattle, buy more equipment. Check out this guy. Just giving her. Okay, we got a lot of stuff to do today. I'm going to bring you along with me. Come give me a hand, and let's keep building this empire. So first things that I want us to kind of finish off here is I want to get this field baled. Now I got the other field baled. I went through and I fixed a bunch of the storm damage on our big field. Got that all fertilized. I basically used up all of our slurry that we had accumulated in the cow barn, so I went and spread all that on the field. So that field's basically good to go. Like I said, I fixed all the storm damage. I went through and plowed each section. Then I took our planter out, planted some more grass. So that thing should be just pretty much good to go. And I cut and baled that other field. This is our last field that we're baling. I've got our other tractor sitting there with the trailer. And I'll pull all these bales off. I've got it set on the largest bale setting that this baler can make, just to kind of make things go a little bit quicker. Now that we got that other big field, it's it's starting to kind of go slower and slower. I definitely need to get a bigger set of windrowers though. Like, yeah, I've got to try and get a set of that. They're like 90 grand. So I'm hoping after we sell off a whole bunch of the cheese, we'll have a little bit extra cash that we can windrow a little bit faster. So I want to get. There's another thing that I got to do is I got to sell our production facility, our biogas production facility. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on. I can't figure it out. It's bugged in some way, but it won't take in slurry anymore. No matter which drop-off point I go to, it keeps saying slurry is not accepted, which I do not understand. I can't figure it out. I was having issues with it on other maps as well. So I'm just gonna sell that. Honestly, like yeah, now that I got the larger field, at one time it was nice because we had a whole bunch of extra slurry, but since since that big field, basically that big field, it took like almost 50,000 liters of slurry to cover that and fertilize it. So we're not really going to have excess slurry anymore. I think I'm just going to sell that production facility. I'll get about 26,000 for it, I think, when I sell it, which really doesn't really matter. But that'll go hopefully towards a new set of windrowers. So, and I'm also going to be selling the silage in the fall, which hopefully again will, get another flush of cash so we could buy potentially windrowers, and then that way, what I'll do is just focus that big field to silage for now, because I think if I get two good cuts a year of hay off these fields, it should feed the animals, and I think and I've been doing everything in bales. I didn't really put anything in the hayloft. Well, I didn't put, no, not really anything. I didn't put anything in the hayloft. I kept it all in bale form on the largest bales that I could. Again, just to kind of help with feeding the animals a little bit quicker. Like I could stock like 10 of these bales in the barn and I wouldn't really have to worry about feeding them for about 2 or 3 months. Maybe I might even be able to stock the barn up right through the winter that I could almost just kind of sleep through and not really have to worry about going back and forth to feed the animals. It's like my rough plan, but you know, we're always just shooting from the hip a little bit, but I think that's just the nature of it. Like you just got to roll with the punches and just figure it out as you go. Like the plan is like your plan is like as good as 1 month at a time, basically. And that's probably honestly what it's like for a real farmer. If anyone's a real farmer, like not like, just me pushing a button on a keyboard in the comment sections, like let me know how many times you make a plan and it just like goes to crap and you're like, okay, well, let's go back to the drawing board. Because I bet it happens a ton in farming. Bet you the one thing it probably happens the most with in farming, again, I'm talking out of school here so everyone can correct me, but it probably is the weather. The weather is probably the most annoyingly deciding factor, that you can have all the plans in the world and then it just pours rain for a week and you're like just pissing up a rope basically. Um, I bet you that's probably the worst, not the worst part of farming, but I bet you that is the most uncontrollable variable that just messes with your life is the weather. But okay, I'm gonna get this field. I'm gonna get this field sorted out. I will clean up these. I will clean up these storm damage patches a little bit here on this field. I'll get that all cleaned up, and then start getting through into the other months. It's kind of like I'm gonna be just chasing my tail with the storm damage, but it is what it is. Maybe I'll just leave it on this field right now, and I'll just get going. Yeah, maybe that's what I'll do. Okay, I'm gonna get these bales cleaned off, and what I'm gonna do is I'm probably gonna go through. My plan with this series now, moving forward, since we're at episode 20, is I'm gonna kind of start moving through things a little bit quicker. Um, so I'm gonna basically probably be getting us into the fall next, and we'll go sell off some cheese, and then hopefully we can put some of our plans into motion with this cash. I'll get rid of that biogas production facility. Maybe something good comes through on the stores. I might just bite the bullet and buy those windrowers a little bit early, if it does, just to help with the next cuts and stuff. But yeah, I'm gonna start moving through the series a little bit quicker so we can just kind of advance a little quicker. Now that we're at episode 20, I'm thinking this series will probably go around the 30 episode ish mark. And yeah, that's my plan. So yeah, I'm gonna get rid of this production facility over here. We'll get all these bales cleaned off. Maybe I'll bring it back through the next cut when we're doing some more silage and such. But yeah, it'll be in the fall when I bring you back. And yeah, let's hopefully go make some money from all this work that we've been doing. Okay, so I know I said I was going to bring you back in the fall, but I just wanted to go through this real quick in case any of you've got a cattle farm or dairy, and this is just something I've been waiting for, but I wanted to make sure it was real. And what I'm going to say, or what I'm explaining, is the value. I'm going to have to sell some of the cattle since they're dropping in value, but I just wanted to show you. I was gonna sell some last month because I had a bunch at 37 months that were 1,479 bucks, and at 34 months they're 1,500 bucks. But what's happening is their reproduction at 34 months is at 60%. I don't know if I have any that are. So here's 36 months, they're at 80%, so they're getting ready to have offspring. At 37, they're 19 or 90, and then at this 38%, they're at zero. So these cattle just had calves. And so now their value, I think, I don't know if they're going to consistently drop, but maybe we'll test it with a couple of them. I want to sell some of these just in case they do, but I remember doing research and the 36 to 38 month, that was like a good time to sell right after that reproduction point. So I'm going to do some testing. I'm going to leave one of these cattle at 38 months just to kind of see how the value goes when it gets to month 40 and stuff like that. I see if their value increases, but for now I'm going to sell a few. And yeah, I just wanted to kind of bring you back just to show you what we're going to be testing.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Welcome to October. So I skipped through most of the summer. What I ended up doing is getting a full cut of hay and silage off of our fields. And I'm sitting here. I didn't buy this truck. I've just leased it for now because we got to take a bunch of cheese, to sell it off. And what I kind of want to be doing here, if it works, is I'm going to be getting kind of one truck on the road. This is what we're going to do. Let's fire this guy up. I'm going to take this truck. I'm going to hook it onto our trailer that's already full. I'm gonna go drop it off and then come back, grab this other truck, and I'm just gonna try and set a worker to take him down to the store while I load up with this other one, if that makes sense, and just kind of leapfrog these guys back and forth. So I just leased this truck. Connect this on here. Now we've got a pile of cheese to sell, like a whole bunch. It's telling me that just like in our production facilities, we've got, well, let's go check our time-saving stock chart. Yeah, right here. So our cheese that's like in the production facilities is 214 grand. And that's not to count that I have two trailer full, which I think have 33,000 liters in each. Yeah, that's what's in this one. So we've got a pile of cheese to sell, a whole pile of cheese to sell. These fields out here are ready to mow. So actually, once I drop this off, I'm gonna get one of the tractors set on one of these fields and get it mowing, so we can get another cut off. This will be our final cut. This truck is pretty fast. It's got a Jake brake too. Let's get in close and listen to it. Yeah, nice little Jake. It's a pretty good looking unit. Oh, if I can keep it on the road. Keep her on the road. Keep her between the mustard and the mayo. So yeah, I think we should be getting about 400 grand ish, maybe 430. I think if I calculated it correctly, it'd be about 430 grand for all this cheese. And then we still have 1.5 million almost liters of silage. And a lot happened over the year too, though. So let's go dump this in. There's a whole bunch of stuff that we got to go through. Those cows that we left that are now like 40 months old, they're just considered like they're going down and down in value. So I'm gonna have to be selling them around that 37 month. Let me just go through here. Now if I push, I just gotta figure out how to unload this. Give me one sec. Where is unfasten? Am I... Usually it's just Y to offload it. I just gotta figure out how to do this real quick. Am I not reading this correctly? Park, unpark. I'm just pushing a bunch of different buttons here. I don't know what's going on. I gotta figure out how to unload this. Maybe I'll figure out how to do this real quick, so you don't gotta sit here and watch me do this. But I'll get it sorted, and then I'll bring you back in 1 sec. Okay, I think I got it sorted. I just had to kind of pull up a little bit more there, but it's offloading now. The cache is going. Oh, come on now. It should work. It said at 44,000, but I just had to pull up a little bit more. I wasn't quite in the sweet spot, but yeah, okay, we got her sorted now. We got her sorted now. I was like, oh no, tell me this is not gonna, or this isn't gonna work for some reason. Like, good lord. Okay, so that's 66. So let's just go check real quick here. Finances. It should be under sold products. So 109,000 off one truck full, and so we got another truck sitting there for sure. So that's 220 just in the trucks. Close this down. Plus whatever's sitting at the production facility. Yeah, so about 430. Not too bad. Not too bad. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to head back up to the farm. And I'm going to get a tractor going mowing the fields so that someone can be working while that's going on. And then we're going to start going back and forth, kind of playing leapfrog with these trucks to get everything hauled off and sold. But nice, 110 grand, not too bad. All right, I've got a guy working on the field, cutting our second largest field. So the mower is going right now. I'm just gonna take this truck. Oh, if I can. Let's try and get this out of the way a little bit better. Pull this in here. Let's jump back over to this guy. I think I'll be able to get someone. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I found that if you get the guy like out on a road and pointed, it gets jammed out less, and I should be able to set a worker to drive down to the store while we load up that other truck and trailer. I just want to get him set out here. Sometimes that's what I gotta do. And we'll say set destination. Let's just say we can get him to go right there. Okay, we might be working. Let's open this side curtain. And let's start loading up if I can get out of my trees here. There we go. Okay, we're loading up now. Yeah, this works pretty good. This is pretty nice that we have these auto-loading trailers now, because good lord, doing it with the forklift. Well, you see how slow I am with the forklift, like... Oh... But this still might take a little bit of time. So what I think I might do is, I think we'll just time-lapse this, me loading this up, so then it doesn't take, so we're not just kind of sitting here doing too crazy. So let's time-lapse this, let's get all this stuff sold off, and then we'll come back and we'll start cutting and baling some hay. Not too shabby, not too shabby at all. Let's go in and let's see the final tally. Where is it? Sold products. 427,000. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. That was a lot of cheese. But it worked really, really good. It also works good that our production facilities having two of these is pretty much perfect. Like, they don't bottleneck at all. And also, just gonna run over here. We got 407 cattle in this barn right now. They've just been growing like crazy. I got a bunch of bales stocked in here for food so that they can just keep eating through. But I wanted to come here and show you. So if we go into these animals that we had, now remember $1,500 was kind of like their max value. And now we can see these ones that at 43 months, they just keep going down in value. Now they will reproduce, so technically they are still valuable to us, but if we're trying to sell them off, the value goes down after $1,500. I think I'm just going to leave them for now and just see if they can keep reproducing. I mean, we almost have a full barn full as is. Like, we got 400 head of cattle right now, which is pretty insane. Um, Let me just look here. Let's see. I wonder if it shows, like, if it affects how much milk they produce. You know what I mean? Count five. Oh, that's how many there are of them. Okay. Um, Older than 18 months can reproduce. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if older age means they produce less milk. I'm not 100% sure. I mean, you'd think that as a cow gets older and older, its ability to produce milk would go down after a point, but I don't really know, to be honest. Okay, so what are we going to do now? Well, let's just go check on this other tractor. He's mowing this field. Our other hay field that's just past the horizon over there is already cut. The grass is cut, and we need to ted it and windrow it. But let's jump back over to this tractor. I think it's time for us, now that we've got this extra cash, there's nothing really in the store that we can buy, but let's go to our garage, and I think we should sell these windrowers, and I think we should sell these tedders. And what I'm going to do, I might even get a new set of mowers for us because these are only 7 meters wide. What I might end up doing is getting us kind of a dual unit, one that goes on the front and the back. So let's just go down. Getting something like this because it'll do an extra meter wide. I don't really know. I haven't really decided on that yet, but definitely what we're going to do, I wish we could afford one of these big units that'll go 10 meters wide. Definitely what I'm going to do is get us a set of tedders and a set of windrowers. Probably these ones right there. I'm just going to run down to the shop and grab. I am going to end up getting these, and I just don't know which tedders just yet. I think probably something like this. Yeah, doesn't really matter. I'm going to go grab a new set of tedders and windrowers, and then once I'm back up at the farm with both the units, it'll take me a second to run there and back. But I'll grab them, and then we'll start tedding and windrowing those fields. So we're coming along. Everything's going pretty nicely, and we still got to sell a whole bunch of silage in the winter. So we still have another flush of cash coming from that. But yeah, I'll get those tedders and windrowers brought back to the farm, and yeah, we can keep farming. All right, just look at these bad boys. Ended up getting the set so I could paint it. Why not? Why not get a kind of cool color to match the John Deere tractor, right? 35 grand for these, so not too bad, not too bad at all. And it's the widest ones that they got, so this should definitely help just getting this field work done. Let's get these. We'll set a worker to do this because as I'm sitting here thinking, now that we got some money, we might as well go spend it. But what I'm honestly thinking is I kind of want to get another tractor. Just because I've got that mower going. He's almost done our second field over there, and then he's going to have to start on the big field. And it would be nice to be able to start windrowing here right away because this will get tedded relatively quick now that we got these wide implements. And then once that's done, we can get right into baling. I can either set a worker to keep tedding, and then set another worker to keep going, doing the windrows, and then I could get in the third tractor and start baling, and it'll just kind of help move this process all along a little bit quicker. Now I wouldn't get anything too crazy. Let's just go in the store here. What I was looking at was one of these tractors essentially, but I got one that's you can get that it's red. Yeah, it's a little bit cooler. I guess we could put the big engine in it, so it's got 225. It comes with the front weight. I would just leave the standard tires on it. And so I think I'm going to get this one. Yeah, I think I'm going to get this tractor. And the other thing that I was thinking about getting, which would be kind of nice, is for spreading slurry. So now we've got a whole pile of slurry. And our slurry spreader's good, except it only holds 8,000 liters. So it's like, you got to go back and forth so much. So I was thinking about selling the one that we have and grabbing one of these. This one, they don't really matter. I think these are both the same. This one has a hitch that can go on the back of it. So I would just get this set. And then that way, yeah, it holds 18,000 liters rather than just 8. Black edition's pretty cool. Yeah, we don't need to spend the extra 3,500 bucks. So I was thinking about doing that. So what I might do here is let me go like that. Let's go in. Let's just do this all together right now. I'm gonna sell. Whoa, no. It would be nice to get another one of these, but we're just in money spending mode. Okay, let's get rid of that. So we get 15 grand for that, so that's not too bad. Let's go get this guy. I don't think I need to put anything fancy on it. Let's buy that. And let's go grab another tractor. Just this medium tractor will be fine, but I'll put the big engine in it, because why not? And there we go. Nice thing too is we don't have to buy cattle because we already have basically a full barn, which is just awesome. So I'm going to fire this guy up, head back up to the farm because it'll be good to have this slurry tanker as well because all these fields we're going to have to fertilize. I don't know if we'll have enough slurry to do all the fields, but we'll have quite a bit. So, okay, I'm going to head back up to the farm. I think now that we're done, spending money now. And I'm going to keep going kind of on those fields, and I'll bring you back as the baling process kind of, works its way through. And then we still got to get into the winter this episode, and we got to do our trips with the bales and load up all the silage bales and take that in. And we have a whole bunch of silage bales to take in. We might even be able to, because I've got silage additive in that baler. I don't know if it'll help. I want to still bale silage for this cut on our big field, but I don't know if it'll be fermented in time to sell. Because when does it tell us is the best time? March? Okay, maybe. I think that lies to us though, right? I think we've checked before and that lies to us. Silage is down. Make sure we're not running into something. Silage. Maybe March. We could wait till March and then that way it would definitely be fermented. Yeah, maybe we'll do that. Yeah, maybe that's what we'll do. We'll wait till it's fully fermented and then we'll have even more to sell off. So, okay, I'll just kind of keep bringing you through as the baling process goes down, and definitely when we're using those new windrowers. Okay, so everything is done being mowed. I'm just taking this tractor over now. I'm going to hook onto our bale trailer, and I'm going to go start picking some bales off these fields. I've got 2 of our fields baled, and then the windrowers, the brand new windrowers, are working on the last big field, kind of on the north side of the farm. So I'm going to hook onto this, and like always, got to go in, pay for that, and let's go pick up some bales. I want to pick up some bales because I want to get some fertilizer going on these fields. Our slurry tanker is full, and so I want to get going fertilizing while I'm baling and doing the other stuff on the big field. So let's come out here and let's start grabbing these bales. And I figured we'd just kind of chat and plan for the future, as we do. Make our glorious plans for the future and then watch them change 10 times. No big deal. So what I'm thinking now is we're in a pretty good spot for hay. Like I've got quite a bit of hay stocked up now. Should be able to feed the animals for a while. More what I'm getting at is I don't think I'm gonna do. Well, there's obviously gonna be no more cuts this year, but I'm gonna get these fields prepped, and I'm not gonna cut the hay in the spring. I'm gonna leave it. I might even just leave it and just do it in the fall. Just do one cut in the fall because we got so much now that I think I'll be able to sit for a little bit. I don't know. I'm thinking of it out loud right now. But if I come into our time stock, like I got over 1 million liters of hay. Oh, Unhook that, hit the wrong button. Set the cruise on this for a second. Yeah, I've got like over 1,000,000 liters of hay. Like there's a lot of food those guys are gonna have to go through before I run through that million. So I think I got some time. I don't think I have to be cutting hay as intensely as we are right now. I also don't think I'm gonna do any more silage. Really, I don't know. Like I might. I probably should have just did that Northfield in hay. Hindsight, but I don't feel like trying to go through and ted it now, and then probably would have to like re-windrow it, which I don't really feel like doing. Blah blah blah. Long story. I don't really want to do silage anymore. I just want to make money from the cheese. Now that the cheese is like fully going, we've got a bunch of really good equipment. We've got extra equipment now that we can do stuff with. I don't really want to do too much more silage. I just, yeah, I'd rather just be focusing on the cheese, and we'll cut and bale hay if we need to, just to feed the animals. I want to get the pen or the barn pasture fields completely full with the animals. So let's go like this. Yeah, that should go good right there. Okay, we'll pull this trailer around. Yeah, I want to get that barn completely full, which it'll just happen kind of organically as the animals reproduce. And then we'll sell off maybe some of those older ones. I'm not too sure. I don't really know the whole trick with cattle just yet, but I'll kind of just play it by ear as it goes. Let's go check out our windrower. Yeah, I don't really want to do too much more silage. I would rather just stick with doing some hay, and then maybe even do this big field up in front of us into some sort of a grain is what I was thinking. Because we got the combine, and I would like to get some manure that we could spread on the fields as well. Maybe put down a manure heap. So I was thinking, we got the combine, it's sitting there doing nothing. We could do a field of wheat or not canola. We could do like wheat, barley, or oats or something like that, just for a little. But I don't know. There's nothing really I can do with that crop. I guess I could sell that combine. I did buy that combine so we could do contracts. Let's go take a look at our windrower here. Oh yeah, yeah. This thing works pretty good. Pretty good. It would have been nice to get it on sale, but that's okay. We got a lot of cheese scraped together, and we're still sitting with about 300K, which is good, especially because we'll sell off all that silage. Like it says, we got like 300 grand worth of silage if we sell it at peak times. Now I'm kind of thinking like right now is peak times because it's telling me the max value is 302, but it's 307 right now. I don't know. I'm still just gonna wait because once we bale all of this in silage as well, we take that and sell it off. I think that'll be the last time I do silage. I don't see any reason why I would do it past that. Like I said, I probably should have just been thinking ahead a little bit more and tedded this and baled it as hay, but whatever. One more cut of silage isn't gonna really matter too much. Um, but yeah, I want to do some sort of a grain. Like I said, we got that combine just sitting there doing nothing. And it would kind of be nice to do some wheat. I could always just I could always just cultivate this field after we get it all cleaned off and plant some wheat. Or maybe I'll just leave it for grass right now and we can just cut it all in hay. I don't know. I don't know. Still to be decided. I'm not going to do anything this year anyways because we got a bunch of time. Like I said, we got a lot of hay that we can burn through before we have to worry about cutting and baling again. But the main thing will be get as many cattle as I can into that barn. So hopefully they'll go through another reproduction cycle here soon. And I'm thinking that will probably fill the barn. And at that point, I'll be able to tell if we're going to need another production facility, which I don't think we're going to. I think we'll be able to just keep going strong with just 2 production facilities because I think it'll be a bit before, or I don't think adding in another, like, say, 50 cattle would make it so that we start to bottleneck and need a third production facility. I don't think, but I also don't know. See, I gotta fix this field along the side a little bit here. When I set a worker, because it's like kind of like these like weird crooked lines. Like you see, I got these weird crooked lines here. it makes the AI workers want to like do it in a weird pattern. Like you see how there's like these jogs here, like it gets jammed out around there. So I think I gotta like go through with the landscaping tool and kind of clean that up a little bit. I'm gonna wait till all the bales are off it and stuff before I start messing with it. But okay, so I'm gonna leave this trailer here for now. And let's go hook onto the slurry spreader. And I'm gonna get him set up on the middle field. This is the small field, I'll call it. But we'll go kind of on the south side of the farm over here, southeast side, and we'll start spreading some slurry on that. The farm's looking pretty dialed though. I mean, I'd almost like to get another truck, but I could always just lease one. Yeah, I might just do that. I might just lease one like we did for when it's time to take the cheese in to sell. Probably just lease one. I don't really know if I'm gonna I'm not gonna sell it or anything, but I haven't been using the forage wagon and the hay loft anymore. I've just been putting all the hay to bale because now that we have so many cattle, it's better just to keep the bale or the hay in bale form because I can just stack like 35,000 liter bales, and basically one of those would fill the barn essentially. So when I have like 10 or 12 stacked in there like I do, I don't really have to worry about food for a long time because that forage wagon only holds 33,000 at a time. Or sorry, it holds 35, but the barn will hold 33,750. Oh yeah, this thing's gonna work decent. Nice. Nice, nice. But yeah, I've kind of been toying with the idea of maybe doing some grain just to it won't really add to the dairy operation in any way, but we got the combine sitting there. I'd kind of like to use it. I'd kind of like to do a little bit of different farming now that we're kind of ahead on hay. And even if we did have to cut and bale the smaller fields, it wouldn't be too bad. So yeah, that's my rough plan. But again, nothing's too set in stone. Let's just check and see. Okay, nice. Nice, nice, nice. All right, let's go back up and check the windrowers. Basically getting close to done. Let's just watch this guy finish off here. Or no, there's still more to do. Okay, what I'm going to do then is I'm going to jump into the baler here and start baling. Might as well start getting some of the windrows done. Let's get this thing fired up. I've got enough silage additive, I believe. Now, it might kick out one more hay bale. Also, I do this every time. We need to turn on... There we go. The bale wrapper. I always forget to turn it on, and the first bale that it kicks out is always a grass bale. It doesn't wrap it, so I don't know. I got two grass bales that I don't know what to do with. I have really no idea what to do. Another thing that I was thinking of doing, but this isn't really, I don't know if I'm actually going to do this, but I was kind of thinking about maybe getting some goats and doing something with the goat milk, but I don't know if I really want to venture down that road in this series. I kind of just want to stick with the dairy cows, but I had kind of toyed with that idea. But I would say it was like a 20% chance I was going to do it, so not really that good a chance. But okay, I'm going to keep going here. I'm going to get this field baled and wrapped. I think wrapped. Yep, it is wrapping it good. Okay, perfect. Get this field baled and wrapped, cleaned off, and then we'll be back in the springtime when it's time to sell some silage. I'm just getting the last little bit of our milk that was pulled over. Actually, I'm going to make sure I've got the last little milk. Can't remember. They're doing about 20,000 liters. Yeah, that's it. I got it. Okay. Let's shut this tractor off. Let's go hop in this one, which I got loaded up and ready to go. And we're going to go take this silage in. So let's just go look at our stock here. Yeah, I mean, it's telling us that March is a good time. So, yeah, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. So through the winter, what happened? Basically nothing exciting happened. I went through and I swapped out some of the cattle. So what I mean by that is I sold off the old ones that were just like depreciating in value. And then what I did is basically we didn't make any money because I sold them and then I just bought cattle that were at 18 months. So they'll start reproducing, and obviously they're producing milk at that age. And
So yeah, like the money that I made, quote unquote, I basically just reinvested it in younger cattle. And then I just continue to feed them. It's about 2 big bales ish that they eat per month in the winter. So those bales are 45,000 liters, so it's about 90,000 liters of food almost that they go through. And there's 411. It was 411. I actually didn't check at the beginning of this month. Cows in that barn. And then what I also decided to do in the fall, after I got those bales pulled off our big field, I was like sitting there and I was still like, man, maybe I should do something with grain. And I decided to plant that big field in wheat. So I got wheat growing up on that big north field. And my thought was, one, just kind of switch it up. We got the combine sitting there doing nothing. But two, I want to take the straw and use it because I want to start making some TMR for the cattle. I think that'll be kind of like a nice little side project. We've just been feeding them hay, which is fine. I think from all the testing and stuff that I've done in the past, and kind of just on other farms, they seem to be fine with just hay. Like TMR, I think is better, but you can't, or not that you can't. I don't think they're as effective or they produce as much milk if they're just on silage. But you can have them just on hay, and it seems to be fine. But I figured we might as well go on a little bit of a side quest and start trying to make them some TMR. I'll eventually get one of those TMR like food mixing units, and yeah, that was kind of my thought. Like I said, we got the combine sitting there. I kind of wanted to just switch it up, but that being said, since we're just going to be doing those, let's make sure I got this going good here. Probably just take a second. Yeah, I can see the money going up. It'll probably just take a second because these bales are so massive. There we go. Just like I thought. But then, I probably will continue to make silage now, just on our 2 small hay fields. But it'll be just for TMR. It won't really be to sell. I don't really want to do silage anymore, like to sell. This like because we don't really need to do it anymore. Even I just want to cut and bale hay. Maybe do some silage every now and then, like I said, for the TMR. And we'll do that big field in wheat. It'll be just something to kind of switch everything up a little bit, so we're not just cutting and baling hay all the time. We can sell off the grain if we want. I don't really have any plans. I don't think putting down some sort of production facility will be really worth it. I mean, maybe I don't know. Unless if I come up with some idea when I'm working the fields, maybe I would. But I think probably just we're gonna have a good flush of cash off this silage. The grass will be ready to cut here next month, so maybe I'll cut one field and bale it in hay, do the other in silage, throw that in our storage, and then once the excuse me, the wheat field is ready in the fall, we'll bale some of those. We'll bale it for straw, throw that in the storage, and then we'll get one of those mixing units and have that kind of kicking around. I still don't really know what I'm going to do with the hay loft, if I'm going to sell it, or bales are just kind of easier to deal with at this point since there's so many cattle. So, but I don't really want to sell it either. I don't know. It can just sit there. It can just sit there and collect dust for right now. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I wish our field was like right full of cattle though. Like I mean, we got 400 head, and it looks like there's 10 out there. I know there's that mod where it's like realistic animals, and there's like a whole bunch. It shows the actual amount that you have. I wish that was in the base game. I wish our field was just full. That'd be awesome. But yeah, grass fields are going good. I'm gonna just keep going back and forth here, getting this silage done. I won't put you through a time lapse of it, but I'll bring you back as I take these loads in so we can see the cache. I'll just kind of cut it up and yeah, I'll just bring you as we're kind of dumping each load in and heading back up to the farm. All right, just pulling in here with the second haul. There we go. Get that on that mode there. She's going now. Going now. It was something like 2 million liters worth of silage that we had. Something crazy like that. That big field of ours, though, like it adds up after a while. So one thing though too, we'll have to get some sort of silos put down. But that's not that big a deal because even that field, I mean, I don't know exactly how much wheat we'll get off it, but it won't be
like I'll probably can just put down a really small set of silos. I'll probably throw them back over. I should have kept those ones that we had, but I didn't think back in the day. I thought the production facility would be a little bit better, but yeah, we'll get a small set of silos. I also kind of want to build like a nice like shop for us or something for all the equipment. I don't really know exactly, but I kind of want to clear out a spot. We got so much area at the farm. It'd be kind of nice. Build us a nice shop, or maybe some big kind of like lean-to or something to park all the equipment in. Be kind of nice. Maybe clean up some of those old rusted out cars that have been hanging around. Who knows? But okay, let's go grab another load of silage. All right, and here is the third and final haul. It actually worked out that we had 3 perfectly full trailer fulls. Let's try not to smash into anything here. Okay, let the unloading begin. Yeah, I can't believe it worked out. Three perfect trailer fulls. That's pretty awesome. I thought I would have. I was almost thinking there might be some left over, and I was just gonna keep them in there, kind of to stick with our TMR plan. But oh well, looks like we'll have to go make some more silage. But again, this is gonna be the last haul of selling silage. I kind of wish I would have stopped it sooner, to be honest. I don't know. I was like, just at the one point we had like no cash, and I was like, oh god, I got to start making silage so at least we have something to get us through and buy more cattle. And then now let's just go check real quick here. Let's go check the finances. Where is sold products? Not there. Okay, all right. Sold bales. There we go. Yeah, 400, just about 450,000 in bales. Not too bad. Where is? So yeah, you can see sold animals here. I basically, oh my god, it was almost perfect. I never really checked this, but yeah, I sold 90,000, but then I bought 90,000 more. That's what I was talking about with the animals that I kind of like swapped out. Okay, well, we got 700 grand. The other crazy thing is, let's go into the time savings stock check. We got another 300 grand sitting in cheese as well. And we're not going to be selling cheese until October. So we got like another almost, what? April, May, June, July, August, September. We still got like another 6 months of, of cheese to be made. And the cows are doing about 20,000 liters of milk per month. And I'll do that trailer is 8,000 liters. So I do one full trailer into each of the production units and then a half trailer into one of them. It doesn't really matter. And so they work through all of that each month. I don't bottleneck that at all with both those production facilities, which is awesome. As long as I split it into 2 of them, it works through all of it, which is crazy. So another 6 months of that, plus the barn isn't completely full just yet. It's pretty close to full. I mean, we could check too when we're. Oh, I guess I could probably check from here. Can I? Like cow barn. Like I wish you could check. Like I mean, we would have to add all of these guys up. It's weird. Weird. Some of the stuff in this game I like that's it's like, oh yeah, you could just go in and check your animals from there, but then you can't really it doesn't really give you a lot of information. I don't like that. You have to like actually go to the barn, which I mean I guess kind of makes sense, but also I don't know, what's the point of having this then? Just to see the values of them? Or am I not reading this? Pen information. You'd think quantity would be a like if we know how much slurry's in there. Okay, let's head back. Well, let's go pull in and we'll go see exactly how many cattle are in there. There was 411, so I don't know. Calving in the spring, maybe? Or do we calve in the summer? I can't remember. I would calve in the summer if I could. When I worked as a welder back in the day, the guy that owned the welding like supply store, good guy, really good guy, like him a lot. But and he was a farmer and he had cattle and I remember him telling me he was calving in February and he was like it was so hard because like they'll freeze to death and stuff and I'm like why calve then? It made zero sense to me. But let's jump out here. Yeah, 411. That's still what we got in there. Food's full. I got a couple bales just chilling in there. Let's go park this trailer. But yeah, I was thinking of buying us a nice little shed unit or something so we could park some more equipment in. I mean, we got some extra cash now. We could always buy another, um, a big truck for the trailers. They're only 45 grand, so could always buy another one of those. But I was thinking where the combine and stuff is sitting over here. Just ran over that deer. Is kind of putting in a shed or something right in this area. Was my thought process. I don't know exactly what. Let's shut down this tractor. We got money, but we shouldn't be wasting fuel. I'm just gonna go into the build mode while we're here. Uh, like not something like maybe something like this size, sort of. This is kind of too big and too expensive. But let's just go through and see what else we got chilling in here. We got this one I could always put down, but I'd like to have the combine parked in there. That's kind of wide open. You know, I could do two of these side by side. So something like that. I don't know. I'll kind of play with it and figure it out. It's kind of my plans. And then for silos, again, maybe put some silos over here. Or another thing I was thinking is maybe clear some of these trees out and put like a big, not a big, but where are we going? Like this is a little intense and it's, you know, it's 350 grand. We wouldn't spend that, but maybe do something kind of bigger over here. Or I can get these sheds down. They're actually in silos. Something like this that's got a green silo with it. I don't know. I'll think about it and I'll kind of play around with some stuff off camera and see what we get. But I think that's going to do it for this episode, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate it like always. We made a bunch of cash this episode, which is crazy. And I'm excited for the next few. I'm excited to cut our wheat field. I'm excited to start making some TMR and maybe just doing some other little stuff around here. Maybe we will put down another biogas plant, one that does work, and start using up some of that slurry because that barn gets full of slurry real quick, like extremely fast. So we might as well be utilizing everything around the farm to make it more efficient and not let anything go to waste. So thanks so much for watching. If you haven't done so already, I really appreciate it. If you could hit that like, hit that sub button for me, put on that notification bell so you can be notified when all these episodes come out. Thank you guys so much. I am Ultra Farmer. Hopefully you guys have a good afternoon, evening, morning, whenever it is you're watching this, and I'll see you on the next episode.